Side 13, Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 424. He was wearing a white suit and hair down to his shoulders, reported the commercial appeal. Though Vernon Presley subsequently disputed the description, Elvis had not let his hair grow to shoulder length, his father asserted in a follow-up story. Sonny's wedding 3 days later was a gala affair with Elvis as best man and Priscilla matron of honor. Elvis showed up with former Sheriff Bill Morris, present Sheriff Roy Nixon, and their wives in the $9,000 280 SL he had given Morris, now equipped with an official blue police flasher. He was wearing the fur-cloth black bell-bottom suit that had been Priscilla's Christmas gift, a white tie, a belt with gold eagles and chains, and a second belt adorned with the gold belt buckle set off by a large sheriff's star and his own official deputy number, 6, with which Sheriff Nixon and some unnamed friends of the department had just presented him. He was armed with 2 guns in a shoulder holster, 2 pearl-handled pistols in the waist of his pants, and a derringer in his boot, and he could barely be persuaded at the last minute to give up the 15-inch police flashlight with which he had entered the building. There was a brief reception at the church afterward, and then Elvis invited everyone back to Graceland, where the men all gathered for a picture in which they displayed the deputies' badges they had recently acquired en masse from Sheriff Nixon. Elvis sits comfortably at the center of the group, a proud paterfamilias with his legs spread slightly apart, the very picture of confidence and authority. He is flanked by Red and Dr. Nick, who kneel on either side of him. Billy Smith, Lamar, Jerry, Vernon, Charlie, Marty, Sonny, and George, plus the 2 sheriffs, all stand in the back, holding up their police credentials with varying expressions on their faces, but all seemingly seeking to convey the familiar outlaw lawman celluloid image. For all of our differences, we are family, their composite group portrait declares. We are the good guys, but don't fuck with us. They were off to Tupelo the following day, so Elvis could collect yet another badge arranged for by his newfound friend, Bill Morris. He was jumpy, Tupelo Sheriff Bill Mitchell noticed. Mitchell, an old-time fiddler who had first met an 11-year-old Elvis Presley while playing behind him in Mississippi Slim's band, the group that backed up contestants on the WELO talent show down at the courthouse, was struck by the difference in aspect between the shy, needy child and this transparently insecure, swaggering young man surrounded by his entourage. He paced the floor all the time, just like you see a tiger walk a cage, very ill at ease. Of course we talked about WELO. They were there a couple of hours, and everybody wanted their picture made with Elvis. I had gone to school with Bill Morris, so I deputized him, too. Also present were some of the friends with whom Elvis had grown up, among them the McCombs and the Farrars, who hailed him for being a good neighbor, and presented him with a plaque entitled Impossible Dream that described how a boy-next-door type becomes a nationally known entertainer. Elvis took that to be quite a coincidence, since he said The Impossible Dream was the title of the next record he was planning to put out. Note, although he never recorded this song in the studio, he did start using it as a closing number in Las Vegas the following month. End of note. Then he took the guys for a ride around town, pointing out the bleak urban renewal site that had once been the lively black ghetto called Shake Rag, visiting the Elvis Presley Youth Center that had finally been erected behind the home in which he had been born. The following day, December 30th, he was off to Washington once again with a group of 8 that included Bill Morris, who thought he might be able to get Elvis an appointment with J. Edgar Hoover this time. The next morning, Bill Morris took them all by the National Sheriff's Association, where Elvis paid for everyone to join. Membership carried a life insurance policy with it, and Elvis wanted all the guys to have one. And they visited the FBI building, where Morris had arranged a special tour after being advised that Mr. Hoover was still out of town. Elvis was clearly excited, and the FBI agent who conducted the tour was impressed with his sincerity, despite his rather bizarre personal appearance. The agent's memo went on to observe that Presley indicated that he has long been an admirer of Mr. Hoover and has read material prepared by the director, including Masters of Deceit, A Study of Communism, as well as J. Edgar Hoover on Communism. Presley noted that, in his opinion, no one has ever done as much for his country as Mr. Hoover, and that he, Presley, considers the director the greatest living American. In private comments made following his tour, he indicated that he, Presley, is the living proof that America is the land of opportunity, since he rose from truck driver to prominent entertainer almost overnight. He said that he spends as much time as his schedule permits informally talking to young people and discussing what they consider to be their problems with them. Presley explained that his long hair and unusual apparel were merely tools of his trade, and awarded him access to and rapport with many people, particularly on college campuses, who considered themselves anti-establishment. Following their tour, Presley privately advised that he has volunteered his services to the President in connection with the narcotics problem, and that Mr. Nixon had responded by furnishing him an agent's badge of the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs. Presley was carrying this badge in his pocket and displayed it. Presley advised that he wished the director to be aware that he, Presley, from time to time is approached by individuals and groups in and outside of the entertainment business whose motives and goals he is convinced are not in the best interests of this country, and who seek to have him to lend his name to their questionable activities. In this regard, he volunteered to make such information available to the Bureau on a confidential basis whenever it came to his attention. Presley indicated that he is of the opinion that the Beatles laid the groundwork for many of the problems we are having with young people by their filthy, unkempt appearances and suggestive music while entertaining in this country during the early and middle 1960s. He advised that the Smothers Brothers, Jane Fonda, and other persons in the entertainment industry of their ilk have a lot to answer for in the hereafter for the way they have poisoned young minds by disparaging the United States in their public statements and unsavory activities. It was suggested at the conclusion of the memo that in view of all of the above, not excluding his favorable comments concerning the director and the Bureau, as well as the fact that he has been recognized by the Junior Chamber of Commerce and the President, it is felt that a letter from the director would be in order. And so on January 4th, one was sent, indicating that your generous comments concerning the Bureau and me are appreciated, and you may be sure we will keep in mind your offer to be of assistance. For now, though, Elvis had to get back to Memphis for the traditional New Year's Eve celebration at TJ's and some well-earned rest. On January 9th, the newspapers made public what Elvis had alluded to in his original letter to President Nixon, his selection by the national JCs as one of the nation's 10 outstanding young men of the year. Elvis was already in California preparing for his latest Las Vegas opening, but there was no question of his not attending the ceremony, which was scheduled to take place in Memphis on January 16th. This was the public recognition he had been striving for all these years. It was, in many ways, for him the clearest proof of all of the American dream. The J.C. Awards had been given out since 1939 and had gone to distinguished men in all fields, with one common denominator: they must all be under the age of 35. Leonard Bernstein, Nelson Rockefeller, Orson Welles twice, Howard Hughes, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, Teddy Kennedy, and Ralph Nader had all received the award, and Bill Morris had assured Elvis of the organization's staunchly patriotic credentials. Ex-President Lyndon Johnson was a judge, and Vice President Agnew was slated to be the keynote speaker, before getting Elvis's permission to submit his name for consideration. Other honorees this year included a professor of biological chemistry at Harvard, a cancer researcher, the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, a civil rights activist from Boston, and President Nixon's 31-year-old press secretary, Ron Ziegler. He flew into Memphis with Priscilla just before midnight, the night before the award ceremony, missing the dinner that kicked off the weekend's festivities, which was attended by all 9 of the other honorees. He stayed up till the early hours of the morning, working on his speech, showing a single-mindedness of purpose that Priscilla had rarely seen in him, apart from his performing. He stayed up in his office next to our bedroom, writing on this little scratch pad, and he would show me what he had written and ask me what I thought. He was so nervous about making that speech. He was going to be in front of other millionaires, and he wanted to be explicit and intelligent to them. So he would read it to me, and I was amazed. I couldn't believe that this came out of him. He shocked me with the eloquence of his speech. I would have thought that he took it from something. I wouldn't have put it past him to do that, clever as he was, but I witnessed it. I mean, it was just beautiful. The two of them showed up bright and early the following morning for the prayer breakfast at the Holiday Inn Rivermont, dressed to the teeth. Elvis was wearing his fur suit, along with a pair of customized aviator glasses, his heavy gold belt, and the lion's head medallion. Priscilla looked demure, her hair falling to either side of her scoop-neck white mini, with a large white corsage pinned to her left breast. Bill Morris sat to Elvis's right, as the guys did their best to keep photographers and autograph seekers at bay while the ceremony itself was going on. At 10 o'clock, after a speech by West Memphis political operative DeLoss Walker, subbing for Arkansas Governor Dale Bumpers, there was an informal question-and-answer period, from which the press was excluded, but at which, according to several of the participants, Elvis more than held his own. Standing next to Presidential Press Secretary Ron Ziegler, his rings prominently on display, Elvis was asked if he felt that today's music had an adverse effect on young people. Presley thought for a moment, the press scimitar reported from its sources within the building, and answered, "Yes. I don't go along with music advocating drugs and desecration of the flag. I think an entertainer is for entertaining and to make people happy." The tone was very different from the formal press conference of the day before, at which black Boston City Council member Tom Atkins had challenged the ideals of the nation and the commitment of the president to civil rights, and Ziegler was left in the unenviable position of defending the status quo. The prayer breakfast ended with a query about religious beliefs. 6 or 7 of the men said they didn't belong to a church, according to the commercial appeal, and felt a certain hypocrisy about organized religion. But Elvis seemed to feel religion was very important in his life, not in the organized sense, but in the sense that he had called on God many times for strength, and that God is a living presence in all of us. At the luncheon, he listened attentively as United Nations Ambassador appointee George Bush, filling in for Vice President Agnew, delivered a speech extolling the virtues of compromise and working within the system. To guarantee that this country never accepts the violent answer, we need to get our great achievers to contribute in some way to our governmental system. Afterward, Elvis broke off from signing autographs and posing for photos when he spotted Sam Phillips's former office manager, Marion Keisker, whom he had last seen on his final day in Germany, in the crowd. Excitedly, he rushed over to embrace her and brought her back to his table, where he introduced her to Priscilla as the lady I told you so much about, then turned to the guys and announced, "You know, she's the one who made it all possible. Without her, I wouldn't even be here." Because it was his hometown, and because he was so proud of the honor that he was being given, he invited all of the award winners and JC officials and their wives to a cocktail hour at Graceland, to be followed by a formal early dinner at the Four Flames, an elegant midtown restaurant. The guests all arrived promptly at 5 o'clock, with the household in a dither of preparation. There had never been anything quite like this at Graceland, and everyone deferred to Marty, who had made all the arrangements and seemed to know how these things were done. Once again, Priscilla was amazed to see a side of her husband come out that she had never seen before, as he showed off his home with unabashed pride, not just for its appointments, but for what it said about his accomplishment, simply in making the journey that he had made. At the restaurant, too, he played the genial host, making sure that everyone was taken care of, graciously presiding over a table set with place cards signed by the host and displaying the TCB logo in gold. The ceremony at Ellis Auditorium at 8 p.m. merely continued the sense that he had stepped for a moment outside his own life. The citation accompanying his award spoke of his achievements in the entertainment field, but also his many acts of philanthropy, which he has intentionally concealed. Elvis is noted for his strength of character. His loyalty to his friends is legendary. His long-standing contract with his manager consists of a mere handshake. When he got up to accept the award, he was visibly nervous. It was in his eyes and in his voice, shaky at first, then gathering confidence as he revealed himself to the world, revealed the vision that had fueled him from childhood on, capped by the words to a song that he had known from childhood, but perhaps knew best from Roy Hamilton's heartfelt 1955 rendition. When I was a child, ladies and gentlemen, I was a dreamer. I read comic books, and I was the hero of the comic book. I saw movies, and I was the hero in the movie. So every dream that I ever dreamed has come true 100 times. These gentlemen over here, these are the type who care, are dedicated. You realize if it's not possible that they might be building the kingdom, it's not far-fetched from reality. I'd like to say that I learned very early in life that without a song, the day would never end. Without a song, a man ain't got a friend. Without a song, the road would never bend. Without a song. So I keep singing a song. Good night. Thank you. A stranger in my own hometown. He opened in Vegas on January 26th, accompanied by yet another death threat. There were flamboyant new outfits, a dark two-piece Cisco Kid ensemble with silver studs, an orange shirt, and ruffled cuffs was probably the most spectacular, and a new song list that once again leaned heavily on ballads and highlighted the inspirational, as exemplified by both How Great Thou Art, which had been introduced on the November tour, and The Impossible Dream, with which he closed many of the shows. Although he had the flu during part of the engagement, and there was criticism even from the fans of some of his off nights, there was no question of his high spirits on the final evening as he sang a wild Tiger Man medley, then introduced Chris Christopherson's bittersweet Help Me Make It Through the Night, which seemed to reflect something of the prevailing mood. He also threw a glass of water at Joe Gershio, thanked the Colonel and Daddy and all the people who've helped me, and stood at the end with his hands on his hips, smiling out at his fans. Joyce Bova found him bored and distracted when she visited. He seemed boastful and self-absorbed, showed off his gun collection and badges, and one time, when he wanted everyone's attention, he simply sighted the chandelier with a loaded gun, then pulled the trigger on an empty chamber. There was a stunned silence in the room until he himself doubled over in laughter. It took only a second for his guys to join in, Bova observed, laughing just as loud as Elvis. "Honey," he said, finally getting control of himself, "you gotta do some crazy things around here to stay sane." It seemed sometimes like he almost needed to convince himself that he was who he said he was. The TCBs, which had once been reserved exclusively for the inner circle, were now given out almost indiscriminately to near strangers, with matching TLCs, tender loving care, for the ladies. Jerry Schilling blew up when Elvis asked him to give International President Alex Schufe his pendant, and even comedian Sammy Shore, not exactly an intimate, got his own. In the closed world in which they lived, the same stories were passed back and forth until they became common property, taking on the status of a larger myth whose literal origins were no longer relevant. When his Denver police friends came in at the end of the month's run, Elvis showed them his BNDD badge and held them spellbound with his tales of meeting the president, though privately, the law enforcement agents remained skeptical of some of the embellishments. He and Priscilla returned to Memphis at the beginning of March, a week after the engagement's end. Elvis had a recording session scheduled to begin on the 15th, and he stayed in his room decompressing for the first few days, emerging for the closed-circuit broadcast of the Ali Frazier heavyweight championship fight at Ellis Auditorium on the 8th. The hall was packed, and for one of the few times in his adult life, the press scimitar remarked, Elvis Presley was all but ignored, in spite of his $10,000 gold belt, his rings, and his chains. He was accompanied by Bill Morris and 9 or 10 of the guys, and while the crowd seemed to split pretty much along racial lines, with most whites for the more stolid present champion Joe Frazier and blacks for the flamboyant Ali, Elvis indicated to the guys that he was for the ex-champ, both for his flair and his badass style. The Nashville session had been set up with 3 goals in mind. The first was a follow-up to the 1957 Christmas album, which had been such a strong selling catalog item over the years. The Colonel, always big on seasonal offerings, had been pushing for this for at least 5 years, and now, with Felton's active collusion, had finally gotten Elvis to agree. Perhaps as a sop to the artist's own inclinations, RCA cited a new religious album as the second priority, with a pop album plus a couple of strong singles as the final goal. Elvis appeared to be paying little attention to priorities, as he started off the session with Scottish folk singer Ewan MacColl's The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face, a song he had long admired in Peter, Paul and Mary's 1965 folk version, and which Joyce had begged him to record. It was very much in keeping with his increasing inclination toward high-flown, tender, and somewhat indistinct poetic sentiment, and he followed it with an anthemic version of Amazing Grace, the 18th century hymn which had recently been a top 20 hit for folk singer Judy Collins. Next came 2 more Peter, Paul and Mary songs, Early Morning Rain and For Love and Me, both written by the Canadian folk singer Gordon Lightfoot. With 1 more contemporary folk song that he had requested Freddie to clear, Chris Christopherson's acutely mortal tale of sin and redemption, Sunday Morning Coming Down, the session would have been well on its way toward an identity altogether different from anything either RCA or the Colonel had envisioned, but then it turned out that Freddie had failed to clear the song, and Elvis appeared to be in increasing physical discomfort, complaining that his eye felt like it was burning. At 1:30 a.m. the session was abruptly canceled, and Elvis returned to his hotel. When the eye didn't get any better, Dr. Nick flew in from Memphis early that morning with Dr. David Meyer, a retina specialist, and after a quick examination, Dr. Meyer administered a 100 milligram shot of Demerol, then a shot of cortisone directly into the eyeball to relieve some of the dangerous pressure that had built up. Then, against his protestations, Elvis was admitted to Nashville's Baptist Hospital. Priscilla had already returned to California to supervise the ongoing decoration of the new house, so Elvis flew Barbara Lee in to join him, and even induced her to keep him company in his hospital bed. Dr. Meyer's initial diagnosis was confirmed by tests. Elvis was suffering from iritis and a form of secondary glaucoma, a condition aggravated, in Dr. Nick's view, by the dye from his eyebrows mixing with sweat and getting into his eyes. By now, with the pain abated and his fears assuaged, Elvis had come to relish the experience, and he told the story of getting the shot directly into his eyeball without anesthetic to anyone and everyone who came to see him over the next few days, including Tennessee Governor Winfield Dunn. By the time that he was discharged on Friday, Barbara had returned to California, and he flew in Joyce Bova to accompany him back to Memphis. She was shocked by his appearance. He looked worn and haggard, and had little to say on the flight other than to gratefully squeeze her hand. His father met them at the airport and thanked her mutely, obviously deeply concerned. At Graceland, she watched Mr. Presley help his boy up the stairs, and was transfixed by this unexpectedly touching spectacle, except for a moment when I was frozen by the sight of Priscilla. A portrait of her hung by the foot of the stairs, shown in semi-profile with Elvis beside her, captured looking almost like brother and sister, both in facial structure and expression. Dr. Meyer had set up a kind of mobile hospital unit upstairs, and he gave Joyce the medication schedule, explaining to her how to use the oxygen tank just in case it was necessary. "I knew you would come, Joyce," Elvis said just before he dropped off to sleep. "I knew you wouldn't let me down." She took care of him for the next few days, in many respects the most extended period of intimacy she had ever enjoyed with him. They stayed in Elvis's bedroom, with its velvet harem-like drapes covering the windows, dark wood furniture that was bulky and masculine, and a red and black color scheme that, in the dim light, made me feel hemmed in. His books on philosophy and religion were scattered all around the room, and she read to him from The Impersonal Life. It was, she felt, a very special time for them both, the surreal atmosphere only compounded by the Placidil that they both continued to take. When she left, she asked shyly if she could take a supply of the pills with her to tide her over when she got back to Washington. They helped her to sleep. He summoned her to return just 2.5 weeks later. He introduced her to his grandmother, then left her alone with the old lady, who asked if she had any children, and advised her not to wait too long. A woman should have plenty of children. Then maybe you get lucky and one of them turns out good. From what Joyce gathered, Vernon was the only one of her children that Grandma considered to have turned out any good, cause, she said, he made Elvis. Elvis was the natural subject of their conversation because he was the man we both adored. He continued to show a new side of himself to her that weekend. It was an idyllic interlude for the most part, marred only by her concern about the pills, which seemed to influence nearly everything they did. She tried to talk to him about it, but Elvis just got mad, or told her indulgently that he knew what he was doing. And despite all the evidence, she believed that he did. "Why don't you move into Graceland?" he said to her one night out of the blue as they lay in bed watching the news, which seemed to her like a dreamy, perplexing, and unanswerable question to ask. "Just think about it," he said, in the most matter-of-fact, devoid of emotion tone, as if he were afraid to hear my answer, which was just as well, I had to tell myself during the flight back to Washington, because I didn't have one for him. He was back in California just in time for the Easter egg hunt that Priscilla and Joni Esposito had organized for the children. He spent some time at home, and he and Priscilla went to Las Vegas for their 4th anniversary, but mostly he and the guys continued to have good times in Palm Springs, racing around in dune buggies with their girlfriends in a world removed from all conventional constraints. Sometimes he would get up and preach after his own fashion, standing on a coffee table and shouting out, "Woe, all ye Pharisees and motherfuckers," or declaring that a rich man's chance of getting into heaven was like a camel's ass trying to get through the eye of a needle. No one knew quite what to make of this, least of all the girls who had come for fun, and now were getting Bible lessons in uniquely idiosyncratic fashion. Priscilla was scarcely unaware. She just chose to leave it alone. I felt that I just couldn't reach him anymore. He had bought his own image, and you couldn't have a real conversation with him. He would just discredit you and everything else. I don't care what anybody says. I think that deep down he wanted to be a family man. But he was serving too many masters. He was too dispersed. He had all this energy, and he didn't know what to do with it. He'd go off on one thing, and then there would be an interruption. He'd go off in another direction, and then he was conflicted again, because he had everything at his fingertips. It was the same with women. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too, just like every man, I guess. While he was off on his own, Priscilla focused on her new passion, karate. Elvis had introduced her to Ed Parker, with whom he had been studying conscientiously for the past several months, and she was taking private lessons 3 times a week at his studio on Santa Monica. It gave her something to talk to Elvis about, and at Ed's instigation, Elvis had contacted a Korean-born instructor named Kang Ri in Memphis, with whom they could keep up their studies at home. Ri taught a different kind of karate called Taekwondo, which emphasized hand and leg quickness, and Ed recommended him without reservation, believing that Ri's English was so broken and his personality so eccentric, he had little to fear from the Korean as a rival. Elvis returned to the Nashville studio in dramatic fashion in May, arriving for the makeup session in a black cape and carrying his diamond and ruby-encrusted lion's head cane. This time there was no question of what the priorities were. The studio had been transformed by Felton into a Christmas scene, with brightly wrapped boxes, all empty, under a gaily decorated Christmas tree. Lamar even dressed up as Santa Claus, and the Colonel sent Elvis a Christmas card with a picture of himself as Santa standing next to Frosty the Snowman, and a message wishing Elvis luck with a special Christmas album in May 1971 with the special sacred songs done by Elvis as only he can do it. It was signed, "From your pal and friend the Colonel," with the tongue-in-cheek proviso, "This is a special inspiration photo not to be sold." For all of the festive trappings, though, and the self-conscious air of celebration, Elvis was no more at ease than he had been at that strange session the previous September. To arranger Glenn Spreen, a newcomer to Nashville, who had last worked with him at the Memphis sessions 2 years before, the differences were dramatic. Instead of him coming in the control room and listening to a song and having Chips say, "Let's do this one," and Elvis, of course, having a response, here there was no planning. Lamar would just bring him a song and we'd pick it up and throw it in the "let's do" or the "let's don't" corner. It was not enjoyable. We did the songs too quick. It was just, let's get it over with. I began to feel sorry for Elvis, or sorry about him. I don't know which is the proper phrase. Maybe I was just seeing him more clearly. Maybe I was just seeing more of the true Elvis than I had seen in Memphis. But it wasn't what I had expected, and my first thought was I'd better figure out something else to do. Norbert Putnam, too, was surprised and more than a little disappointed that things appeared to be getting worse rather than better. The week-long session was less a musical collaboration than a theatrical event, and Norbert took little satisfaction in an atmosphere that he was beginning to see as fundamentally uncreative, with Elvis more interested in telling his stories and showing off his guns than he was in singing, and the Memphis Mafia always at full howl. It was hard to say what exactly was different. Certainly all of these elements might have been detected to one extent or another at the first Nashville session the previous June, and were present in abundance in September. But then it had seemed as if they might simply be an aberration. Now they set a tone that quickly translated to the musicians. Bored by all the self-congratulatory chatter, disappointed by what they saw as an almost total abdication of responsibility on Felton's part, they began to drift off during the increasingly lengthy breaks between songs, finding refuge in guitarist Jerry Shook's Winnebago. Shook was merely an interested bystander. He was not working the session, which was parked out behind the studio and came equipped with all the comforts of home: girls, dope, and booze. All of a sudden, said drummer Jerry Carrigan, nobody cared. We all felt, what can we do to get this over with? He'd settle for anything. In keeping with the spirit of general anomie, Carrigan failed to show up at all on the second day. He had been put in charge of finding Elvis a date for the evening, and evidently took his duties a little too seriously, spending much of the day running down leads, then sleeping through his late afternoon alarm. By the time he arrived at the studio, Felton had enlisted Kenny Buttry as the new drummer, and they finished up the Christmas album that night without him. He was able to talk his way back into the session the following night, but even though he and Buttry made an effective rhythm team, and despite the fact that they were now tackling more challenging material, it still wasn't any better. At Felton's prompting, Norbert managed to sneak in Until It's Time for You to Go, a pretty ballad that Felton thought Elvis would really like, by the Cree folk singer Buffy St. Marie, whom Norbert was currently producing. The version that Elvis delivered was somewhat tentative, though, and even on Chris Christopherson's Help Me Make It Through the Night, a highlight of the Vegas show, the singing was insipid, almost an impersonation of sensitivity rather than the real thing. Finally, with Lead Me, Guide Me, the first gospel cut of the evening, with the Imperials backing him, Elvis appeared to get on track, but the prevailing mood undid him once again, as the session came to an abrupt halt with an impromptu karate demonstration in which Elvis disarmed Charlie and sent the gun he was holding through Chip Young's brand-new handmade Conde Hermanos guitar. Chip tried not to look too upset, but as Joe Moschio observed, he didn't look as if he found the incident all that amusing either. Some of the gospel numbers that they tried over the next couple of nights gave hints of exciting new directions, contemporary approaches to gospel harmony that had earned the Imperials a certain amount of criticism within the quartet community because they verged on what was coming to be known as contemporary Christian, with its incorporation of rock influences, rather than straightforward traditional religious singing. Elvis's focus was no more constant here, however, and his attention continued to wander. The musicians, too, continued to wander, especially now that there were no longer enough chairs for them to occupy, with all of the backup singers and all of Elvis's guys crowded into the control room between takes. The whole scene, in fact, took on a slightly surreal air, as the policemen who were there to provide security found their way into Shook's van while the musicians were smoking dope and said, "Hey boys, what are y'all smoking that stuff for? It's going to put you to sleep. Let's give you something to keep you awake." With that, they produced some amphetamines that they told the musicians they had just confiscated from somebody, took them to jail, took their dope, and brought it to us. I remember they were some real great pills, and every time we'd see this big old guy as a paid guard at a party or something afterwards, he'd look over and say, "Well, how are things in the wonderful world of marijuana?" Everybody knew that Elvis was against this kind of activity. He showed them all his federal narcotics badge and spoke with disapproval about rock groups that were known to have drug problems. The irony of someone who appeared to be stoned much of the time himself holding such views certainly struck them, but they never doubted his sincerity. We used to joke about, "Can you imagine being arrested by Elvis?" But we hid it from him because we felt that he would be totally opposed. Every so often, one of Elvis's guys would come out and say, "Hey, you're going to have to come back in. You're supposed to be working." Finally, Carrigan said, "You want us to come back in? You're going to have to clear some of those people out and bring us some chairs so we can sit down. We're not going to stand around." So they brought some chairs in, and we had to listen to Elvis tell his tales. The session ground on for 2 more days, with each song coming harder than the last. In fact, except for "I'm Leavin'," another of Elvis's over-the-top ballads, to which they all committed a good deal of hard, sustained effort, the one real highlight of the session was a trio of songs that Elvis sang on the third-to-last night, just sitting at the piano by himself at 4 or 5 in the morning after everyone else had gone home. There were 2 beautiful ballads by one of his earliest R&B heroes, Ivory Joe Hunter, and a third song, half remembered from childhood, "I'll Take You Home Again, Kathleen," a staple for Irish tenors ever since it had been written nearly a century before. Yearning, wistfulness, loneliness, need, all were communicated with a naked lack of adornment that Elvis was seeming to find increasingly difficult to display in the formal process of recording. He called for Joyce to join him in Nashville on the final day of the session when he would be working on vocal overdubs. He showed her around the studio, instructed her in the function of the board. He gave her a tutorial on recording an Elvis Presley album, in the view of the somewhat cynical and decidedly unimpressed musicians still hanging around the studio, who, without any formal introduction, were under the impression that Joyce was Priscilla. He showed her how to place the mic for the piano, called for more bass in the mix. He just wanted to bring her to a totally controlled environment. To Joyce, it was something altogether different. When he sang to her. He was a different Elvis, transported by the music and every inch the perfectionist at work. It was obvious that despite all the high-priced technical talent RCA had taken pains to surround him with, Elvis was the man in charge. He awoke in pain in the middle of the night. Joyce wanted to call a doctor to the hotel, but Elvis had Sonny charter them a jet, and when they arrived in Memphis an hour later, they went straight to Dr. Nick's house. Whatever the trouble may have been, Dr. Nick took care of it, and Joyce, somewhat abashed but emboldened by the privacy of the medical transaction, asked Elvis if Dr. Nick couldn't write her a prescription for Placidil, too, so she wouldn't have to keep borrowing her supply from him. That night, they watched news footage of the dedication of the Lyndon Johnson Presidential Library in Texas, where 2,000 war protesters booed the appearance of both ex-President Johnson and President Nixon, setting Elvis off on a tirade about lack of respect for the flag among today's youth. When Joyce demurred, he backed down a little, which she took as a sign of trust, but he still continued to quiz her incessantly about her loyalty to him, and when she questioned him about his to her, when she spoke of the girls who flung themselves at him and the books in which he buried himself rather than pay any attention to her, he simply fobbed her off, as he did about the pills, a subject on which, as she was well aware, she was in no position to criticize. He returned to the studio in June to put the finishing touches on the gospel album, but things were no different than they had been. More and more the musicians spoke openly among themselves about his weird fluctuations of mood, about why he would have his bodyguards cordon off the bathroom when he was in there so that no one else could even go in and take a leak. The female backup singers were a constant source of annoyance, maintaining a steady stream of chatter among themselves, seemingly oblivious to Elvis's increasing irritation with them. And of course the musicians' own pill-taking and toking went on, even as the session continued to focus on Jesus. They got through the work nonetheless, completing 9 more masters in 3 days, bringing the total for the 3 sessions to 44, including an out-of-left-field My Way, in which Elvis seems to take all the slings and arrows of fortune with a personal sense of triumph somewhat at odds with the world-weary tone of the song. He was working on some vocal overdubs when his frustration with the female vocalists finally boiled over. "I've run this damn song 50 times and you still don't know your parts," he announced, flinging down his microphone and storming out of the studio, never to return. Priscilla had begun her karate studies with Kong Rhee while Elvis was in Nashville. Elvis had met Master Rhee himself in March, showing up at the tiny storefront studio on Poplar with 10 or 12 of the guys in an unembarrassed display of panache that Rhee, a small, studious man in his mid-30s with a limited command of English, was scarcely prepared for. "We don't have any air conditioning, we don't have any carpet, just tile, and he walk in with all those bodyguards with him, black jumpsuit with a cane and sunglasses and a big jar of water, and then he wear the heavy wrist and leg weights. He told me, 'I heard about you many different directions, and I love to see you personally and then observe your class.' Really, I don't have any class scheduled, but I invite several mean guys, Elvis coming in, so everybody want to come, and everybody showing off for him, breaking concrete blocks, then some fighting and sparring stuff, but my commands, my rules, and Elvis really impressed by the discipline of training under me, and that might be the reason that he is interested to join me." Kong Rhee was impressed with Elvis, too, by his evident sincerity, his knowledge of and commitment to the sport, and by his spiritual qualities as well. He knows already many different movements. He knows many different self-defense techniques. Meantime, he has lots of knowledge of the philosophy, and then he has all the time read very heavily, yoga, martial arts books, he all the time read. So he has a mental and physical very high standard as a martial artist. Spiritual and mental is much more his strength, stronger than any other person I can think of. Elvis signed up on the spot, and signed up all the guys who were with him, for each of whom Master Rhee eventually devised a suitable nickname. Red became Mr. Dragon, Sonny Mr. Eagle, Jerry the Cougar, Charlie the Cobra, and George, neither a particularly willing nor diligent pupil, joked that he should be called Mr. Rat. Elvis was proudest of all of his title, Master Tiger, and at Master Rhee's invitation, in recognition of his spiritual qualities, led the group in prayer at the start of every session. Priscilla showed up for her first lesson on June 9th, the second day of Elvis's recording session, and Master Rhee was equally impressed with her. She showed the same seriousness as Elvis, but she had a physical grace that he lacked, and a ferocity of concentration in the approach that she brought to her studies. She has a beautiful kicking style, she heavily training all the time, no air conditioners, just lots of sweat and hard work, the most effort totally. When Elvis came home from Nashville 3 days later, she couldn't wait to show him the progress that she had made. I think he was really proud of me. Very few women were doing karate at that time. It's funny, in Vegas he would embarrass me. I'd be in a beautiful gown, and he would say, "Honey, do that cat stance for everybody." And he wouldn't even think of what goes along with it in a dress. But I found I was having a great time. It's something I felt good at. It was something that he loved, and I started getting into, and I actually loved it. As she continued with her studies, he made her show him all the new moves that Master Rhee was teaching her, and became even more deeply involved himself. But when she returned to California the following week to supervise the redecorating, he sent for Joyce to join him at Graceland almost immediately. The Hilton hotel chain took over the International at the end of June. The Hilton had assumed 50% ownership the previous August, and practically the first order of business was to ensure that their premier attraction, Vegas's premier attraction, would continue to appear in their showroom. The Colonel had an understanding that permitted Elvis to leave should any ownership change occur, so Hilton Vice President Henri Lewin got in touch before the formal transfer even took place, and the Colonel was on a plane from Palm Springs to Las Vegas within hours of that initial conversation. One might have thought that this would be the opening the Colonel had been waiting for. He had been agitating against the International all spring, evidently angling for the same kind of consultancy arrangement that he got in Hollywood, darkly hinting at movie deals just on the horizon that might prohibit Elvis from appearing at the hotel in August. But now he was all honeyed words. "I did business with Kerkorian, and I liked it," he told Lewin, a sophisticated 48-year-old veteran of the European hotel business, who was born in Potsdam, Germany, worked in the Far East, was interned by the Japanese during the Second World War, and arrived in the United States in 1946. "I have no reason not to trust that Hilton is not equally good or better." Lewin got the impression that this was a more than honorable man, as the Colonel made it clear that he would uphold the present contract without complaint, cavil, or renegotiation. On June 26th, Lewin threw a surprise party for his new friend's 62nd birthday, to which Hilton President Baron Hilton, inducted as a snowman just 3 days earlier, was not able to come, but for which he made his most profound apologies. It was not out of any newfound sense of passivity that the Colonel refrained from tactical engagement at this point. Rather, one would assume he was observing a long-standing rule: better to let the enemy think they have you surrounded and strike when they are least prepared than engage in all-out warfare at a time when they have every reason to expect it. The Colonel was not laying down arms on any other front in any case. Once again in March, he made a special deal with RCA for 3 more Camden albums this time, plus a second volume of Golden Hits. The Camden deal guaranteed $180,000 against a reduced budget line royalty rate, and the multiple LP set of hits would pay $525,000 by the beginning of the following year, with both advances, of course, split 50-50 between Elvis and the Colonel. In addition, for the boxed set, All-Star Shows would supply 150,000 pieces of merchandise at $1 apiece, and 25,000 Christmas cards for a proposed 5-pack of Camden LPs, once again at $1 apiece. There were various refinements to these and other deals, but the principle that the Colonel's merchandising skills were at least as valuable in a pecuniary sense as his client's musical ones was firmly established at RCA by now, though that didn't keep Colonel from complaining long and loud at every presumed infringement upon understandings written, oral, or yet to be articulated. In the absence of the movie with which he had threatened Alex Schufe in the spring, the Colonel had arranged for Elvis to play the Sahara Tahoe in State Line, Nevada, just prior to the Vegas opening, with 1 week between the 2 engagements. They would be getting $150,000 a week for the 2-week booking, $25,000 more than Vegas, with little extra outlay. Everyone appreciated the change of pace. Things were a lot looser in Tahoe. There was less pressure, considerably less media scrutiny, and in fact less scrutiny in general, as many of the guys had their girlfriends join them or made new girlfriends, an arrangement that worked fine until Joni Esposito paid a surprise visit to Joe and couldn't figure out why she got the cold shoulder from so many old friends. The stage was better, the showroom more intimate, and Elvis seemed to thoroughly enjoy himself, although the high altitude left him and the band out of breath at times. The show itself was pretty much the same. The Impossible Dream, which Elvis still had not recorded, remained the highlight of the set, but there were 2 major changes. Sammy Shore had been replaced as comedian, no big surprise to anyone really, after Sammy's increasingly erratic offstage behavior. More significantly, Joe Guralnick had perfected the new opening, with which they had experimented in Vegas, an adaptation of Richard Strauss's Also sprach Zarathustra, which had become popular through its use in Stanley Kubrick's epic 2001: A Space Odyssey, as the film's semi-apocalyptic musical theme. Guralnick's wife Corky had suggested to him half-jokingly that the music reminded her of Elvis, and to his surprise, the orchestra leader agreed. When it turned out that Elvis, too, had had the same idea, they started fooling with it during the winter engagement, using it as a kind of overture to bring Elvis on stage sometimes actually interrupting the show at Elvis's instigation just so the rhythm section could try it on the audience. Now, with Elvis's encouragement, Guralnick developed the idea on a grand orchestral scale. We set it up to the point where you got to the last chord, and the timpanist played the final set of 8 notes, and it would build to such a frenzy that it was orgasm time from then until Ronnie Tutt, Elvis's drummer, took over. It was like the ultimate orgasm. That was how Elvis reacted to it, too. He didn't want to be just a guy walking out there. He wanted to be a god. And with the 2001 theme, he was. They shattered all attendance records in Tahoe, almost making up for what it cost the hotel when Elvis's salary triggered favored nations clauses in Johnny Carson's and Buddy Hackett's contracts. Their pay had to be raised retroactively to reach the level of his. The show got great reviews, too. He worked so hard, remarked Billboard of the opening night, you'd think he almost needed the money. Black comic Nipsey Russell was generally regarded as a big improvement, and the 2001 overture was much remarked upon. There were several other high points, including a new approach to You've Lost That Loving Feeling that Elvis had been working on, where he stood pinned by a single spotlight, his back to the audience, then whirled about for the chorus, which worked fine, except when he donned an ape mask that a fan had given him during his last Vegas engagement. The sound was fine, too, even though for the first time Felton wasn't there to supervise it. His kidneys had finally failed him after almost 2 years of doctors fearing that this would be the inevitable result of his skyrocketing blood pressure. He needed to be on dialysis every few days now, but with his buoyant spirits, it was hard not to believe him when he said that he would be back before they knew it. They went into Vegas with barely a pause, and for the most part the reviews continued to be good, calling attention to the audacious overture and the Colonel's promotional flourishes. Colonel Tom Parker outdid himself, remarked Variety in its lead, though the critic for The Hollywood Reporter, generally something of a skeptic, called the performance sloppy, hurriedly rehearsed, mundanely lit, poorly amplified, occasionally monotonous, often silly, and haphazardly coordinated. Elvis, he went on, looked drawn, tired, and noticeably heavier, though the audience, he admitted, couldn't have cared less. They absolutely loved, honored, and obeyed his every whim. Bill Ballou, who had developed a whole new casual look for the run, The Hollywood Reporter judged it not to be Elvis's sexiest or most flattering, was there as usual for opening night and thought that it was fabulous from the overture on. I mean, 2001 was just blaring out, and then the drums hit, and out he came. Kathy McAvoy, who used to go as my escort, leaned over and said, "You can feel the sensuality and the sex oozing from that man." Some of the musicians grumbled that there was nothing to follow the opening with, that more time and effort had been put into the effects than the substance, and there was increasing talk of the 2 or 3 doctors who attended Elvis daily, the vitamin injections and throat treatments that he received constantly throughout his stay. As the engagement wore on, Elvis's boredom and eccentricities of mood became apparent even to the outside world. Rona Barrett's column at the end of the run sought to explain them in terms her readers could understand, and while the account is hopelessly garbled and, as far as the self-realization movement and Diamata are concerned, a factual mess, there seems a somewhat ominous and only thinly veiled message for Elvis himself hidden between the lines. Further reliable word on why his latest international hotel act was perhaps not up to Presley par is that he was quite ill at the time, and that, in addition, he was entranced with a program of self-realization involving deep meditation and yoga. Seems the head of the Self-Realization Fellowship on his deathbed told his wife Diamata that Elvis was the next savior. Diamata relayed this inspiration to Elvis, and ever since, Presley has been deeply involved in the Self-Realization Fellowship at Diamata's L.A. home. As a result of the program, Elvis attempted to meditate himself out of his physical pain during this international gig, and frequently went on stage in a kind of meditational fog, all of which could explain Elvis's behavior. Another syndicated columnist, John J. Miller, reported on the almost equally evident estrangement between Elvis and Priscilla. Their new home had been Priscilla's excuse since the beginning of the year, but now that it was almost finished, she flung herself into the world of karate, focusing on her own studies and attending karate tournaments far and wide, sometimes with Joni Esposito, sometimes just with some of the kids from the studio. She had begun taking a camera, and I would get these great shots of guys fighting, and I would show Elvis and say, "Look at this. I was at this tournament, and they had these great teams and great fighters like the Urquidez brothers." And he started asking me questions about them, and the next thing you know, he wanted me to take a camera every time I went. During that time, karate was at its best, almost like the Muhammad Ali era in boxing, and I pointed out all of these greats to Elvis, Bill Wallace and Chuck Norris and Jim Hawkins. It was the best time I ever had. She also started to get to know one of the competitors, former international light contact champion Mike Stone, whom she and Elvis had originally met at Ed Parker's International Karate Championships in Hawaii in 1968, and with whom she had even taken a few lessons at future film star Chuck Norris's studio. Over the course of the summer, she grew closer to Stone, a native of Oahu with a Caucasian father, who in Ed Parker's eyes was a great black belt, had that magnetism, and was a good bedroom athlete. At first, their meetings were accidental. They might just run into one another at a tournament. He might show up at Chuck Norris's studio in Sherman Oaks. But soon, Stone was calling the house using the code name Mickey, and 3-year-old Lisa Marie had to be shushed from talking about him around the maids. As Priscilla's one true confidant, Joni would babysit for Lisa, and if Joe would call looking for Priscilla, I would say, "Oh, she's in the bathroom, I'll have her call you." Then I'd call her at Mike's and she'd return the call. Others suspected, but whether or not they knew anything for sure, it seemed clear to everyone but Elvis that Priscilla had made a kind of decision. She was 26 years old now, and increasingly self-confident. It was apparent that she was tired of being publicly humiliated. She knew the rules, but I was not willing to play anymore. Joyce Bova might have said much the same thing. She had become pregnant from their last time together, and she arrived in Las Vegas on August 16th with every intention of telling Elvis. A practicing Catholic, she had been genuinely troubled about the affair from the start and did not see abortion as an option, but it seemed like she would never get the opportunity to tell him, as he was always surrounded by sycophants, or it was the pills, or the mood wasn't right. Then, at a moment when she was feeling utterly alone and isolated from her feelings and everyone else, he put a record on the stereo, and she heard his voice singing "The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face," the song she had urged him to record. It was just a demo, he explained to her, as she expressed her unabashed delight at his recording of their song. He wrote, "To Joyce with Love," on the plain white cardboard cover, and made her promise that she wouldn't listen to certain other unfinished cuts on the album. When he got rid of everyone else in the room, she thought she would tell him tonight for sure, but then she asked about his daughter, and with that strange sixth sense of his, almost as if he had an inkling of where she was about to go, he began talking about the sacredness of motherhood, how it was God's way of telling a woman she's not a little girl anymore, that with motherhood it was time to be respected, but I don't think a mother should be trying to be sexy and attracting men. When Joyce protested that sexuality was a part of human life, that not every woman would lose her appeal just because she had a baby, he waved her objections aside. "Trust me on this, Joyce. I know I'm right." She left Las Vegas without ever telling him, and had the abortion 3 weeks later, alone. Elvis's domestic situation and his increasingly erratic behavior both on and off stage were not the only openly talked about secrets in Las Vegas during this period. The Colonel's friends and associates were growing concerned about his behavior as well. More and more they were coming to see his predilection for gambling, which had seemed like a harmless aberration at first, as an addiction over which he had no control. It was something no one would ever have figured him for, but one by one all the signs fell into place as they watched him drop ever larger sums of money at the roulette table, playing with a grim determination that seemed to blot out everything that was going on around him. He was still, of course, wheeling and dealing, getting every benefit that the market would bear, and giving even a sophisticated observer like Henri Lewin a lesson in the true meaning of free enterprise. Lewin saw the Colonel as a man so astute that, when you had him around, you could make money by picking his brain. And if he appeared sometimes to be cold and isolated, Lewin took that to be intentional on the part of a manager who, in Lewin's view, worried about Elvis 24 hours a day, and very properly would never allow intimacy to intrude on his carefully maintained business edge. But the gambling did intrude. According to Alex Schufe, who continued as the hotel's president, the Colonel was one of the best customers we ever had, good for at least $1 million a year. Julian Aberbach, who had worked hand in glove with Parker for 25 years now, from the time of Eddie Arnold's first association with Hill and Range, was shocked at the change that he witnessed. This was a man who never spent any money, who at one time had in excess of $5 million, until he arranged for Elvis to go to Vegas. After that, things were never right. Julian's cousin, Freddie Beanstalk, one of the inner circle since 1956, saw much the same thing, the Colonel loading up with free hotel food supplies for home consumption, from sides of beef to salted peanuts, getting everyone to contribute to his expenses so that he paid out virtually nothing for staff or office space, living in his Palm Springs home at the William Morris Agency's expense, and yet blowing every penny at the roulette table, not even a gamble you could win. Freddie tried to talk to him about it one time, and one time only. He got very angry at me. He said, "It's my money, I can do what I want, don't talk to me about that." And I never did again. No one could miss what was going on. "It made me sick," said concessionaire Al Devoren, who went back nearly as far as Freddie, but he had no more idea what to say than the others. Even Tom Diskin, the Colonel's closest associate, was at a loss, and found himself coldly rebuffed when he tried to express his concern. "I came into this world with nothing," Parker declared, with a fury barely masking his defensiveness and fear. "And it doesn't bother me one bit to go out with nothing. I don't have any children. Who am I hurting?" Perhaps the most surprising aspect of it all was that the Colonel had actually spoken to the guys about just such a thing when they first went into Vegas 2 years before. "Don't get crazy," he told Joe, "and get hooked on gambling, because the hotel and casinos will own you." Now they all talked about whether the casino owned him, but nobody knew for sure. What was going on with Colonel became as much a topic of conversation among the guys as what was going on with Elvis, and there was much speculation that his gambling had to weaken his negotiating position with the hotel. Nothing in his dealings with either the International or the Hilton, however, would suggest that this was true. He remained just as fierce, just as intractable, his motivation no more easy to anticipate or read than it had ever been. At the same time, his dependence on something so manifestly outside his own control couldn't help but gnaw away at the Colonel's steely-eyed view of himself. The naked need, so evident to old friends like Gene and Julian Aberback and Tommy Diskin, was not something he had ever before chosen to reveal. There was no question of its effect on his relationship with Elvis. Elvis couldn't say anything, of course. As Joe noted, Colonel had always told him, "I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money. You do what you want to do. Your money is yours." It's like Elvis would go out and spend $1 million on the ranch or something like that, which was crazy, while Colonel was out there gambling, so what could he say? They were locked in a relationship of mutual denial, just as they had always been linked by similarities of character and temperament not necessarily evident to the outsider at first glance. As different as they might appear, they had the same kind of egos, observed Jerry Schilling, and neither ever wanted to display vulnerability to the other or anyone else. But Elvis was clearly showing signs of restiveness. He was 36 years old now. In every other relationship, he was the dominant one, and yet Colonel could always pull him back. Some saw it, almost literally, as a hypnotic power, a form of emotional blackmail that the old man could always exert on the younger one. But the fact was, it continued to come down to the same thing that the 19-year-old Elvis Presley had believed he was buying when he first signed on with the Colonel. Colonel was his talisman. Colonel was his luck. Colonel had held out the promise of success and delivered. And part of Elvis, the part that continued to pore over astrological and numerological charts and place his faith in the role of fate, believed that if he ever left the Colonel, his luck just might run out. He was increasingly frustrated with his manager, spoke of him as lard-ass, sometimes behind his back, talked all the time to the guys about what he wanted to do and what the Colonel was holding him back from doing with his old-fashioned carnival-era ways, but he couldn't leave. The most frequent subject of discussion was Europe, though not everyone believed that Elvis really wanted to go. The offers kept pouring in, and Colonel kept finding excuses to turn them down, but Priscilla, for one, was not convinced that Elvis, a creature of habit, saw any reason to abandon the comforts of home. Still, it did seem peculiar that Colonel would act so skittish every time the subject came up. Surely the issue of tour security, Colonel's principal bogeyman, must have been dealt with before in Europe and Japan, and there were mysterious rumors going around that Elvis, with his highly attuned instinct for other people's cover-ups, was beginning to wonder about. One rumor had it that the Colonel had entered into talks with Tom Jones's flamboyant manager, Gordon Mills, with public speculation that Mills was going to buy him out. Another, circulating sotto voce among some of the fans, and even printed in one of the fan club magazines, conjectured that the Colonel was Dutch, his real name Andre van Kuijk, Colonel Parker to most people, as the January issue of Elle News suggested. In what appeared to be one of those generic tabloid headlines, the Los Angeles Citizen News ran a story on September 23rd raising the question, Elvis Presley to dump Parker? The only substantive reason they seemed able to come up with, though, was that Elvis sought the romance of the road, while the Colonel, who is dollars, dollars, dollars minded, prefers more direct ways of hitting the till, like the Las Vegas method and movie studio lots. Evidently unbeknownst to the Citizen News, the Colonel had already set up another tour, once again with Management 3, although he expressed growing exasperation with Jerry Weintraub's self-proclaimed extravagance of style, and with what the Colonel testily saw as Weintraub's inattention to detail. The business arrangements were as before, a $1 million advance against 65% of the gross, but 2 months before they were scheduled to go out, on September 1st, Colonel delivered a long list of particulars. Due to some unpleasant experiences on the past tour, Management 3's performance would be thoroughly scrutinized, he concluded, for any future business for 1972. There were other changes in the wind. The Imperials, who had missed the first tour the previous September due to a scheduling conflict, would not be accompanying Elvis on this one, or, from Colonel's point of view, on any other. He was fed up with their attitude, and they, for their part, were fed up with his. Citing another conflict, they backed up Jimmy Dean when they weren't working for Elvis and were better paid for it. They sought a renegotiation of their contract, but the Colonel refused even to recognize their presence, pretending not to hear, as Tom Diskin translated their demands to him as he stood at the gaming table. They might still have elected to come back, but their fate was sealed when Elvis decided to hire J.D. Sumner and the Stamps as their replacement for the November dates. Sumner, who Joe Moschio suspected had always coveted the spot, owned the booking agency that represented not only his own group, but the Imperials as well, and in fact was contractually empowered to cast the deciding vote in any stalemate in Imperials' business affairs. Elvis had been drawn to Sumner's low base ever since he had joined the Blackwood brothers and moved to Memphis in 1954, when Elvis and his girlfriend Dixie Locke regularly attended their all-night singings at Ellis Auditorium. The Stamps signed on in early September, with the provision that J.D. himself, who did not always perform with the quartet, would contribute his vocal talents. A new comedian was hired as well. Nipsey Russell had played only the one date in Tahoe, and his replacement in Vegas, Bob Melvin, was never considered anything but temporary, so the Colonel sought out Jackie Kahane, a 45-year-old Polish-born Canadian Jew who had been opening for Wayne Newton for the past 7 years and was conveniently represented by William Morris. Kahane, who had been planning to take some time off after leaving Newton, was hired a month after the Stamps at $2,500 for the November tour, joining Management 3 and the Stamps on the Colonel's on-approval list. Clearly, Colonel saw this tour as a shakedown cruise in a number of ways. It was a trial period for the Hilton, too. Whatever warm feelings Henri Lewin might have felt toward Colonel Parker were plainly based, in both men's estimation, on business, and the Colonel now saw it as time to improve his position with the hotel. To that end, at the conclusion of the engagement, he elicited $25,000 bonus payments for both Elvis and himself, as well as the use of Baron Hilton's plane for the upcoming tour at a most favorable rate. That this was not the sum of his ambitions was made clear when he resolutely refused to confirm that they would be fulfilling the February engagement until well into November, and then only with the promise that the contract would be renegotiated upward. Note: the Colonel finally confirmed the booking in a letter of November 24th and offered to look after the promotion, merchandising, advertising, etc., assuming that you have not made other arrangements. Shufi was not able to contain his deepest personal appreciation in his reply the following day. End of note. He even compiled a chart showing Elvis as Las Vegas's all-time box office champ, averaging 3,840 attendance for his latest appearance versus 3,000 for Tom Jones, 2,600 for Barbra Streisand, and 1,800 for Glenn Campbell, just in case further convincing was needed. Elvis and Priscilla finally settled into the house on Montevideo after the Vegas run, with Hillcrest put up for sale at the beginning of August. Priscilla had been redecorating for 8 months now, and the new house was designed with ample living space for Sonny and Judy West, Charlie Hodge, and anyone else of the guys who might want to temporarily bunk in. Elvis professed himself pleased with the decor. Priscilla described it as very manly, with a den and game room for Elvis and a comfortable country kitchen. But it was clear, even to the casual observer, that this was not a happy household, with Elvis and Priscilla increasingly preoccupied with matters outside the home. One time during the summer, Priscilla and Joni had gone down to Palm Springs and found a note from one of Elvis's girlfriends expressing grateful appreciation for their weekend together, along with a second note to Sonny signed Lizard Tongue. Priscilla confronted Elvis about the matter over the phone, and the guys all laughed about how he got out of it. There was no telling who might drop by, he told her, and how could anyone control what some of these girls might fantasize if they did? Priscilla didn't believe his explanation for a minute, but she was in the grip of her own conflicted feelings, and they were scarcely even living together at this point anyway. Whatever bruised pride she may have felt had more to do with the nature of appearances than reality. His actions only gave further sanction to her own. The tour opened in Minneapolis, and everything went smoothly enough after Al Dvorin was promoted to announcer. He had no thought of the job for himself, but the Colonel fired the guy they had brought with them from Las Vegas after the first show. I said, "Colonel, we got 2 weeks of the tour. What do I do for an announcer?" He said, "Al, I have a replacement." I said, "Great. Who?" He says, "You." I said, "I've done everything you asked me to do. Concessions, band leader, security, lighting, sound, advance work, check writing. I'm not qualified to work as an announcer." I said, "I got a voice like a sewer backing up. I'll make a fool of myself." He said, "Al, who's the boss?" I said, "You're the boss." He says, "And you're the announcer." Joyce flew into Cleveland, then traveled on with them to Louisville, where Elvis's 74-year-old grandfather, Jesse, got a warm introduction from the stage and a brief visit after the show. She was amazed at the difference she saw not just in Elvis, but in the crowds that came out to greet him. There was not a single high roller in sight, and with these true believers, it seemed, Elvis took his messianic role even more seriously, betraying more nervousness than she had ever seen in him before. He spoke to her constantly of his mission in life, about how it was given to him to make people's dreams come true. His hotel room was strewn with books and guns, the drapes drawn so it was dark, cool, and close, and he went nowhere without his JCC award and his BNDD badge. It was as if he were carrying around with him all the touchstones of his life. This was who he was. The show had changed a good deal since the last time they had gone out, just 1 year ago. With the introduction of 2001, it had taken on an overt grandiosity, which was only accentuated by Elvis's hyperbolic readings of How Great Thou Art, Bridge Over Troubled Water, and The Impossible Dream. His costumes, his jewelry, and the poses that he struck only added to the sense of iconography increasingly attendant upon his performance, consciously contributing to the impression that he was somehow larger than life. When at the end of the show he opened up his silk-lined cape and stood there with his arms outstretched, his eyes shut tight, it was as if he were offering himself to the world. He looked, in the formulation of some reviewers, somewhere between a demigod and a giant bat. The tour built to a crescendo, with bang-up final shows in Kansas City and Salt Lake City. It was a smooth, road-tested organization by now, a troupe that had won its spurs. The new additions had worked out well. Elvis loved J.D. Sumner's Zoom bass, even if some of the other members of the group had reservations about his musicality and personality, both of which they felt competed a little too blatantly for the star's attention. Jackie Kahane fit right in. He was perfect for the broad-based, middle-American family audience that both Elvis and the Colonel envisioned, inoffensively clean, but with just enough ethnic and fag jokes to make everyone feel at home. By the time they completed the tour, they had earned a $128,000 profit on top of the $1 million advance from Management 3. After the promoters had been reimbursed, and with all other costs figured in, Elvis and Colonel had $804,000 to split between them on the new 2/3, 1/3 basis that they had informally agreed would better reflect the division of labor on personal appearances. As a shakedown cruise, it had to be counted a success in every way, but Colonel was even more disenchanted with Jerry Weintraub than before, and determined to find some other way to go in future, if only to teach the younger man a lesson in humility. Once again, there was little to do until the next Vegas opening, still 2 months away. The paternity suit was nearly settled, with the results of a series of blood tests indicating little likelihood that Elvis could be the father. Elvis was no longer seeing Kathy, and he had pretty much broken off with Barbara, who had moved in with Steve McQueen, the star of her latest picture, Junior Bonner, while on location the previous summer. He spoke to Joyce more and more about the likelihood of his leaving Priscilla, about Joyce quitting her job and moving into Graceland with him. Earlier, she had not really believed his offer was serious. Now she was afraid maybe it was. She saw their relationship as a kind of folie à deux, with the two of them stumbling around in a fog of pills and self-deception. She could no longer keep up with his rapid mood swings. She didn't believe she could save him anymore, and she wasn't sure she could save herself. Christmas at Graceland was a cheerless affair. Where once Elvis had remained in California until the last possible moment, driving the guys crazy as Priscilla and the wives waited at home, now it was Priscilla who delayed her departure for Memphis, finally arriving with Lisa Marie just in time for the holiday. Elvis seemed in good humor as he played a joke on the guys when they all assembled on Christmas Eve for their annual bonuses. Everyone remembered, wrote James Kingsley in the commercial appeal, that last year some of his gifts included expensive Mercedes-Benz automobiles. As Elvis began to play Santa Claus this year, he was in a happy-go-lucky mood as everyone gathered in his den and living room expecting the usual gifts and maybe a little something special. With a sly grin on his face, the singer turned to his father, Vernon Presley, and asked, "Where are the envelopes, please?" Vernon reached into his coat pockets and produced the envelopes. "Well, it's been a mighty lean year," said Elvis, whose income probably exceeded $4 million in 1971. As the envelopes began to be opened, the room fell silent. His special gift for 1971 was a 50-cent gift certificate to McDonald's hamburgers. His joke over, Elvis later distributed his real gifts, which included envelopes stuffed with cash for his employees. Some of the guests in retrospect recalled a certain uncharacteristic reserve, a distance that they observed between Elvis and Priscilla. But it wasn't really all that different, and things certainly appeared to be normal over the next few days, as they watched Monday Night Football and rented out the Memphian and Crosstown movie theaters, where Elvis had recently enjoyed Diamonds Are Forever and Dirty Harry, and now caught up with Shaft. It wasn't until after Priscilla left, the night before New Year's Eve, that there was any inkling that something was really wrong, and then it was only because Elvis announced it. Priscilla had left him, he told everyone with that flair for self-dramatization that always got people's attention. She hadn't told him why. She had simply said that she no longer loved him, he declared in calls and conversations with one friend after another. But Joyce didn't see any major change when she came in for his birthday on January 8th. He gave her a picture of Jesus and a gold ring, and announced cryptically that one phase of his life was ending, another set to begin. "I'm past the age of Christ crucified," he said to her. "I can't wait much longer to plan the rest of my life's work." The cape and the ballads were the most remarked-upon items when he opened in Vegas, with Marty Robbins's "You Gave Me a Mountain," "The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face," and Mickey Newbury's "An American Trilogy," all new to his act. Robbins's ballad about a man whose wife has not only left him but taken his one reason for living, their small baby boy, built to a stirring climax, in which the husband cries out, "This time, Lord, you gave a mountain," a sentiment with which Elvis evidently identified as he delivered the line with passionate feeling every time. An American Trilogy, on the other hand, could almost have stood for an anthem of national reconciliation, joining together Dixie, the battle hymn of the Republic, and an old Negro spiritual, All My Trials, in a swelling orchestral setting that never failed to bring down the house. Most of the reviews mentioned that there was less chatter than usual, that the onstage shenanigans had virtually dwindled away, though Robert Hilburn put his finger on the ongoing problem when he wrote in the Los Angeles Times, "Far from incorporating any important changes in his act, I found that virtually everything he added merely compounded my disappointment." The disappointment revolved not so much around Elvis himself, who remains an amazingly charismatic figure, as around his lack of care and direction in either A, material, or B, his handling of it. Once, Hilburn wrote, no one would dare touch a song Presley had recorded because he had done it so well. Now Elvis was a follower, presenting material already familiar in the versions of others without noticeably improving on them. He was, Hilburn concluded, merely going through the motions, and perhaps the soul weariness of Las Vegas was at fault. Despite having to rent a private kidney machine, the dialysis unit of Las Vegas's Sunrise Hospital had shut down, Felton was on hand for the recording of yet another live album, which was intended to be called Standing Room Only. Over the course of the month-long engagement, The shenanigans came back both on and off stage, with the best one coming when the guys played their old gag on J.D. and the Stamps, dressing up as bad characters and pretending to stage an assassination attempt just to see the effect on the newcomers. Joyce came out to Vegas one last time, and despite her feelings that she had no illusions left to shed, was shocked when she found herself in the ladies' room with a couple of working girls who, thinking she was one of them, bragged of a twosome they had performed for Elvis. When she confronted him about it, he professed amused disbelief at her reaction. "Honey," he laughed, "I never touched those girls. The two of them made love and I just watched. Just a little innocent fun." Once again, before she left, she tried to talk to him about the drugs, but she could never penetrate his shell of messianic conviction. "People listen to him," he told her, "because I know what they want and need, like you. You should listen to me more. I know what's good for you, baby. One day they'll all listen." His message, he said, was understanding. "We all have divinity inside us, Joyce," he said, setting aside his book. "Some of us just understand it more." I took the plunge. "Elvis, if we're gods, or at least have this divinity in us, why do we need drugs?" "Silence is the resting place of the soul. It's sacred, and necessary for new thoughts to be born. That's what my pills are for, to get as close as possible to that silence." She left the next morning before he awoke, thinking, what a small, dull, shitty way for it to end. Priscilla, meanwhile, had been out so far only for the opening. Her absence for the remainder of the engagement continued to spark rumors, but there was as yet no public knowledge of their separation, or for that matter on Elvis's part, of the reasons for it. When she came in at the end of the run, she was determined to tell him, although Joni begged her not to. His reaction, according to Priscilla's memoir and what she told Joni and some of the wives afterward, was the kind of unrestrained fury she had seen on occasion throughout their marriage, but not in this form. "He grabbed me," she wrote, "and forcefully made love to me. It was uncomfortable and unlike any other time he'd ever made love to me before, and he explained, this is how a real man makes love to his woman." She and Joni left the next morning without telling anyone goodbye. When they met out in the hall, Joni didn't know if she had told him or not. I said, "Did you?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "Oh, you didn't." I don't know how she ever had the courage. When we got back to L.A., I got a call from Joe about 6 o'clock that night, and he was hot. He said, "What's this about Mike Stone? Is it true?" He didn't know. He'd bet Red West $100 because Red immediately said, "I knew that blankety-blank-blank Mike Stone was sneaking around. I knew we couldn't trust him." And Joe said to Red, "No, Elvis is making it up because he wasn't being a good husband, and he had to come up with an excuse for her to leave other than just that he wasn't a good husband." So he called and was furious at me, but I told him, if you'd been around, you would have known. Note: it should be noted that in her book, Priscilla indicates that she did not tell Elvis about Mike Stone. West et al. Has Priscilla telling Pat West that Elvis took her right on the spot when he knew another man was in the picture. But no man is named. End of note. On tour. 1 month after closing in Las Vegas, he was back in the studio, but not in Nashville this time. Instead, Felton, racked with pain and wasting away from the kidney disease that would kill him unless he got a transplant soon, came out to Los Angeles, where Elvis was scheduled to start filming rehearsals for the upcoming tour on March 30th, the day after the recording session was finished. 6 days later, the tour itself would begin, the occasion for another hastily arranged MGM documentary film, which temporarily inherited the title of the live album, Standing Room Only, and which would generate another $250,000 on top of the $1 million they were guaranteed by the concert promoters. It was just one more of the Colonel's intricately wrapped packages, but this time with a couple of differences. One was that the informal understanding that Elvis and Colonel had arrived at for a 2/3, 1/3 division of the income from personal appearances had now been formalized, with a February 4th contractual agreement acknowledging the Colonel's unique contributions as a justification for his 1/3 share. In addition, Management 3 was no longer the sole promoter of the tour. Through a series of carefully executed maneuvers, Colonel had inveigled RCA to go into the concert business as RCA Record Tours, to put up half the money and take half the risk on Elvis's show, and thus in effect to undercut Jerry Weintraub's influence, with everything now taking place directly under the Colonel's supervision. Note: Colonel had gotten a commitment from RCA President Rocco La Ginestra as early as December 2, 1971, with the actual contract executed on January 28, 1972. End of note. Elvis could not have cared less about any of this. He was, everyone agreed, in a funny kind of mood, even for Elvis, chastened, brooding, almost perplexed over what could have finally caused Priscilla to leave, after all he had done to drive her to it. Some of the guys thought it was simply the humiliation of her going off with someone else, particularly someone that Elvis knew and admired, but it seemed as much a mood of almost autumnal regret. He kept listening to that damned Charles Boyer album, Where Does Love Go?, over and over, until it just about drove them all crazy, listening intently to those melancholy recitations as if they alone might provide the answer to the question that the album's title posed, the one question that seemed to be forever on his mind. The intent of the session was first and foremost to come up with a hit single, something Elvis had been sorely lacking for the last year. The latest single, the Buffy St. Marie song Until It's Time for You to Go, was the fifth in a row to fail to crack the top 30, with sales having declined precipitately over the past 2 years from a reasonable expectation of 750,000 to a current level of 250,000. Felton arrived in California with high hopes for the session, and for one song in particular, which he had picked up from his friend Bob Beckham in Nashville, who, with the sudden explosive success of Chris Christopherson, his principal songwriter at Combine Music, had become one of the hottest publishers in the country. The song, Burning Love, was by a young writer named Dennis Lind, who had never gotten a major cut, but with this song had produced a real rarity, a credible, contemporary version of rock and roll. Felton soon discovered, however, that Elvis was in no mood for rock and roll. The song with which they started out the session was one that Red had written and brought to Elvis because he knew that Elvis would respond to it. It was called Separate Ways and stemmed from painful personal experience. All that Red had to do was change the little boy in the song, a victim of the breakup of his parents' marriage, to a little girl, and it suited Elvis to a T. He stuck with the number through 21 emotionally grueling takes, and then they all sat around listening to the playback for a long time. "God, you guys are trying to kill me," Elvis said to Red and some of the others who were going through similar experiences of their own, but he loved the song. The next choice he settled on was Chris Christopherson's For the Good Times, which, as the title might suggest, was equally awash in bittersweet nostalgia. And by the time they finished off the evening with Paul Williams's lachrymose Where Do I Go From Here, in spite, or perhaps because, of the presence of Elvis's own band in the studio for the first time, there was little question of rock and rolling, or even of cracking the kind of joke that might impress a newcomer in between takes. To bass player Emery Gordy, substituting for Jerry Sheff for the session, the experience was altogether different from what he had been led by his fellow Nashville studio players to expect. Elvis was really concentrating on his performance. I mean, he was intense. He would listen to the playback, he'd get his part the way he wanted it, and he really concentrated. From Felton's point of view, that was all very well, but he saw torpor where Gordy saw professionalism. He saw depression and an alarming lack of will, or perhaps it was just another kind of willfulness, and for the first time he didn't feel that he or anyone else could really reach Elvis. Felton continued to have faith that Elvis could cut a hit record any time he wanted. The trouble was, he wasn't interested in cutting a hit record. He was trying to get something out of his system. It wasn't a question of his willingness to work. Felton might very well have wished that he had been as willing to work on the previous year's sessions. It was just that what they were getting was not what they needed right now, and Felton couldn't shake Elvis from his mood. On the second night, Felton finally got his way, but he was under no illusion that Elvis was doing it for any other reason than to indulge his producer. With the encouragement of Joe Esposito and Jerry Schilling, and with Charlie pounding away on acoustic guitar, they got a good, energetic version of Burning Love, the song Felton had brought to the session, but it was tossed off in 6 quick takes in almost throwaway style, and everyone could see that Elvis's heart wasn't really in it. They kept working till 4 in the morning, but got only 1 more song that night and 2 the following night, including Always on My Mind, another guilt-laden number that Red had brought to the session by Mama Like the Roses author Johnny Christopher and Mark James, who had written what was by now practically Elvis's signature song about relationship problems, Suspicious Minds. The filmed studio rehearsals over the next couple of days were something of a pickup. He ran down the new songs for performance purposes, and rehearsed a broad selection of old ones, giving out the kind of self-conscious stage directions that were meant to indicate who was in charge, and even ending with a gospel jam that made the filmmakers feel as if they were privileged witnesses to a private moment. Gospel music, Elvis replied in answer to their eager questioning, was something he had grown up with from the time he was 2 years old, but it was just part of a musical landscape that included Mario Lanza and the Metropolitan Opera, too, a musical landscape that extended past borders of time and space and was always able to put your mind at ease. Often, after a show, he and the Stamps would get together and unwind with the kind of songs they were singing now. He had known J.D., he told them, since he first came to Memphis to sing in a group called the Blackwood Brothers, and I was a big gospel music fan. End of side 13. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 14, Careless Love, by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 462. It seemed like there was a special feeling among all the members of the group, said the filmmakers earnestly. Well, I think it's because we constantly enjoy this music, Elvis replied. You know, we do 2 shows a night for 4 weeks, but we never let it get old. Every time is like we do it for the first time, and that's one of the secrets. The 2 filmmakers, Bob Abel and Pierre Adage, scarcely knew him at all at this point. Fresh from the heady success of Mad Dogs and Englishmen, a last-ditch chronicle of the Woodstock generation that was almost as exhausting as the 1970 Joe Cocker tour it documented, they were already involved in a rock and roll nostalgia film for Columbia, Let the Good Times Roll, featuring Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Fats Domino, Bill Haley, and Bo Diddley in concert, when MGM Vice President Jack Haley approached them about this new project in February. Abel was not at all enthusiastic about taking on anything else at this point. He felt as if they had been through the wars with Joe Cocker and were lucky to have escaped. But Pierre Adage insisted that they couldn't let this opportunity slip through their fingers. They should at least go to see Elvis's show in Vegas. Bob Abel and Pierre Adage came from very different backgrounds in film. Both in their early 30s, Abel had emerged from Colin Young's film class at UCLA with Francis Ford Coppola and Carol Ballard, and served his apprenticeship making television documentaries for David Wolper, JFK, A Nation of Immigrants, Sophia, a documentary study of Sophia Loren, The Making of the President, 68, while maintaining a strong interest in music, cinema verite technique, and the kind of split-screen special effects that had recently come into vogue. Adage, a giant of a man as quietly self-possessed as Abel was garrulous, was a pioneer in sound recording, whose audio partner, Jim Webb, had won wide renown for his work on Robert Altman's MASH. Together they had formed Cinema Associates in 1969, with the specific aim of making music documentaries, a calling which Abel likened to marrying the 2 great artistic statements of their time. Neither one much liked the show that they saw in Vegas, and they were somewhat dismayed at the bloated appearance of the Elvis Presley that they met backstage. But at the same time, they were utterly and completely charmed. Elvis at first seemed under the impression that they were already committed to the project, but when he discovered that they were not, he drew them in, as he always did, by acting as if they were the ones who were doing the seducing, and he was so glad of visitors from the outside world that he would have done anything to extend the visit. They told him they had no interest in repeating the wise guy point of view of That's the Way It Is, a film that, from Abel's perspective, served to demean an aspect of the culture that they wanted to record and celebrate. But they got no response from Elvis on that issue. I want to shoot the real you, Abel said without irony, but the trade-off is you've got to be open with me. If I feel that you're posing or doing something, I'll just turn the camera off, and then MGM will just be out a lot of money. I like your honesty, Elvis said. When do we start? Their meeting with Colonel Parker a week later was little more than a formality, and Pierre then went out with the Colonel on the pre-tour swing to scout locations, while Abel hired a crew and tried to pull everything together for the shoot. When they met up again at the rehearsal sessions, they knew that for all of their allegiance to cinema verite ideals, and because of the very fact that they would be shooting with lightweight, unobtrusive equipment, then blowing up the film to 70 millimeters afterward, they would have to light Elvis carefully to try to minimize his eerily pale, strangely bloated appearance. It was not that he was fat. That would have been less disturbing to Abel, who recognized in Elvis some of the same traits that he saw in his partner's increasingly Demerol-addicted personality. He never doubted that Elvis would come through for them, though. even if, like so many outsiders to the Elvis world, he came to feel sorry for him. He had incredible native intelligence, the ability to read a human being, to watch someone's eyes and look inside their soul. He was very good with me. I think he was reading me, and he knew that he could switch from one aspect to another of himself, and as long as that aspect was some part of him, that was okay with me. I mean, truth was truth. But I think there was a part of him that felt hollow, that he was a nobody. There were parts of him that he could not explore. I went into the rehearsals in a parochial sense, trying to get to know him, and the gospel part of it was a real insight. But I realized after a while, with all of the musicians and bodyguards and sycophants around, that these guys had been around for 17 years now, telling the same stories and jokes, and what kind of a life is this? And do I film it? And if I film it, do I show it more than once to make a point? The first stop on the tour was Buffalo, just recovering from a long, hard winter and turning out in force for Elvis in the raw, rainy night. The idea was for Abel to shoot this performance on a little Sony videotape machine, then fly back to California and study the film for a day or two, rejoining the show with a full camera crew in Hampton Roads, Virginia. Although Abel thought he had seen just about everything there was to see on the Mad Dogs and Englishmen tour, the fervor of the crowd, Elvis's own level of commitment, and the audience's hunger for him, the interchange that existed between audience and performer, created a sense of energy and spontaneity that he had never experienced before. Back in Hollywood, he transferred the tape to 3/4 inch and ran it frame by frame to study the structure and choreography of the show, making up a master sheet of the entire concert with the music laid out for the cameramen. Note: it should be noted that while Abel remembers simply filming the performance, there is an audio tape which indicates that he filmed the rehearsal in Buffalo as well. End of note. By the time that he caught up with the show again in Hampton Roads 4 days later, some of the magic was gone. What had seemed tentative and fresh as it was being worked out was now practiced and rehearsed, and while the smoother operation didn't make it any less exciting, he regretted, in a way, missing out on capturing some of the raw edges. There were 11 cameras in a complicated setup, with sound cued by camera, and all the sound sources fused into a deck from which a temporary scratch track would be created. The cameras operated on a staggered schedule so that with 11-minute rolls of film, there would never be a complete shutdown, and with the lightweight state-of-the-art equipment, French Eclair cameras, NASA headsets, Swiss tape recorders to which Abel and Adage had U.S. rights, and Wally Heider's mobile recording unit, they were able to move and shoot in a way that Dennis Sanders had not even been able to contemplate with "That's the Way It Is." The biggest difference in the two documentaries, though, as Abel and Adage would have been the first to concede, was that they believed in the romance of heroes. To them, Elvis was a folk hero whose mythic journey was the subtext of their show. They shot the next night in Richmond, and then Abel returned to California while Pierre remained behind to get documentary footage. After reviewing the concert film that they had, Abel made up 3x5s of what they might need in terms of both music and narrative threads, then rejoined the tour in Greensboro, North Carolina, where at MGM's directive, he showed the Colonel some of the raw footage in a local movie house. Up till then, he had felt as if Colonel had been watching them warily, afraid that with their youth and scraggly appearance, they might not really know what they were doing. Now, he pretty much gave us carte blanche. He said we had his blessings. I said we needed more access, and he said if we delivered, he'd deliver. He went into a long rap about how so many people had fucked over Elvis in the past, and he was the only one who'd looked after his image, and how careful he had to be. It was like the pep talk you get from a coach at halftime. He told us the story about people paying to get into the Carney show, then paying to get out, when rain had made the field in which the carnival tent was pitched muddy, and he provided a donkey for the customers to ride out on without sinking into the mud and barnyard manure. He said, "Don't ever try to put something over on me, or you'll be up to your ears in elephant shit." It ended with him saying, "Go out there and make the best Elvis film ever." And he slammed his cane down. None of the other shows worked as well as the first, though they kept hoping for a repetition of Buffalo, or at least of Hampton Roads. They finished up in San Antonio, Texas, the next to last night of the tour, which gave them 4 concerts over 2 full weeks of shooting, with plenty of perfectly good footage to choose from. For Abel, though, it was Pierre's documentary crew which had captured the defining moment of the film. Elvis is sitting in his limo after the show in Jacksonville, Florida, a towel draped over his head. He is exhausted and speaking in broken phrases about the concert and whatever else is on his mind. "Hot time in Florida," he says, and sings the line, "Rainy night in Georgia," half under his breath, before he and Charlie and Red harmonize briefly on "For the Good Times." Then there is a moment, accentuated in the finished film, in which Elvis is looking out the car window, his mind a million miles away, the same dreamy expression on his face as in the 1956 photograph that the directors use to illustrate his essential, unchanging isolation. It is a small, private revelation, as Abel described it, but what is left out of the movie is the revelation that precedes it in the car on the way to the concert, in which Elvis confides to the guys, with impish delight, that he had his face buried in a beaver the previous night, perhaps an equally defining moment. To complete the film that they had envisioned, soon to be retitled Elvis on Tour, Abel and Adage knew they had to have something special, and what they fought for over the next few months was a candid, audio-only interview with Elvis to serve as a kind of glue to hold the picture together. The Colonel was no help to them here. This was the kind of unmanaged exposure to which he had been opposed all his managerial life. If they could get Elvis's approval, he wouldn't stand in their way, but they were on their own now, he shrugged, strongly implying that without him there was no way Elvis would go along. He had not taken Jerry Schilling into account, however. Jerry had gone to work for Abel and Adage as an assistant editor on the film as soon as they got back to Hollywood and had a chance to evaluate the footage. Elvis hadn't liked the idea of Jerry working for them at first. In fact, the filmmakers hadn't thought much of the idea themselves, with each party suspicious of the other's motives. Finally, Jerry, who saw this as a long-awaited opportunity to move ahead in his chosen field after a lengthy apprenticeship at Paramount, managed to persuade cinema associates of his sincerity by volunteering to work on Let the Good Times Roll, their other rock and roll film, exclusively. It was at this point that both parties finally saw the light, with each one embracing the idea that Jerry could give them a foot in the other's camp. Elvis, knowing Jerry's loyalty, was confident that his involvement in the editorial process would help keep the film on an even keel. Abel and Adage, who were by now equally convinced of Jerry's integrity and sincerity, saw his involvement as their opportunity to influence Elvis. That was pretty much how it worked out. Jerry had already convinced Elvis to allow the filmmakers to use some classic stills from the period of his earliest success. The Colonel opposed this on the grounds that you always sell your present, not your past, and he had persuaded the filmmakers in turn to include shots that were suitably Brando-esque. The interview presented a greater challenge, but here too Jerry succeeded, on the strength of his own conviction that this film was important, that the film was a record of the man, that the interspersed interview segments would provide context and storyline, above all, that Elvis would acquit himself well. Note: the approximate date of Elvis's interview by the filmmakers is established by the recent death of go-go girl Kathleen Self on July 19th, to which Elvis refers at the beginning of the interview. End of note. Elvis came into the MGM studio looking even paler and more bloated than he had during the tour. He apologized to the filmmakers for not having been able to accommodate them sooner. Another tour had intervened. He had been busy with various domestic problems having to do with the breakup of his marriage, he told them, and a girl he had been going out with recently had just been killed in a car crash. He sat on a chair in the familiar dressing room where he had made so many pictures, with his two interviewers across from him, a coffee table in between. Over Abel's objections, a number of the guys were present, observing the proceedings somewhat balefully, but Elvis seemed to freeze them all out, except for Jerry, who was perched on a director's chair over Abel's right shoulder. They started off by getting his reactions to some of the old photographs. The voice is warm, hesitant, genuinely self-effacing. You get the same sense that his audience got of him from the start, that he is communicating directly, without the benefit of any kind of screen. The crowd reaction surprised him to begin with, he says, speaking of the show at the Overton Park Shell. The first time it happened, the first time that I appeared on stage, it scared me to death, man. I didn't know what I'd done. And he said, in a real sense, it had never changed. I work absolutely to the audience. Whether it's 6 or 6,000, it doesn't really matter. They bring it out of me, the inspiration, the ham. And if it didn't work, if it didn't go over, Pierre asked, I changed the songs around. I'll go back and stay up all night and working on it, you know, worrying about it. I find out what it is that's not getting off the ground, you know, the first 4 or 5 numbers, because it's very important. He still was scared before every performance. He never wanted to arrive too early for a show, he still got so keyed up, and he demanded the same kind of intensity from his musicians. One time, He heard some of the guys in the orchestra talking while he was on stage in Vegas. Those guys were reading Better Homes and Gardens and stuff like that. They play music so well they can play their part, and they'd say, "Think I should build that patio on my house?" So what I did, I switched songs on them. And the orchestra was there. They'd go into the intro, and I'd say, "Whoa, I don't want to do that song. Let's do something else." So they'd go through the sheet music real quick, and consequentially I got them. They had to watch me. He spoke about the show, how it embodied all the elements that he had dreamt of since he was a child, when he would go out to Overton Park on a Sunday afternoon to hear the Memphis Symphony play. He spoke of singing, of how I first realized that I could sing at about 2 years of age, and then later, people would listen to me around the housing project where I lived, but at school nobody knew I sang until the 11th grade. I wasn't popular in school. I wasn't dating anybody at that school. I failed music, only thing I ever failed. And then they entered me in this talent show. It was amazing how popular I became in school after that. What had his father thought about his playing the guitar for a living, Jerry asked, prompting him to tell one of the old familiar stories that the outside world might like to hear. My daddy had seen a lot of people who played guitars and stuff and didn't work, so he said, "You should make up your mind either about being an electrician or playing a guitar." I never saw a guitar player that was worth a damn. Amid laughter, Elvis said, "It's funny, I say it to him every once in a while, and he just laughs about it. He gets embarrassed if I say it in front of somebody. Here I was having an epileptic fit in his early performances, and they just happened to film it." They spoke of any number of other things. Elvis dispensed some of his usual bromides about the Army and the early years, but he didn't become truly engaged until he started talking about the movies. It was work, he said mildly at first. It was a job. I had to be there at a certain time in the morning and work a certain amount of hours, and that's exactly how I treated it. As time went on, however, and picture followed picture, I cared so much until I became physically ill. I would become violently ill. I'd get a temperature. Something would happen to me. At a certain stage, I had no say-so in it. I didn't have final approval on the script, which means that I couldn't tell you this is not good for me. I don't think anyone was consciously trying to harm me. It was just Hollywood's image of me was wrong, and I knew it, and I couldn't say anything about it, couldn't do anything about it. I was never indifferent. I was so concerned until that's all I talked about. It worried me sick, so I had to change it, which I did. Bob Abel tried to get him off the subject and have him talk about his achievements in pictures, the great dance sequence in Jailhouse Rock for which his own spontaneous movements had provided the inspiration. But Jerry brought him back to what he seemed to really want to talk about. I had thought that they would give me a chance to show some kind of acting ability or do a very interesting story, but it did not change. It did not change, and so I became very discouraged. They couldn't have paid me no amount of money in the world to make me feel self-satisfaction inside. "But you still did them. You must have forced yourself," said Pierre. I had to. It was a curious moment. No one was named. He explicitly acknowledged that there was no one to blame. But it was as if he were musing for a moment on his entire career, seeing it as a series of missteps in which he had never really taken control, with a bitterness that had never crept into his public discourse before, and that ultimately would not be revealed in the movie. "I really took it as long as I could," Elvis said, "physically, emotionally, and everything." Then, appearing to recognize what he had said, he tried to backtrack. "Not all the movies were that bad. In between, I would do something that was entertaining to people, just of a pure entertainment nature. They worked well on television." But then, seemingly unable to stop himself once again, he lashed out at Steve Allen for humiliating him on television 16 years earlier, when he was forced to don top hat and tails and sing to a dog. That was Steve Allen's humor. To me, it was about as funny as a crutch. Again, I had to do. It was a most peculiar performance, 40 minutes and out, the runaway rush of emotion contained once again by the time he got to the door. It would be hard to say what the Colonel's assessment of that performance might have been. In the time-honored tradition of the carnival, nothing was ever truly revealed, the curtain was never parted, the mask never taken off. And Abel and Adage never really knew the man who was speaking to them. One mask was merely substituted for another. But at the same time, a deeper truth was revealed, the same one that Marian Keisker had intuited when an 18-year-old Elvis Presley first entered the Sun studio. He was like a mirror, Sam Phillips's assistant had observed. Whatever you were looking for, you were going to find in him. It was not in him to lie or say anything malicious. He had all the intricacy of the very simple. The 12-day tour they had gone out on in June had proved two things. One was the roadworthiness of the crew. They were up to 70 or 75 troop members now, including tech people, equipment handlers, orchestra members, and concessionaires. They traveled in 3 leased planes, with 2 complete stage setups, no longer a once-a-year side trip, but a finely calibrated operation, with the colonel leading the advance. They had even conquered New York, opening the tour with 4 shows at Madison Square Garden to a reception that went beyond colonels or RCA's or anyone else's expectations. Elvis had never played New York before. After all the supercilious jibes and jeers that had come from there at the beginning of his career, he and Colonel had been understandably leery of exposing themselves to further humiliations. Besides, the expense of the building, the promotional costs, and all the other costs of doing business in New York City were so far beyond what they were accustomed to pay elsewhere, there never seemed any point to it. But now there did. With the scope of their new operation and the degree of acceptance that Elvis had achieved, it seemed like a challenge worth undertaking, and the colonel added yet another twist when he attached a live album to it. The one that had been started in Las Vegas was to be jettisoned, with a release date 1 week after the last of the Garden concerts, to foil the bootleggers, Colonel said. The gamble proved an almost unqualified success, as they sold out all 4 performances, 80,000 tickets at $10 tops, for a $730,000 gross over 3 days. They captivated the New York press, too, with Colonel in his customary role as ringmaster, introducing Elvis at a Friday afternoon press conference, Colonel in a cheap summer festival imitation straw hat, and Elvis, in his patented star turn, dazzling jaded reporters with his usual combination of self-deprecation, braggadocio, and casual insouciance. Why did he think he'd outlasted every other performer from his generation? "I take vitamin E," he said quickly. Then, as the room erupted in laughter, "I was only kidding. I embarrassed myself, man. I enjoy the business. I like what I'm doing." What about his image as a shy, humble country boy? Elvis seems momentarily baffled. "I don't know what makes them say that," he says with a look of some perplexity, then stands and opens up his light blue Edwardian-style jacket with bold plaid lining to reveal the international gold belt. "Elvis," asked one reporter, "are you satisfied with the image you've established?" "Well, the image is one thing and the human being another," he said, and then, in response to a follow-up question, volunteered, "It's very hard to live up to an image." His father sat to his left, the colonel to his right. Vernon was asked about his son's overnight success when he realized that celebrity had claimed his child. "Well, it's kind of hard to say," he said. "It happened so fast it's hard to keep up with it, you know. Just boom overnight, and there it was." Did the father have any regrets? No, I haven't. In fact, I've enjoyed it, really." "All kidding aside," Elvis said, taking over smoothly, "it happened very fast. My mother and father, all of us, everything happened overnight. We had to adjust to a lot of things very quickly. A lot of good things, I might add." The only untoward incident came when Jackie Kahane, who tended to test the limits of a more sophisticated audience's patience, got booed off the stage the first night. But then the show rallied behind Jackie after Al Dvorin introduced the crushed comedian as a personal friend of Elvis for the rest of the engagement, and insisted that he be given all due respect, because we work as a family. The press fell all over themselves, on the other hand, to recognize Elvis. The New York Times alone ran 3 stories on the show, with the headline of Chris Chase's piece, "Like a Prince from Another Planet," summing up the overall reaction. Once in a great while, Chase concluded, in a story that initially voiced skepticism, then surprised that skepticism could so easily be overcome, a special champion comes along, a Joe Louis, a Jose Capablanca, a Joe DiMaggio, someone in whose hands the way a thing is done becomes more important than the thing itself. When DiMaggio hit a baseball, his grace made the act look easy and inevitable. Friday night at Madison Square Garden, Elvis was like that. He stood there at the end, his arms stretched out, the great gold cloak giving him wings, a champion, the only one in his class. Back home in Memphis for a month at the end of the tour, Elvis had little thought of Duende. He seemed more interested in finding a girlfriend. Out in L.A., he had been seeing a dancer named Sandra Zancan, to whom he had given a white sports car and a ruby ring, and for a while he was dating a go-go girl from TJ's in Memphis, to whom he gave a white Mark IV. Note: this was the same girl who was killed in the car crash in mid-July. End of note. There were a number of other girls, but it was obvious to everyone that he was not his old self, and he made no secret of his continued preoccupation with Priscilla's departure. Then on July 6th, he met Linda Thompson at the Memphian Theater. The 22-year-old Thompson, a former Miss Memphis State and Miss Liberty Bowl and the present Miss Tennessee, had been invited to the Memphian by local RCA promo man Bill Browder because he thought she might capture Elvis's interest. Linda, who was as bright and vivacious as she was pretty, was of enough different minds about the situation that she brought a friend, Jeannie LeMay, Miss Rhode Island, for protection, and parked in a no-parking zone just in case she needed to make a quick getaway. Once inside the theater, though, things went smoothly enough, as George Klein, who knew her from her frequent guest appearances on his television show, made sure that she felt comfortable, and Elvis couldn't have been more of a gentleman. She was amused when he tried the old yawn and stretch routine to put his arm around her, but he hastened to assure her that he was no longer married, that he had in fact been separated since January. When she said, "I'm really sorry to hear that, but I could have told you a long time ago you should have married a Memphis girl," he burst out laughing. She didn't get home until 4 o'clock in the morning, and her aunt, with whom she was spending the summer, pumped her for details. My Aunt Betty was a big Elvis fan. She was about his age. She said, "So?" And I said, "We met." And Jeannie said, "He likes her. They were sitting there kissing. He had his arm around her. He wants to date her." And my aunt was going nuts. "Elvis! Oh, my God, are you serious?" And then the phone rings, and she said, "Who could that be?" And it was Elvis. He said, "Can I speak to Linda?" And she said, "Certainly, just one moment, please," then screams, "Oh, my God!" and hands over the phone. So I go to the phone, and his speech was a little slurred, and I thought, gee, he wasn't drinking when I saw him at the movie theater. I wonder if he went home and had a drink or something. I was so ignorant in so many ways. I didn't know anything about drugs. I said, "Are you sleepy? Are you really sleepy?" He said, "Yeah, pretty tired." But I just couldn't fathom it. He was saying things like, "I'm so happy that I met you tonight. Where have you been all my life? I need to be with you. I can't believe I haven't met you before now." Pretty strong stuff to say to someone you just met a few hours before. I'm going, gee. I remarked to my Aunt Betty, "I think he might have been drinking." The next night she went back to the movies and then to Graceland after the show. She and her Aunt Betty and Uncle Steve and the kids were about to leave for Gulf Shores, Alabama on vacation early that morning, but she went anyway, rode around on golf carts with the whole gang, and then accepted Elvis's invitation to go up to his bedroom. Jeannie was saying, "Don't go, be careful." She thought he was moving in for the kill, but I went upstairs with him, and we just read. We kissed, we made out, which was wonderful, and then we read the Bible. We felt as if we'd known each other all our lives, and we kind of did, through knowing how the other person was brought up. When I got back to my aunt's, she was going, honey, child, where y'all been? We've got to leave out of here in an hour." And all the way to Alabama, we played Elvis tapes. And I said, "Do you think I'll ever hear from him again?" She was gone for 3 weeks, without a phone for him to find her with. In the meantime, Elvis met and dated Sybil Shepherd, another Memphis beauty queen, who had just completed The Heartbreak Kid and was on vacation from movie-making, and her steady boyfriend, film director Peter Bogdanovich. He remained in touch with Sandra Zahn Khan, too, but he couldn't get Linda out of his mind. When she came home from Alabama, the phone was already ringing. It was Joe calling from L.A. They had been trying to reach her every day since she left. Then Elvis got on the phone and said, "Who do you think I am? I thought this was the beginning of something pretty great, and then you just disappear for 3 weeks like that." So I think it probably captured his attention. He wanted her to join him in Las Vegas, where he was opening in less than a week. She never had any hesitation. Though she was still a virgin and maintained strong religious convictions, there was no choice. I had gone 4 years to Memphis State and was short 12 hours in theater and English, a double major. I didn't really want to go back, and I didn't want to teach. I was thinking about coming to Los Angeles and starting my acting career, or becoming a stewardess for a while, or going to New York to be a model. I was ready to travel the world and do some fun things. Then I met Prince Charming, and he made my decision for me. She flew out to Los Angeles the next day, then flew into Vegas with Elvis, where he was starting rehearsals for his opening later in the week. In her college clothes, she felt as if she was stepping into a big frat house party, just without the keg. She couldn't believe how nice everyone was to her. She couldn't believe the luxuriousness of the appointments. Even though they were only on the 29th floor during rehearsals, they had not yet moved up to the Star Suite. She realized on the first night, though, that there was something wrong, as that strangely drunken quality that she had heard on the phone reappeared in his voice. Earlier in the evening, she had noticed all the pill bottles on his side of the bed. She asked him if he was sick, and he said no, he just had a little cold. Then they had dinner, and it was all very romantic. He was so loving and affectionate, but afterward we were standing outside talking, and he seemed to stagger a little and to have slurred speech. I said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "Oh, I'm okay, honey. I just had a little sleeping pill." I said, "You take sleeping pills?" He said, "Oh, yeah, I've had a problem sleeping ever since I was a kid." I thought it was strange, but the whole experience was strange to me, too. I wish I had been more worldly, more knowledgeable, but I just accepted it and didn't realize the magnitude of the problem until a few weeks into the relationship. Everyone liked Linda, though she was not the only girl to visit in Vegas that summer. Sybil Shepherd and Sandra Zancan each came out while she was absent. By the end of the engagement, he had made his choice. She liked to laugh. She was refreshingly natural and down-to-earth. She adapted to his lifestyle. She was, in her own later assessment, very young and very resilient, and not enough of a total human being to have any predetermined notions about life and the rigidity of life. I was very happy to be with him. I was very happy to share life with him. She changed her sleeping habits, exchanged day for night, talked baby talk with him, and made him laugh with her antics. She became a lifer, in the term the guys used to describe themselves. It was clear she was going to be around for a while. Meanwhile, the separation from Priscilla had become official on July 26th. She had returned to Graceland the previous week to collect her things and pay Grandma an emotional farewell, though she swore she would stay in touch. At the end of July, Rona Barrett reported in her column that Priscilla is very anxious at this time to regain her freedom, the reason allegedly being a karate expert named Mike Stone, with whom Priscilla has been seen several times dining in public places. And the July 30th Sunday Tribune's headline announced, "Black Belt Karate Man Splits Presley's." Elvis was getting reports that she had been spotted with Stone at various tournaments, laughing and animated, sometimes even handing out programs, in what must have seemed like an open rebuke to her former lifestyle. On August 18th, it was announced that a divorce action had been entered in Santa Monica Superior Court. The terms of the settlement, a minimal $100,000 lump payment with $50,000 to be paid up front, plus $1,000 a month spousal and $500 child support, were not reported, but had been worked out in a joint conference with Elvis's lawyer Ed Hookstratton, and according to Hookstratton, were all that Priscilla wanted, his own advice to the contrary notwithstanding. It amounted to an implicit rejection of anything that Elvis might have to offer her. Elvis's own divided state was clearly indicated by the sharp acceleration in doctor's visits throughout the Vegas engagement. Where once he was content with medications before and between each show and before retiring for the night, now he was receiving medical attention up to 5 times a day, with results such as Linda observed. This was the first booking under the Colonel's new arrangement with the Hilton, which not only raised Elvis's salary to $130,000 a week, with an increase to $150,000 starting in 1974, and all previous verbal commitments still in place, but assigned a salary of $50,000 to the Colonel for all of his efforts promoting the Hilton chain throughout the country. Note, April 20th, 1972, Elvis's salary emendation was formalized on the same date. End of note. He had achieved this with hints about deserting the Hilton for Kirk Kerkorian's presently under construction MGM Grand, hints which, in his usual fashion, he had communicated by denying news reports to that effect, and with a direct threat the previous March to vacate his offices and remove all of his belongings, lock, stock, and barrel, because neither he nor his client was sufficiently appreciated. Elvis, meanwhile, put on a good show, though many reviewers remarked upon the star's somewhat somber mien. There was little karate, far less interplay with the audience than usual, and, seemingly, increased attention to music with an emphasis on heartache and loss. Variety applauded this evidence of renewed discipline, with a welcome absence of horseplay and inside gags. Some of the fans had mixed feelings about it. They worried about Elvis, while Robert Hilburn reported in the Los Angeles Times that the show had Elvis Presley operating at only about 60% of his musical potential, even if it was a considerable improvement over the previous January. On September 4th, the final day of the engagement, Colonel set up a press conference between shows to confirm officially the date and place of an event that had first been spoken of in July, an NBC television broadcast via satellite transmission that would take place in Hawaii in January. It was to be called Aloha from Hawaii, and reach an estimated 1.5 billion viewers worldwide. With new RCA President Rocco LaGinestra at his side, Elvis answered questions from reporters who had already been fully briefed on all the historic landmarks that this broadcast would establish. The first time that a full-fledged entertainment special would be beamed worldwide via satellite, the largest audience ever to see a television show, in excess of 1 billion people, who would view it on successive evenings beginning January 15, 1973. The first time in the history of the record industry that an album, the follow-up soundtrack, would be released simultaneously on a global basis. Note, the claim that this was the first worldwide satellite broadcast of an entertainment special was somewhat debatable, in that the broadcast was not actually worldwide, and Andy Williams had already done something of a similar nature for the European market. End of note. Flanked by a poster board drawn up according to the Colonel's specifications, and 6 rows of Elvis Summer Festival hats festooned with the names of each country in which it was hoped the spectacular would be broadcast, the RCA president congratulated the entertainer and his manager on their bold leap into the future, while the Colonel beamed. As he had stated to reporters in an earlier press release, it is the intention of Elvis to please all of his fans throughout the world. And if it was impossible for us to play in every city throughout the world, perhaps it was implied this would serve at least as evidence of their good faith. Rocco La Ginestra's presence was neither accidental nor merely the pro forma appearance of a record company executive on behalf of his biggest star. In fact, as the accompanying RCA press release made clear, RCA was not merely the proud progenitor, it was the producer of the show in the form of RCA Record Tours, which had been set up to begin with solely at the Colonel's behest to co-promote the tours. Now, in a single swift coup, the Colonel was getting rid of Jerry Weintraub and Management 3, with RCA Record Tours not only presenting the television special. This meant that they would be paid $1 million by NBC, of which RCA got to keep $100,000, while the star and his manager divided $900,000 between them, but embarking upon a new arrangement with Elvis and the Colonel, whereby they became the exclusive promoters of 50 Elvis Presley concerts for a guarantee of $4 million plus a $250,000 bonus over the next 15 months. Under pressure from the Colonel on all fronts, they may have been less than willing partners in this enterprise, but they were partners nonetheless. The Colonel had been squawking about one thing or another, mostly the alarming number of budget-line Camden albums that were coming back as returns since early April. As Elvis's sales steadily fell, his manager leveled accusations of incompetence, and in case this did not carry sufficient weight, he raised the issue of the many verbal agreements that existed, which had not been put in writing out of consideration for RCA's obligations to other artists with favored nations clauses in their contracts. Perhaps new people at RCA were thinking of not honoring these agreements. If that was the case, Elvis and the Colonel would merely fulfill their contractual obligations, dispense with providing any additional product, and concentrate on touring, which was much more profitable anyway. In August, with 2 hits on the charts, Burning Love, the single that Elvis had not wanted to record, eventually reached number 2 and was Elvis's first million-selling single since 1970, while Elvis as recorded at Madison Square Garden was certified gold at the beginning of the Las Vegas run. The Colonel escalated both his rhetoric and his demands. He knew where RCA accounting had buried $600,000 that was owed to them, he declared at an August 11th meeting. It was he and he alone who was keeping Vernon from making even harsher demands by exercising, he hinted, certain discretionary judgments about what Vernon should and should not know. He was expecting, he concluded, a minimum of $500,000 to $600,000 to show up on their next royalty payment. This was the climate in which RCA became his full-fledged partner. Like Hollywood studio heads before them, the company's executives were not so much intimidated as utterly baffled by the Colonel. They simply did not know what to make of him. In inter-office memos, they discussed the problem, much as Hal Wallace and Joe Hazen had discussed the same problem over the years. How was it that this clownish figure, whom they were perfectly prepared to patronize for his lack of polish and lack of manners, always acted as if he held all the cards, even as they were looking at 4 aces? RCA's chief financial officer, Mel Ilberman, as hard-headed a businessman as you could find, did not take easily to being bullied, but the Colonel had so many weapons in his arsenal, and it was so hard to tell just what target he had in his sights, that in October, Ilberman raised the possibility in an internal memo of a complete buyout of Elvis's catalog to date, just to get the Colonel out of their hair. Meanwhile, Elvis took questions at the press conference, sitting slouched in an upholstered desk chair, in a white, high-collared suit, looking relaxed to the point of boredom, and unable to muster anything more than, "It's very hard to comprehend it. In 15 years, it's very hard to comprehend that happening. It's very difficult to comprehend, but it's my favorite part of the business, a live concert." The Colonel, on the other hand, was practically brimming over with excitement at the idea that his long-standing dream was at last about to be realized. He had originally gotten the idea for satellite transmission from the live broadcasts of President Nixon's historic trip to China in February. He had had to overcome Elvis's initial opposition, sell the idea to RCA, and get Tom Sarnoff at NBC to go along with it. Then, with a November 18th date announced to match up with the conclusion of the November tour, Jim Aubrey had begged him to postpone the broadcast because MGM was planning to release Elvis on tour in movie theaters at that time. With his usual instinct for adapting to whatever terrain happened to present itself, Colonel had made a tactical retreat, graciously acceding to Aubrey and acquiring a chit that might or might not ever come in handy. He kept the November concerts in Honolulu, though, and simply reconceived the plan on a grander scale, with a stand-alone show in January that would serve no other purpose than to embrace the world and its citizens. The scale and the ambitiousness of the project just kept on growing as the Colonel worked out further details. 2 weeks after the Vegas press conference, Colonel got a letter from Honolulu Advertiser columnist Eddie Sherman, who had read in news accounts that there would be no admission charged for the concert, just voluntary contributions which would go to charity. Elvis and Colonel had made the first such contribution on the spot with a check for $1,000. Why not make that charity the Kwei Lee Cancer Fund, Sherman suggested in his letter. After all, Elvis and the Colonel had done so much for Hawaii when they graciously donated their efforts to the USS Arizona Memorial 11 years ago. Here was an opportunity to carry on their good work by raising money for cancer research in the name of a beloved Hawaiian musician, one of whose signature songs, I'll Remember You, Elvis had recorded in 1966, the year of Lee's death, and still frequently performed in concert. Much as he had when presented with the earlier challenge, Colonel seized upon the opportunity, and after the 3 November dates in Hawaii, at the conclusion of their first RCA Records tour, he staged yet another press conference, both to hype the upcoming special and to announce its dedication to the Kwei Lee Cancer Fund. With Rocco LaGinestra once again at his side, he set $25,000 as the public goal, but privately he was committed to doubling that amount at the very least. Elvis, meanwhile, had gotten caught up in the excitement himself. The idea had finally captured his imagination, and when he met with Bill Ballou for costume ideas, he brainstormed for something different, something that would say America to the world. He came up with the American Eagle as a motif for the jumpsuit that he would wear. It was one of only 3 times in all the times that we were together that he ever made any requests. We made an American Eagle belt for it, a white leather belt about 3 or 4 inches wide, with 4 or 5 ovals with American eagles on them, and, of course, the cape. He met with Marty Pacetta, too, the experienced 41-year-old producer-director whom NBC had chosen for his familiarity with Hawaii. He had made 5 Don Ho specials, music, Bing Crosby, Glenn Campbell, and Perry Como specials, and major events. He had produced and directed Grammy, Emmy, and Academy Award programs, as well as the Ice Capades. Pacetta had attended the Long Beach show on the November tour, and came away decidedly unimpressed. It was a dull show from his point of view, full of posturing and tableaus, just not very exciting television. When he went to Vegas to see Elvis after the tour, he met first with the Colonel, arriving fully equipped with sketches of a stage setup that he felt might inject a little more pizzazz. In his conception, the band was set up on a riser behind Elvis, the stage was lowered for greater audience accessibility, and there was a runway that extended out onto the floor. The Colonel looked at it and made a very fast decision. He said, "No way, that's not what he is all about." I said, "Well, wait a minute, I hate to be ruled out. I'd like at least to present this to Elvis and see what he might say." He says, "No, he's not going to do this, he won't do it. But if you really want to try, but I'm against it, and I'll talk to him too." It was the old shell game, though Pacetta would have had no way of knowing it at the time. When he went upstairs to meet with Elvis, he was kept waiting as the guys glowered at him from behind dark glasses, and I had my little drawings, and I said, "Oh my God, I'm going to be eaten alive." Then Elvis came in, and they took out their guns and laid them on the table, and that really got me unnerved. I couldn't see Elvis's eyes behind his shades, but I figured, what the hell have I got to lose? So I said, "I saw you in this show in Long Beach, and you didn't do much action. You were boring. But I'll tell you, I'm going to do something about that." He went on in that vein, unveiling his sketches, explaining his idea to have lights that spelled out Elvis in different alphabets in all the languages of the world, getting little reaction from either Elvis or his impassive bodyguards, until he finally said, and you've got to lose weight because you're too fat." At that point, according to Peseta, Elvis threw off his dark glasses, leaned back, and started to laugh so hard he couldn't stop. Then he got up, walked over and hugged me and said, "I'll do whatever you want me to. I love the idea." I said, "We're going to make super magic for the tube, and we'll do it together." Peseta immediately went about getting the set built on the mainland for shipment to Hawaii, where additional scenery was to be constructed. There was little more than a month's lead time, and an enormous amount to be done. Colonel volunteered several ideas to Peseta, including a staged helicopter arrival, which eventually became the opening scene of the special, and a whole show with bands, hula dancers, and little robots for the crowd outside the arena waiting to get in. He wanted a circus-type atmosphere, which was very apropos because this was a unique, first-time thing. The vibes in the air were just unmeasurable. Note: it should be noted that Al Dvorin was instrumental in conceiving of, booking, and carrying out much of the circus atmosphere. End of note. Most of all, everyone was excited by Elvis's evident excitement. He no longer seemed passive and withdrawn, as he had for much of the year. He and Charlie and Red pored over material, coming up with a list of a dozen or so songs, including show staples like "You Gave Me a Mountain" and "My Way," and long-standing favorites like "What Now, My Love" and "The 12th of Never" that had never been released on record by him before, looking for ways to introduce variety and pacing into the show. Elvis even went on a quick-fix diet that he had picked up in Vegas, and with Sonny and a couple of the other guys, took a daily injection that Sonny understood to include urine from a pregnant woman, while eating no more than 500 calories a day of dried food. Elvis was fully committed to the project, the guys all told each other. He seemed primed in every way for the challenge. Even the Colonel, who continued to pull off feats of never-before-seen or dreamt of prestidigitation, seemed willing to believe that this was all Elvis had needed all along. No one seemed to consider that this might be Elvis's own sleight of hand, that he might be putting on his best performance for them now. He and Linda spent virtually every minute of every day together. From the time that he closed in Vegas, she was almost constantly by his side. I was with him 24 hours a day. I mean, he literally didn't even want to go to the bathroom unless I went in there with him. I realized it wasn't healthy, but he was my first great love, kind of my introduction to adult love, and I thought it was natural to be with someone all the time. He was very secure, very vulnerable with me. We were very much a part of each other. There were times when he was the father and I was the daughter, times when I was the mommy and he was the baby. Sometimes he would say, "I need to be little man, you need to be the big person now." We kind of just geared off each other and understood the moods and became what the other needed for the moment. You know, honestly, my life just revolved around him. She was surprised to discover how insular that life was. She was surprised in a way to discover how much he needed her. She realized early on that she had to be constantly vigilant like a mother for her child. Though he offered her pills, she was never tempted, because several times he fell asleep while chewing his food, and he might have choked to death if she hadn't remained awake. It was a great romance, but a great burden, too, and far from her world enlarging, she discovered, like others before her, it actually shrank. They shared each other's passions, laughed at each other's jokes, read Elvis's books together, and called each other by pet names. Elvis frequently called her Mommy, or Ariadne for the 3-year-old in Follow That Dream. For Christmas, he gave her a fur coat and a diamond ring, and showing off for the guys, asked her to go upstairs and put on her Miss Tennessee banner and crown. I said, "Come on, that's really corny." But I went up and put on an evening gown and my banner and crown, and descended the stairs as if I were really into it, my beauty queen role. Then, when I got to the bottom of the stairs, I smiled, showing my blackened-out front teeth, and said, "Is this what you have in mind, darling?" And he just died laughing. They arrived in Hawaii on January 9th, just 5 days before the show was scheduled to air. Elvis was accompanied by the usual retinue of guys, wives, girlfriends, family, and Memphis friends, adding up to close to 24 in all. He and Sonny had succeeded in losing about 25 pounds apiece, but not before undertaking 2 full courses of the Las Vegas diet to do so, something about which Sonny had serious reservations, since there were health cautionaries urging at least a 3-month interval before renewing the regimen. Elvis had no such reservations, of course, and he looked better and appeared happier in Linda's constant sunny presence. With the distinct upturn that business conditions had taken, it seemed as if happy times might at last have returned. The money was certainly coming in once again from all sources: big screen, small screen, record sales, and personal appearances. On Tour had opened to good business in November with an unusual flurry of publicity and glowing reviews. The lead story in Rolling Stone was entitled, "At Last, the First Elvis Presley Movie." It had even been nominated for a Golden Globe Award as Best Feature Documentary. Sales of the latest single, Red's "Separate Ways," paired at Elvis's insistence with another of the session's heartbreak songs, "Always on My Mind," had proved a little disappointing, but the record would eventually go on to sell 500,000 copies, well beyond any other single since 1970, except for "Burning Love." Moreover, in an off-the-wall maneuver which the Colonel had concocted to try to rescue the languishing Camden line and his automatic 50% share of the proceeds, "Burning Love" had been employed as the lead-in to a hodgepodge of leftovers titled "Burning Love and Hits from His Movies," which, in a marketing coup defying all logic of aesthetics and taste, had gone on to sell nearly 1 million copies. It was, RCA announced in the familiar language of the Colonel, an industry first, the first time that a current hit single has been included in an album on a budget label by the original artist, a breakthrough which had been achieved against all odds by virtue of public demand and requests that the single be included in an album. Felton attended the Aloha rehearsals, though he was not in charge of the project. This had been taken over entirely, in the wake of Felton's illness, by the Home Office in New York, with Joan Deary coordinating all details. And his only input would come in the quadraphonic mixing to be done in Los Angeles immediately following the show. He knew nothing about this new recording process, stereo doubled, and he had real misgivings about his future role at the record company, given Deary's evident ambition, but he looked and felt better than he had in years, after undergoing successful kidney transplant surgery in early October. He took comfort in the fact that Elvis had stuck by him through thick and thin, insisting that his old friend get paid for the Madison Square Garden recording when Felton was too sick to travel to New York, and even finding Felton a kidney when, after 2 years, Felton's doctors at the Vanderbilt University Medical Center in Nashville still seemed unable to locate one on their own. Felton was down to 128 pounds and clearly dying when Elvis had taken matters into his own hands and contacted a kidney specialist from the Mayo Clinic, calling Felton excitedly when the doctor arranged for the operation within days. Felton was packed and ready to leave for Minnesota when all of a sudden, 6 days later, Vanderbilt suddenly came up with a donor, a discovery that Felton and his wife Mary always felt was less coincidence than recognition on the hospital's part that it might be watching a big donation go out the door. Note, with respect to the kidney transplant, evidently because of his disillusionment with what he took to be the hospital's opportunism, Elvis never made the donation. End of note. "Your husband is a jewel," Elvis told Mary Jarvis over and over during the 3 days of rehearsals, and while he was under no illusions about the Colonel's or RCA's loyalty to him, Felton was just glad to be there and could only trust to the friendship that had sustained his relationship with Elvis over the years. Rehearsals were held at the Hilton Hawaiian Village while the set was being constructed. There were various technical problems to contend with, and Bill Ballou, back on the mainland, had a scare when Elvis gave away his ruby-encrusted belt to the wife of actor Jack Lord, but Ballou eventually located enough additional rubies to make up another belt, and had it shipped over just in time for the show. Posetta, meanwhile, had gotten all his scenic shots of the islands, for the extended U.S. version that would air in April, by the time they got into the HIC Arena for rehearsal on Thursday. Everything was as he had shown Elvis in the original drawings, ceiling-high strips of mylar acting as a giant mirror, and enlarging the space at stage right, a black scrim across the width of the stage at the back, with colored lights spelling out Elvis in various configurations against it, and a guitar-wielding cartoon figure that would flash on and off. The runway extended well out into the audience, and Elvis got comfortable with the stage setup as tech crews ran their cables in the otherwise empty, cavernous room. They kept on rehearsing almost up till the filmed run-through, with an audience present on the night before the show itself. There continued to be technical problems to solve. Getting rid of a persistent hum in the sound system by shielding all the cables with lead was the most challenging, but in the end everything went off more or less without a hitch. The Friday night rehearsal show got underway 2 hours after fans almost literally stormed the inside of the arena when the gates opened at 7 p.m., according to the Honolulu Advertiser, which reported further that the audience went wild virtually without let-up through the non-stop repertoire of songs. Elvis had no trouble sustaining their hysteria, the filmed record shows, even if he himself never seems to have gotten particularly caught up in it. There is none of the manic energy of the '68 special, nor even of the early Vegas shows. Just a moment at the conclusion of An American Trilogy, as the chorus swells, the percussion rolls, we are about to go into the Glory, Glory, Hallelujah peroration, and Elvis stands there meditatively, eyebrow cocked, his mind for a moment seemingly on destiny, as the music once again takes him far, far away. Then it is gone. He is off into A Big Hunk of Love, his 1959 hit. You're a fantastic audience, he says, then launches into Can't Help Falling in Love, which he ends down on one knee, his back to the audience, his cape spread out in that familiar pose of humble adoration, combined with self-adoration, that the world has come to accept as Elvis in any language. There is no sense of tension, but this is only a rehearsal after all, plenty of time for drama at the actual performance, except that when he takes the stage the following night, at 12:30 a.m. for his live audience in the Far East, he seems, if anything, even further removed. There are musical highlights, to be sure, but the overall atmosphere is even more stilted, and for all of his dramatic weight loss, Elvis appears strangely bloated, his expression glazed and unfocused. It is as if, in his Captain Marvel getup, his jewelry, his helmet of hair, Elvis has finally acceded to the need to be simply Elvis. There are no surprises, just effects. It was a thrilling, compact hour, long on music, loud on screams, reported the Honolulu Advertiser admiringly, citing the aura of the big time, a superstar doing a super performance right before the eyes of the world. Thanks to Elvis and the Colonel's philanthropic fondness for Hawaii, the original goal of $25,000 for the Kwei Lee Cancer Fund was more than tripled, eclipsing in the process the sum raised for the USS Arizona. To Joe Gershio, though, who did not have to be sold on the sheer charisma of the performer, there was just not as much wind blowing through the show. Elvis was slower and less concentrated. You could just feel it. Perhaps the most spontaneous moment came when he sailed his $10,000 cape out into the crowd, where it was snagged by an advertiser sports writer. It was, reported the Los Angeles Times in its write-up the following day, the highlight of the night. The feeling of relief experienced by almost everyone connected with the show was almost palpable, although there remained much to be done. With the auditorium cleared, they still had to shoot 5 additional songs for the expanded American telecast, and then Marty Pacetta had to edit the show down by 10 minutes for the delayed European broadcast to 28 countries linked by Eurovision later that night. Joan Deary had her work cut out for her as well, to get the album out simultaneously around the world within 3 weeks. But for Elvis and the band, it was almost over. Colonel came in as they were recording Early Morning Rain, the last number, and announced proudly that they had gotten the highest rating ever registered in Japan, with 37.8% of the viewers in a highly competitive 6-network market. There was a sense of real jubilation in the air. Not long afterward, the Colonel wrote Elvis a letter. Datelined Sunday morning, 3 a.m., January 14th, 1973, it may have expressed as much sentiment as the Colonel had ever committed to paper, as he declared defiantly that they didn't need to hug each other to show their feelings, because they could tell just by looking at one another from the stage and from the floor how the other felt. I always know when I do my part, you always do yours in your own way, and in your feeling and how to do it best. That is why you and I are never at each other when we are doing our work in our own best way possible at all times. Life was short, many were quick to take credit after the fact, but Elvis knew who was really responsible for this idea. This brainchild came from you and me. The others, except for Mr. Parkhill from RCA Record Tours and Mr. Diskin and his troupe, and all your own selected talent, were just Johnny-come-latelys. But Elvis didn't need to be reminded of that, because you, above all, make all of it work by being the leader and the talent. Without your dedication to your following, it couldn't have been done. Free fall. He couldn't seem to leave Vegas at the conclusion of the February engagement. The guys all sat around impatient and out of sorts. They had wives and girlfriends to go home to, lives to pick up. Colonel departed to pursue his various schemes, but Elvis remained, with Linda at his side and Kong Ree, whom he had flown in from Memphis for the last week of the show, on hand to provide entertainment and karate instruction 24 hours a day. There was, not surprisingly, some outright friction, with Red the most outspoken in his complaints. Elvis tried to address Red's concerns by writing him a letter, in which, with Linda's help, he expressed some of his philosophy of life, but it didn't do much to dispel the cloud that seemed to be hanging over them all. It had been an impossible month. As soon as filming for the satellite special was over, Elvis had just let himself go. His weight had immediately ballooned, and he had been out of it on pain pills, liquid Demerol, and heavy-duty depressants for much of the 12 days prior to the Vegas opening. Variety gave the show its usual pro forma endorsement, though the lead to the story indicated a certain amount of underlying ambivalence. Colonel Tom Parker, the review declared, has returned to the Hilton, hawking his elixir of unbottled sex and satisfaction, Elvis Presley. Perhaps struck by its own temerity, the Show Business Bible went on to assure its readers that the product up for sale possesses too much musicality to become the Colonel's mechanized doll, at least on stage. Elvis saw a procession of doctors almost from the moment of his arrival, and his physical discomfort was increasingly evident the first week of the engagement. He was variously reported to have either flu or pneumonia, as the interaction of the diverse drugs led to throat and lung congestion, the congestion to further medication, and he was forced to cancel his midnight show 5 times in the second and third weeks. The Colonel, placed in the position of having to come up with an explanation, wrote an unusually conciliatory letter to the hotel, promising to make up for the missed performances and assuring Henri Lewin and Baron Hilton that he and Elvis would always live up to their commitments. Elvis, on the other hand, just didn't seem to care. One night he lost his voice on stage and panicked momentarily, but he found an ENT named Dr. Sidney Boyer, who prescribed a throat elixir that restored it, and he saw Dr. Boyer almost every day of his stay after that, presenting him with a white Lincoln Continental in gratitude. He saw at least 6 other physicians as well, including his regular Vegas doctors, Thomas Flash Newman and Elias Ghanem, while complaining to a mystified audience that none of the doctors was able to discover the root of his problem. The Hollywood Reporter was willing to attribute his apparent lack of energy and interest to the effects of his illness, and some saw it as the letdown inevitably bound to occur after the triumph of the Aloha show, but to those around him it was apparent that it went considerably further. Elvis appeared to be suffering from a kind of deep-seated malaise, which the guys, when they were feeling sympathetic, put down to continued brooding over the loss of Priscilla, but in less charitable moments simply ascribed to the effect of drugs. The engagement in any case seemed to mark a kind of watershed. Frank Lieberman, the Los Angeles Herald-Examiner critic and Elvis's one close journalistic friend since his rave review of the February 1970 engagement, couldn't help but notice the difference, and even Muhammad Ali, whom Elvis had met in Vegas 6 months before, and to whom he now presented a specially made-up robe declaring Ali to be the people's champion for his February 14th title defense, couldn't miss the sadness at Elvis's core. I felt sorry for him, because he didn't enjoy life the way he should. He stayed indoors all the time. I told him he should go out and see people. He said he couldn't because everywhere he went they mobbed him. He didn't understand, said Ali, a lifelong fan, who probably more than anyone else in the world was himself in a position to empathize and understand. No one wanted to hurt him. All they wanted was to be friendly and tell him how much they loved him. On February 18th, at the midnight show, the very thing that everyone had been half expecting and they had all been preparing themselves for ever since the 1970 assassination threat, finally happened. 4 guys rushed the stage with what appeared to be ill intent, and the security team sprang into action. Red took care of the first assailant, as bass player Jerry Schilling, and the rest of the guys quickly moved in. Standing by J.D. to one side of the stage, Elvis took up a karate stance and knocked the second of the 4 men back into the audience. There was all kinds of confusion, and Elvis, inflamed, could not be calmed down. "Come on, you motherfuckers," he screamed, as his father wrapped him in a bear hug, but Elvis simply went limp and slipped out of Vernon's grasp. Finally, Tom Diskin, who had been one of the first to rush to Elvis's aid, urged him to take his audience into consideration. "Think of the show, Elvis. Get back to the show," murmured the Colonel's longtime lieutenant. But even then Elvis could not refrain from injecting a truculent note into his apology to the fans. "I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen," he said. "I'm sorry I didn't break his goddamn neck is what I'm sorry about." And then he went on with the show. Afterward, he couldn't stop talking about it. It was almost as though this was what he had been waiting for the entire engagement, and even though further investigation proved that the men were simply fans who had gotten a little out of hand, Elvis would have none of it. There could have been a drug connection, he he suggested. It probably had something to do with his BNDD badge. But had they seen the way he took care of that one guy? He wouldn't have cared if he'd killed him. Maybe, he speculated, those guys had been sent by Mike Stone. Before long, he had worked himself up into believing it. It would make sense. This was just the kind of thing that cowardly motherfucker would do. First he hides behind Priscilla. Now he sends hired killers to do his dirty work for him. He stole my wife, Elvis said. He stole my baby. The guys were starting to get worried now. They had never seen Elvis quite like this before. The quick flash of anger was one thing. They had all experienced that. But now it was as if an emotional undertow were pulling him down and sweeping him out further and further from shore. There was only one solution, he declared. The man had to die. "You know it, Sonny," he shouted. "You know it. There is too much pain in me, and he did it. Do you hear me? I am right. You know I'm right. Mike Stone must die. You will do it for me. Kill the son of a bitch. Sonny, I can count on you. I know I can." Mike Stone had to die, he kept repeating to Red and Sonny. He has no right to live. His books lay strewn all over the floor. Linda was in tears. It was no good to try to reason with him, as Red did when he suggested that it was Elvis, not Mike Stone, who had driven Priscilla away. After all, didn't he finally have what he'd said he always wanted, his freedom? Hadn't Elvis always told them he was the master of his own fate? No, Elvis practically screamed back at him. It was Mike Stone. Mike Stone was the start of all his problems, and now Mike was trying to take his baby away from him, too. It was Mike who had persuaded Priscilla to try to limit Lisa's visits. Wasn't that what she had said after Lisa spent her 5th birthday with him in Vegas on February 1st? She had said that she and Mike thought maybe Las Vegas wasn't such a good environment for a child. Well, maybe she was right, Red said. Elvis practically turned on him. Didn't Red know that she had the baby sleeping in the same room with her and Stone? He got his new M16 out of the closet. Doesn't anyone understand? Oh, God, why can't anyone understand? He has hurt me so much. You all know that. He has broken up my family. He has destroyed everything, and nobody cares. He is the one who has done it all. He raged on the entire night. There was no reasoning with him. Finally, Linda called Dr. Newman, who gave him a shot at 6 a.m., and returned half a dozen times in the course of the day, as no amount of medication seemed able to calm him down or buy more than a couple of hours' sleep. He was still raving just as obsessively the following day, and the day after that, and finally Red contacted someone, a friend of a friend, about taking out a contract on Stone, and got a price of $10,000, which he brought to Elvis just before the dinner show. He had no idea what he would do if Elvis said to go ahead and give the guy the money. He didn't think he could actually make the call, but he couldn't seem to stop himself either. Elvis had a hold on him. Elvis had a hold on all of them. No matter how much he pissed you off, you couldn't say no to the motherfucker. He stared into Elvis's eyes when he told him, and Elvis was silent for a moment before he answered. "Aw, hell," he said at last. "Let's just leave it for now. Maybe it's a bit heavy. Just let's leave it off for now." The final show was the usual off-the-wall kind of ritual celebration that both Elvis and the audience always seemed to enjoy, with Elvis making up all kinds of crazy lyrics and then delivering a dramatic recitation of "What Now, My Love" that won him a standing ovation. He ran Charlie all over the stage, fetching scarves until he practically dropped, then kept the spotlight on Anne Margaret, who was opening at the Hilton the next night, and declared seriously, "Leave the light on her, man. I just want to look at her." At the end of the evening, he was down on one knee, his arms extended wide, the audience on its feet. But then he couldn't leave. He just stayed and stayed. He and Linda attended Anne Margaret's opening. They went to other shows. He maintained his karate studies with Kong Ree, whose broken English and wonder-struck reaction to Las Vegas kept everyone amused for a while. Even Master Ree, who was generally respected within the group for his integrity and the purity of his commitment to the sport, was dragged down in this atmosphere, though, jumping up on the couch and applauding as Elvis broke up the furniture in the suite to demonstrate his karate prowess. Ed Parker was in and out, and, beginning to sense that Kong Ree might be a real rival, did all he could to plant the seed of suspicion among the other guys, which turned out to be not very hard to do after Elvis gave Master Ree $10,000, the first of 5 promised annual installments to promote his system of instruction and build up his schools in Memphis. From that point on, the talk never ceased, and by the time they finally broke camp and left for California on March 9th, Connery, too, was trapped in the same hothouse atmosphere from which none of them seemed able to escape. There was a spirit of entitlement that permeated the air. If one guy got something, everyone else wanted it too. It was jealousy, plain and simple, in a sealed environment where the players never changed, the climate was always the same, and the outside world was regarded with scorn, if it was regarded at all. Joe, at the top of the heap, and thus naturally subject to the jealousy of others, but still subject to jealousies of his own, recognized just what was entailed. Everything we did, we drove into the ground. What it would take somebody else 10 years to get tired of, we did in 6 months. Sometimes he'd get you so frustrated, I think he enjoyed doing it. You'd get pissed, and I don't know if it was a test to see if people would still be with him, but then he'd sit and talk to you, and there was just something about him. He'd smile at you, and he could convince you of anything. Sometimes I thought about leaving, but I liked him too much, and I figured things were going to change. Everyone was just waiting for that day to happen. The Colonel, meanwhile, had finalized the deal that RCA Vice President Mel Ilberman had first broached the previous fall. With Elvis's full assent and enthusiastic support, he sold all rights to his client's back catalog. RCA, of course, like any record company, already owned the master recordings and the right to market them in perpetuity. That was never at issue, not even with the Colonel. What was constantly at issue, in endless nagging skirmishes that were never fully resolved, were matters of royalty payments, the actual use to which the catalog could be put, over which Colonel, whether by custom or contract, maintained absolute control, and other contractual elements that had never been put down on paper, but that Colonel was always hinting might prove to be embarrassing to the record company if they were ever to be revealed to the world. What Ilberman was now proposing was to do away with this source of conflict once and for all by buying out Elvis and the Colonel. In exchange for a single lump payment, the artist would give up all claim on future royalties. His manager would give up any potential ground for troublesome dispute, and RCA would establish once and for all their right to do whatever they wanted with all the music that had been recorded to date, using it to build up the RCA Record Club, one of Ilberman's fondest wishes, exploiting the back catalog in a manner the Colonel had never permitted, wiping out all the disputes over foreign royalties, container deductions, and European album content with which the Colonel had continued to bedevil them over the years. It was a gamble virtually unprecedented in the record business, which, like the Colonel and his client, dealt almost entirely in now money and put very little faith in the future. Catalog was a much derogated concept. Publishing was where you built up a backlist because a song could always have a new life as opposed to an artist. Ilberman never thought the company would go for it. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and to his amazement, RCA President Rocco LaGinestra authorized him to set up a meeting with the Colonel. Neither record company executive had any idea of what precisely to offer for the catalog, and the financial people, probably just covering themselves, were for the most part opposed. So Ilberman had a schedule of royalty payments over the past 7 years drawn up, which showed that Elvis had received, on average, somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 a year in domestic royalties, with an estimated 33% additional in foreign payments, in other words, roughly $600,000 in a good average year. With that in mind, LaGinestra came up with the figure of $3 million, a prudent investment that could earn out for RCA in 5 or 6 years, but one which Ilberman, who continued to wonder if the Colonel was somehow setting him up, felt was too low and could well be a foundering point before the real negotiations even kicked in. The initial meeting was in Palm Springs, not long after the conclusion of the Las Vegas engagement. The RCA executives made their pitch, and the Colonel predictably said he would get back to them, but he didn't think it was going to be enough money, either for Elvis or his father. When he did get back to them the next day, it was with a counterproposal of $5 million, which LaGinestra immediately seized on, despite Ilberman's instincts that they could have bargained the old man down. Rocco just wanted to get the deal done, but the deal, Ilberman realized, was far from over. The Colonel continued to talk in terms of restrictions on the catalog, and LaGinestra really didn't know what the Colonel was driving at, but I was very upset about that. We went to dinner that night at the Spa Hotel, and after dinner, I kept raising the issue with the Colonel. We had to have the catalog free and clear without any restrictions. So he asked me for some involvement in packaging in the future for his promotion company, All Star Shows, and I said yes. And I promised I would use the new stuff as well as the old stuff as much as possible on future packages, so that he and Elvis would be getting income in the future. I told him I would work with him on that, and I always did. We paid him for the packaging, the art. The Colonel had all the pictures. We could have made our own pictures now and made the design, but this way he would get a royalty. And that was how we made the deal. A contract that would actually come to $5.4 million was formalized over the next couple of months, but backdated to March 1st, when the Colonel's new 50-50 personal management agreement with Elvis had gone into effect. Under the terms of this new agreement, the somewhat arcane joint venture language of Elvis and Colonel's 1967 contract, which defined contractual income alone as subject to a 25% commission, with all other income derived from recording, in other words, anything beyond RCA's annual guarantee, as well as any and all of the proliferating side deals subject to a 50-50 split, was done away with, and the basic principle of partnership, under which Elvis and Colonel had been operating for the past 6 years, was, finally, explicitly recognized. From now on, all record income would be split down the middle, with touring remaining at a 2/3, 1/3 division. Perhaps to ensure that there could be no question under which personal management agreement this one-time RCA payment was to fall, the payout was structured as if the old agreement were still in effect, with $400,000 tacked on at the front end and divided 75-25, as if that were the deal, and the $5 million that represented the actual buyout treated as a side deal to be divided equally between the two principals. Note: all of the figures are in the ad litem report. The interpretation is my own. Just by way of financial comparison, Atlantic Records was sold lock, stock, and barrel in 1967 to Warner 7 Arts for somewhat less than $20 million, and Neil Diamond signed a $4 million contract with Columbia in 1971, 10 albums at $400,000 an album, that on the surface does not seem the equal of Elvis's. End of note. That was not the end of it, however. There was, in addition, a new 7-year contract guaranteeing $500,000 a year against royalty earnings on the 2 new albums and 4 singles, for which Elvis would be contractually obligated each year. Moreover, at the conclusion of the 7-year term, Elvis and Colonel would each receive a $100,000 bonus, not to be counted against royalties. In line with Ilberman's determination to keep the catalog unencumbered, Colonel got a number of contractual guarantees of his own. He was to receive a $50,000 a year consulting fee for the duration of the contract for assisting RCA in the development of merchandising and promo concepts, and for supplying RCA with merchandising and promo material, plus $10,000 a year for exploiting merchandising rights on the expired contract. Finally, for his assistance in helping RCA record tours, in planning, promotion, and merchandising in connection with the operation of the tour agreement and records made, in essence for the 7-year duration of the new contract, he was to receive a grand total of $1.35 million, $150,000 the first year, $200,000 every year thereafter, plus 10% of RCA Record Tour's profits off the top. In all, the Colonel was guaranteed $1.75 million on top of his $2.6 million share of the buyout itself and the $1.75 million that he would get as his share of the new recording contract, which meant that the Colonel would receive roughly $6 million to Elvis's $4.5 million from all of the deals combined. This might be likened to a professional athlete's 7-year contract for $75 million in 1998 dollars, but with his agent getting 4/7 of the money. Taking touring money into account, at least $15 million, with Elvis getting $10 million, but only after Colonel collected his 10% of tour profits beyond the promoter's guarantee, the overall package could be seen as a true 50-50 joint venture, and this was undoubtedly how the Colonel did see it, in one of the numerous alternative accounting approaches that he took to any subject, and that he would have taken toward this subject in particular, after factoring in all the aggravation that he had to put up with, and all the money that he was passing up by retaining Elvis as his only client. Note: all I know is I sleep very good at night, the Colonel said, with respect to his conscience being clear. End of note. Not everyone saw it this way. To William Morris legal counsel Roger Davis, Colonel Parker was as brilliant in his instincts as any man he had ever met. Never less than a canny operator himself, Davis was quick to concede that the Colonel had taught him lessons about contract law. What he didn't understand was why Colonel continued to insist on operating on his own when he was so clearly out of his depth, as he was here with respect to tax advantages and long-term gain for both himself and his client. Gene and Julian Aberbach, who had built a publishing empire on the premise that ownership was everything, took much the same view. Although they were in the process of dissolving that empire themselves, for a variety of financial and personal reasons, they had decided to sell Hill and Range the previous year while maintaining ownership of the Elvis Presley and Gladys music catalogs, along with Hank Williams's renewal rights, because of their uninterrupted record of profitability. They were doing so with an eye to the future. The Colonel, on the other hand, they saw as selling out Elvis for a mess of pottage, and then, more than anything, to satisfy his own gambling debts. They continued to have a real affection for their old associate, but as sophisticated men of business, they could not be blind to his shortcomings either. The Colonel, in Julian's view, was a crude, blustering man without schooling. He always had to be the big cheese. He had to dominate. He could not ask for any advice because it was demeaning. He knew everything, and he did not have long-term thinking. And yet no one could say Elvis was an unwitting or even unenthusiastic participant, as he put his neat, flowing signature on the line marked "Approved" at the end of every one of Colonel's side deals. From Elvis's point of view, as much as Colonel's, money was for spending, and what you spent it on was nobody's business but your own. There was never going to be any problem about money, so long as the two of them kept their wits about them. It was almost karmic, in fact, as he explained to Ed Parker, with it money came in one door just as it was going out the other. He boasted to the guys how the old man had pulled the wool over everyone's eyes once again. And if the Colonel made some money for himself in the process, well, that was to be expected. There was plenty for everyone, and no one else could have made the deal anyway. The Colonel deserved his share. Note: according to Jerry Schilling, Elvis was very proud of the deal and spoke of it explicitly, though he rarely talked business. End of note. The Colonel, for his part, was still working out the final piece of the puzzle. Ever since the Aberbacks had announced their decision the previous March, he had been trying to come up with a solution to the publishing problem that would be created when Hill and Range was dissolved. Although there was some sentiment for continuing to use Elvis Presley and Gladys music as holding companies in which to deposit new compositions, it would have been anathema to the Colonel to sustain a partnership in which his partners were no longer pulling their weight. In any case, the situation between Gene and Julian and their cousin had long since become intolerable, and without Freddie, there was no publisher presence. The Colonel's first thought was to try to buy out the Aberbacks, but that probably would have been doomed to failure even if Freddie had not been involved in the purchase bid. Next, he came up with a scheme to have RCA buy Elvis's half of the publishing, but having already gone into the tour business on the Colonel's behalf, and still in the midst of trying to work out terms for the acquisition of the masters, the record company understandably declined. He remained hopeful that RCA might still come through with financial support when he informed Elvis in the middle of the Vegas engagement that it looked like they might set up their own publishing through Freddie, with Elvis and Vernon and Lisa Marie owning 80% of it, and Freddie and Mr. Diskin each getting 10%. He tried to impress on Elvis, though, that plans were still unsettled, and that it was very important both that Elvis make no commitments to recording any songs that friends might bring him until their situation was fully squared away, and that this information be maintained in the strictest confidence. There was probably no great reason for all this drama, other than to try to capture Elvis's attention. In the end, it all came down to Freddie anyway, a surprising realization only if you were unaware of the Colonel's almost desperate penchant for loyalty, which some might see as a disinclination, at least as great as his clients', ever to venture outside his immediate circle of acquaintance. In any case, there was still much to be done, even as he was completing his deals with Elvis and RCA. Setting up new publishing companies proved more daunting than the Colonel had ever imagined, and the technical details dragged on over the next 6 months. But for all of the aggravation, and despite his keen awareness of Freddie's limitations, Colonel remained convinced that this could be the fresh start that they needed, that they were sailing into a brave new world, if he could keep the boy's mind on business. The Aloha special aired domestically on April 4th to generally good reviews. The principal reservations expressed were that it was in its U.S. version too long, too much of a travelogue, and in the manner of the current live show, too bombastic. But it was certainly accounted to be a success. The ratings, a 33.8% Nielsen with a 57% share, bore out the advance hoopla, with the album on the charts ever since the beginning of March, hitting #1 at the end of the month, the first quadraphonic release, according to RCA, to achieve that honor. Elvis watched the show at home with a certain amount of trepidation, but with none of the edginess with which he had viewed the '68 special. He seemed to accept his own grandiosity, almost as if he had nothing left to prove. An area in which he appeared far more intent on proving himself at this point was karate. Spurred on, perhaps, by Mike Stone's eminence in the field, Mike was very much of a man, Priscilla was telling reporters and friends, and treated her like a woman. He was becoming more and more caught up in the sport, in much the same way that he had become caught up in other enthusiasms over the years. This was different, he might have protested. It was a discipline to which he had dedicated himself, in his own view, for nearly 15 years, but now it began to take a more obsessive turn. On April 2nd, he prevailed upon Ed Parker to award him a 6th-degree black belt in Kenpo karate. This was widely perceived as selling rank in karate circles, where such practices were not uncommon and were viewed as the equivalent of campaign fundraising for a sport desperate for mass acceptance. This, in turn, only encouraged him to put greater pressure on Kong Rhee, whom he had flown out to accompany him to Parker's California Karate Championships in San Francisco. What he wanted now was for Master Rhee to go Ed one higher, with a 7th-degree black belt from his own Pasaryu school. 7, he explained to his Memphis instructor, was a number of great spiritual significance to him, but Master Rhee was resistant. For all of his personal allegiance to Elvis and his indebtedness to him, he continued to feel a greater loyalty to the sport. There was a sense of excitement as they flew into San Francisco for the competition. By now there was virtually no one among the guys who was not caught up to one degree or another in the karate craze. Most were black and blue from daily workouts, and sprained wrists, backs, and ankles had become commonplace badges of honor. Not everyone was enamored of Ed's instruction methods, and jealousy over Kong Rhee's new position was rapidly growing, but there was a feeling of common enterprise and a sense of real enthusiasm, if only just to get out of the house. Driving in from the airport, Elvis had the limo swing by the Civic Auditorium, the tournament site, and there, to his great surprise, he saw his name emblazoned on the marquee. Back at the hotel, he discovered that the newspapers, too, had carried notices of his upcoming appearance, which was advertised to include his participation in an exhibition of brick-breaking. Within minutes, he was on the phone to the colonel. Of course he couldn't make any public appearances, the colonel thundered. What would the management of the Sahara Tahoe, where he was scheduled to open in less than a month, and RCA Record Tours, which had a West Coast tour booked in a couple of weeks, think of his giving away for free what they were prepared to pay good money for? What was he doing hanging around with people who took advantage of him like this, who simply wanted to use his name? Note: newspaper accounts in the San Francisco Examiner, April 5th through 9th, 1973, reflect the arc of expectations of the tournament directors. In the Examiner on April 5th and 7th, Presley, an avid karate fan, is scheduled to put in an appearance at Sunday night's April 8th championship finals. End of side 14. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 15, Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 498. Note: the story on April 9th cites a clause in his Tahoe contract as having prevented him from participating, but still has him watching the program from the stands, a direct contradiction of everyone's memory. The paper is also wrong about the Tahoe opening, which it implies will take place the following week. Interviews with Ed Parker, Kong Rhee, Jerry Schilling, and Joe Esposito offer various degrees of difference and occasionally sharply conflicting accounts. End of note. Elvis didn't even try to argue. He dispatched some of the guys to get his name off the marquee and let the promoters know that he was leaving, then turned around and went home, bitterly disappointed both in Ed and himself. He got his 7th degree the very next day, as Kong Rhee took the opportunity to do what a number of the guys, including Red and Sonny, Charlie, Jerry, and Lamar, had been urging him to do for some time: talk to Elvis about the pills. At the time, I don't know anything about pills. I don't know anything about aspirin even myself, but the bodyguards explained to me, you just tell Elvis no pills. He not listen to anyone else, but he listen to what you say. And I say that's no problem. Elvis wouldn't come down at first when Master Rhee arrived at the house on Montevideo. So fearful was he that he would be turned down in his standing bid for promotion. Finally, he coming downstairs, and I told him that, you know, you the Master Tiger, king of the jungle, and when tiger has wound, he lick it well. Lick well, but not take any pills. And he said, I understand. Immediate response. And then he invite me his room upstairs, and he show me police badge and pictures with Nixon, and then he's the narcotic agent. He says, I'm against drugs, and I do not believe in any kind of drug, even if I singing or anything like that. He explained to me how clean he is himself. That was when Congreve promoted Elvis to 7th degree black belt, justifying it to himself by balancing it against all the good that Elvis had done for the popularity of karate and by how much the belt meant to Elvis himself. He tell me many times, this black belt much more worth than my gold belt, and he really have satisfaction with martial arts training. Simply, he do not care about anything else, and he trying to discover himself and overcome everything from bad to good. That's my impression at the time, see? But my regret is that I should more lead him. He elected me as instructor, and I should lead him to much better ways, much stronger. But then I put him up over me when he trying to put me over him, even though he liked me because of my honest. 2 weeks later, they were back on the road for the 9-day West Coast tour to which the Colonel had alluded. For bass player Emery Gordy, whose only previous dealings with Elvis had come when he filled in for Jerry Scheff at the March 1972 session, and who was now replacing Scheff in the band, even this brief exposure amounted to a small revelation. He had been looking forward to rejoining Elvis after his productive recording experience. This was the session at which Elvis had recorded Separate Ways, Always on My Mind, and Burning Love. And the working conditions, pay, accommodations, the efficiency and comfort of the touring operation could not have been better. The music alone turned out to be a disappointment. I was really let down by the whole thing. Everybody had been there for so many years, they were very set in their ways. I think they sent me about 500 tunes to learn in a 2-week period, and then we ended up doing the same show they had been doing in Vegas for the last 4 years. Occasionally, he'd get up there and start feeling real good and be very spontaneous, but mostly all the tunes were done so fast we just literally ran over them. There was no feeling involved. In May, they went into Tahoe in a peculiarly elongated 17-day booking, for which Elvis got paid a straight 2-week salary of $300,000. But the Colonel was to receive $100,000 for promotion. It was clear from the start that Elvis was neither looking nor sounding good, according to the Variety review. Some 30 pounds overweight, he's puffy, white-faced, and blinking against the light. The voice sounds weak, delivery is flabby. Hit medley is delivered in listless fashion, attempts to perpetuate his mystique of sex and power, and in weak self-parody. Variety's report turned out to be prescient, as Elvis canceled the last 4 days of his engagement, just 1 day short of 2 weeks, and Colonel was forced to forfeit his $100,000 bonus. That was when everyone started to get worried. Undoubtedly alerted by the Colonel, Elvis's attorney Ed Hookstratton contacted John O'Grady, the retired Los Angeles Police Department narcotics detective who had been brought into the 1970 paternity suit by Hookstratton, and subsequently gave Elvis the idea for getting his BNDD badge in Washington. O'Grady and his associate, Jack Kelly was the former head of the Los Angeles office of the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency, were given the task of ferreting out the sources for the prescribed drugs which were more and more obviously affecting Elvis's behavior. It took them no time to come up with 4 principal suppliers: a Los Angeles doctor who was giving him acupuncture treatments for the frequent injuries in his back and neck that he claimed to suffer in karate workouts, a Los Angeles dentist who made a specialty of house calls and painless treatment, and 2 Las Vegas doctors who appeared to be at his constant beck and call. Dr. Nick was specifically excluded from the circle of inquiry because Vernon, who for the first time had been brought in on their concerns, vouched for the Memphis physician's overall commitment to Elvis's welfare. The investigation went on for much of the next few months. All of the talk was in general enough terms to permit a certain level of deniability, and perhaps more important, to encourage a kind of unacknowledged self-deception, allowing them all to fool themselves for a time into thinking that the problem was not really of the dimensions that it was. But then Elvis nearly overdosed in St. Louis in the middle of his June tour, bringing home how serious the situation had become. And when, not long afterward, Elvis passed out in Hookstratton's office in the middle of a deposition attended by attorneys, secretaries, and a court reporter, it only further heightened his lawyer's concern. There were reports of incidents involving civilians. One girl was said to have almost died from an overdose of Vicodin in Palm Springs, and it seemed increasingly clear that the world was bound to learn of Elvis's self-destructive behavior, whatever containment methods were employed, unless something was done about it soon. In the absence of any clear-cut direction from above, Hook, Stratton, and O'Grady came up with a strategy that seems in retrospect somewhat questionable. O'Grady would contact all of the principal suppliers and try to frighten them into compliance. Then O'Grady and Hook, Stratton would use their contacts among state and federal narcotics agents to put further pressure on the doctors, and by extension on Elvis himself, to straighten up. It seems hard to imagine how this plan could ever have worked without boomeranging back on their client. Hook, Stratton trusted his state contact because, he said, I had gone to law school with him and we were good friends. But it seems even more doubtful that it was ever in fact actually implemented. What Hook, Stratton, and O'Grady both found was that Vernon was torn between loyalty to his employer and loyalty to his son. The guys, too, were hopelessly compromised by the conflicting claims of friendship and employment. Everyone, in fact, in a position to intervene was financially obligated to Elvis in one way or another. Even the Colonel seemed out of his depth, expressing bewildered consternation from time to time, but mostly just repeating the belief that sustained them all. Elvis would pull out of this as he had so many times in the past. He had done it before, and he would do it again. Hook, Stratton, and the two detectives felt more and more as if they were crawling out on a limb that was about to be sawed off. But though each of them claimed at one time or another to have confronted Elvis after his own fashion, Elvis never expressed any resentment, and there were no flashes of anger, only the mildest demurral. He knew what he was doing, he told them. There was no problem. The reason he had passed out in Hook, Stratton's office, he explained to his lawyer, was that he had just been to the dentist and was feeling woozy from the anesthetic. I said, Elvis, do you want to talk about it? Won't you please let us try to help you? I thought I was going to get fired, but he gave me a gift instead, a slot machine that I'd always admired. RCA could not have been happy to find themselves releasing yet another grab bag album, under the Colonel's by now almost generic title of Elvis, in the summer of 1973, especially after the great success of the Aloha soundtrack album. With no studio sessions since 1972, and virtually nothing left in the can, however, they had little alternative, their only consolation being the new contract and the new relationship, which the Colonel reassured them the new contract practically guaranteed, on which they were embarked. With that in mind, George Parkhill, the Colonel's man at RCA, wrote Elvis on June 29th, informing him in surprisingly peremptory terms that, in order to have the merchandise available, we are planning a recording session in the middle of July. He gave Elvis the choice of where he might prefer to record, but stressed that, under the terms of the March 1st agreement, RCA needed at least one new pop album, 2 new singles, and a religious album, a minimum of 24 tracks from the session. Since Parkhill at this point might just as well have been working for the Colonel, and as head of RCA Record Tours to all intents and purposes actually was, it must be assumed that this letter was sent not simply with the Colonel's approval, but at his behest. If he couldn't get Elvis to take his obligations seriously by any more direct method of communication, using RCA as an intermediary was a perfectly acceptable alternative. It worked, at least initially. No one imagined that Elvis would leave Memphis in the middle of his 4-week summer break, particularly when his daughter was visiting. So Marty Lacker, who had just started doing promotion for Stax Records, set up the session at Stax's Macklemore Avenue studio in the old Capitol Movie Theater, practically next door to the First Assembly of God church that Elvis had attended with his teenage girlfriend Dixie Locke. It made sense in every way. Stax was a legitimate studio at the height of its success as a soul label. Marty had an inn, just as he once had at American, and it was only 5 minutes from the house. Elvis failed to show up at all on the first night, and on the second arrived 5 hours late, dressed in a sweeping black cape, white suit, and Superfly Borsalino slouch hat. The band included James Burton and Ronnie Tutt, the same American rhythm section that he had worked with in 1969, minus drummer Gene Chrisman, and, in Chrisman's place, complementing Tutt, drummer Jerry Carrigan from the 1970-71 Nashville sessions. For Carrigan, who had not seen Elvis in a couple of years, the whole experience was something of a shock. It was the first time I ever saw him fat. His speech was slurred. It just seemed like he was miserable. He just didn't seem to care, said American keyboard player Bobby Wood, echoing Carrigan's observation. He was a totally different person. Everything seemed to go wrong from the start. Felton Jarvis and his engineer, Al Pachucki, already skating on thin ice after a disastrous confrontation with RCA executive Joan Deary over the quad mix of the Aloha album. Deary, who had no respect for either Felton's or Pachucky's technical skills or work ethic, had ended up supervising a complete remix, took a dim view of the whole Stax setup. The studio ambience, Pachucky observed, was very dry. There was no way to give the musicians different headphone mixes. In other words, the drummer got the same mix as the singer, and the console was hopelessly outmoded, the kind of 8-track board that RCA had discarded in 1970, which, with the 9 singers that Elvis had insisted on bringing in to record live in the studio with him, made it virtually impossible to get any kind of clean separation. The studio vibe was bad. The material, too, was something of an embarrassment. Horrible songs, in the view of Carrigan and the other musicians, that Elvis turned down just as fast as they were presented to him. Had the Colonel been there, he undoubtedly would have agreed with the musicians, and he must have winced when Tom Diskin made his report. Once again, Freddie had failed to come through, despite the fact that he was now working for himself. The Colonel shook his head. He couldn't understand it. Freddie had all the motivation in the world to succeed. How could you improve on self-interest? But mostly it was Elvis, as everyone knew. At another time, in another mood, he might have shrugged it all off. He might have found something in the hackneyed tunes to spark his interest, or simply pursued another direction altogether. Instead, the only thing that seemed to engage him was a karate exhibition he put on with Kong Ree in the studio, which, after what the musicians had all heard about his putting a gun through Chip Young's guitar with a karate kick, Carrigan had been a direct witness, didn't leave anyone in a particularly sanguine frame of mind. The next night he showed up wearing the same clothes, but with Linda and Lisa Marie in tow, and once again several hours late. He seemed in a marginally better mood this time, and the material, too, was marginally better, primarily through the introduction of a Tony Joe White song that Felton had gotten from his friend Bob Beckham, but he recorded only 3 songs before departing in much the same disgruntled mood. The following night they got 2 more songs, and then on the 4th night of recording, with a new band in place, everyone else, anticipating that Elvis would work in his usual rapid-fire fashion, had made prior commitments, Al Pachucky discovered that Elvis's personal hand mics had been stolen, and once Pachucky confirmed to Elvis that this was the reason for the bad vocal sound they were getting, Elvis just walked out and didn't come back. Felton went on recording instrumental tracks both that night and the next, in the vain hope that he might return, but when he didn't, Felton shut the session down at 5 a.m. on the morning of July 26th. Of the 30 master numbers assigned to the session, only 8 had been filled, with backing tracks for an additional 4 songs on which Elvis might or might not choose to overdub his vocals. It was a disaster any way you looked at it, and RCA felt badly let down. Colonel, too, was furious, not just at the publishing debacle, to which he was convinced Felton had contributed by introducing his friend Beckham's songs, but at Elvis's own increasing refusal or inability to live up to his commitments. Note: Beanstalk suggests that it would be a good idea that Felton make things right with his good friend Bob Beckham before Freddie takes the matter up with Colonel Parker. I think there is little question that Colonel was already aware of the situation, whether implicitly or explicitly. End of note. Most of all, though, the session was professionally catastrophic for Felton, whose sole perceived value to the Colonel and the company was his ability to get Elvis to deliver, and who now more than ever found himself under fire from all sides with no visible ally in sight. And yet Felton appeared to be the only one left with any faith in the future. He remained convinced that if they could just establish a good vibe at the next session, Elvis would pull himself together. All they needed was a good jam-type atmosphere, Felton expounded to an interviewer at around this time. What I try to capture is to get him when he's just in there singing for himself. That's why a lot of the cuts don't have any intro, because they're just done that one time and that's it. Elvis has to feel what he's singing, Felton explained, without bothering to detail just how difficult it was getting to sneak up on that feeling. Elvis was back in California within a week to rehearse for the August 6th opening in Vegas. The subsequent reviews were, if anything, even more devastating than the Tahoe notices, for their by now almost matter-of-fact recognition that something was seriously wrong. More overweight than he's ever appeared in Las Vegas, it's Elvis at his most indifferent, uninterested, and unappealing, declared the Hollywood Reporter. He's not just a little out of shape, not just a little chubbier than usual. The living legend is fat and ludicrously aping his former self. His voice opening night was thin, uncertain, and strained. His personality was lost in one of the most ill-prepared, unsteady, and most disheartening performances of his Las Vegas career. It is a tragedy, disheartening, and absolutely depressing to see Elvis in such diminishing stature. To his audience, it made little difference. Fan reports suggested that Elvis was much happier, full of fun for the most part, and seemed to be enjoying the shows much more. But drug rumors were more prevalent than ever, and there were parties in the suite every night that frequently bore out the rumors. 2 weeks into the engagement, at one of those parties, he broke the ankle of a woman named Beverly Albrecht in a karate demonstration that would eventually bring about a personal injury lawsuit after Albrecht's husband found out how and where she had sustained the injury. The shows themselves took on an increasingly surreal, if generally amiable, quality, climaxing on the final night with Elvis riding in on Lamar's back, a toy monkey attached to his neck. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen and animal lovers," he announced. "I brought one of my relatives with me. I'm in trouble if he has to go to the bathroom." It was all, it could be argued, in good fun, and the fans found it hilarious when he sang "Love Me Tender" with X-rated lyrics. But there were uncomfortable stirrings, not just from the audience but on stage, when he interpolated a verse that declared, "Adios, you motherfucker, bye-bye, Papa, too. To hell with the whole Hilton Hotel and screw the showroom, too." He performed "What Now, My Love," tossing back and forth on a bed that Sonny had pushed out on stage, sang the lyrics to "Suspicious Minds" to the melody of "Bridge Over Troubled Water," and vice versa. Eventually he performed both songs seriously, and returned to the subject of the Hilton once again, just as he was about to go into the Mystery Train Tiger Man medley. "There's a guy here who works in the Italian restaurant," he said quietly, referring to his favorite waiter, who sometimes prepared meals for him in the suite. "His name is Mario, and these people are getting ready to fire him as soon as I leave, and I don't want him to go. He needs the job. And I think the Hiltons are bigger than that. There's no disrespect. I just want to wake up Conrad Hilton and tell him about Mario and his job, that's all." Then he went into the medley, but stopped in the middle to announce, "This song is dedicated to the staff and hierarchy of the Hilton Hotel," then tore into the opening lines of Tiger Man, which somehow seemed to take on added significance when he sang, "I'm the king of the jungle, they call me the Tiger Man." The remainder of the show maintained much the same mix of the frequently ridiculous, the occasionally sublime. For the fans, it amounted to a kind of invitation into Elvis's living room, as Elvis himself explicitly acknowledged when he said toward the end of the show, "I know we kid a lot and have fun and everything, but we really love to sing, play music, and entertain people. As long as I can do that, I'll be a happy old son of a bitch." For the Colonel, though, there was little to be happy about. Ever since the first mention of the Hilton, the Colonel had been fuming in the wings, and by the time that Elvis got off stage, he was fit to be tied. He had heard all about this Mario. He knew all about Elvis's feelings in the matter, but they were not to be shared with the world. What the Hiltons did was their business and nobody else's, just like what he and Elvis did was their own private concern. He was fed up to the teeth. He had negotiated with Baron Hilton in good faith. He had devoted himself to the boy and covered for him again and again. He had built a career for him on exactly the terms that Elvis demanded. What was he trying to do now? Backstage, he tried to talk to Elvis, but they couldn't communicate anymore. Everyone heard angry voices coming from the dressing room, and then the Colonel stomped out, and Elvis emerged more quietly a little later, as if everything had been all worked out. There was the usual rap party that night up in the suite. Tom Jones and singer Bobby Gentry, ode to Billy Joe, were in attendance, and Elvis had a surprise for Jones. He was aware that Tom had been having some difficulties with his vocal group, The Blossoms, so he had flown in a promising young gospel quartet from Nashville that included J.D.'s nephew, Donnie Sumner, with the show until recently as a member of his uncle's group, and Cheryl Nielsen, whom Elvis regarded as one of the finest young tenors in the field, and who had sung behind Elvis with the Imperials on the 1966 How Great Thou Art session. His intention was to present Jones with the quartet as a kind of gift, and to that end he had them perform for his guests, which no doubt hastened the end of the party. The discussion with the Colonel was still on his mind as the evening wound down. The way the Colonel had talked to him. Who did that bald-headed old bastard think he was? And what did he have to be so high and mighty about, when everyone knew he was in debt to the Hilton up to his ass, which was why they were probably going to be playing there for the rest of their goddamn lives? People were talking about Europe, too. They were saying there was something funny going on. And Elvis had heard more than once that maybe Colonel couldn't leave the country because he was some kind of illegal alien, or his birth certificate was messed up or something. For all Elvis knew or cared right now, though, he could have been a Martian. He was just an old man living in the past. His day was done. Where the fuck did he get off talking to Elvis like that? Call him, he said to Joe. Get the old son of a bitch up here. Note, the suspicion that the Colonel was Dutch, or that there was something funny about his background, came up in my interviews with Ed Hookstraten, Mel Ilberman, Julian Aberbach, and Greelan Landon. While none of these sources had any insight into the extent of Elvis's suspicions, most tended to agree that his general alertness to conversational undercurrents and social situations, what several of the guys referred to as almost a sixth sense, along with his awareness of the Colonel's almost pathological aversion to foreign travel, would suggest that he must at least have had his suspicions. End of note. The atmosphere was electric when the Colonel arrived at the suite. It was clear that the old man was still seething from the earlier confrontation, and Elvis was practically jumping out of his skin. There was no attempt on either man's part to hide his resentment now, and for the guys still in the room, it was a scene as shocking to witness as any other intimate act of a marriage. For the first time that anyone could remember, they were actually shouting at each other in the presence of others, hurling ugly accusations back and forth, until at last Elvis said, "You're fired." And the Colonel said, "You can't fire me, I quit." And each threatened to call a press conference the next day, and the Colonel said, "Fine, but if you want me to leave, you're going to have to pay up what you owe me," and stormed out the door. The silence in the room was almost deafening. As much as they had all talked among themselves about just such a day, about Elvis's need for an up-to-the-minute thinker like Jerry Weintraub, who might have an expanded role in his organization for each of them, the bleak reality of the exchange hung like a chill in the air, as Elvis retreated into the bedroom with Linda, and they were all left to look at one another with a frozen sense of uncertainty and little left to say. The Colonel had no such problem. He had, if anything, too much to say, and was working on putting it all down in his fourth-floor warren of rooms and offices, papered over with reminders of all he had done for the boy. This was exactly what had happened to him 20 years ago, almost to the day, when Eddie Arnold had dissolved their long-standing relationship with a one-page letter stating his continued feelings of friendship, but deep-seated dissatisfaction with his manager's brusque manner of doing business. Then, as now, Colonel had been taken by surprise, but then he had needed a full week to recover, and even after that period of adjustment had found himself unable to communicate with Arnold without betraying his hurt. Even as he declared that emotion had no place in this sort of exchange, he had defended himself at length in a rambling, discursive letter that alternated between angry justifications of his actions and a closely reasoned statement of account. In the end, he had let Arnold go for a one-time outright payment of $60,000 and the preservation of a limited social and business relationship. But it had not, in his mind, even begun to repay his investment, and it had not begun to make up for the hurt. This time, he was determined simply to put the figures down on paper. The boy owed him, and he was not going to be shortchanged. Colonel summoned Jerry Schilling when he had nearly finished with his accounting. Jerry arrived to find him in pajamas and slippers, his glasses pushed down on his nose, typing away in a cold fury. He had advanced money to Elvis over the years. There were bookings on which he had not taken his full commission. He had set up deals extending well into the future. There were residuals on all the movies, not to mention shared ownership of the 2 television specials. It was all very well for Elvis to strike out on his own, if that was what he really wanted, but he was going to have to pay for the privilege. It was dawn by the time he ripped the last sheet out of the typewriter, and Jerry took the papers back up to a silent star suite. The reaction the next day fell somewhere between panic and utter deflation. After the brave front he had put up the previous night, Elvis found himself now having to confront the Colonel's figures, as he and Vernon balefully studied the carefully added-up accounts and tried to decide who they might call to help them with this unprecedented situation. The negotiations went on in fits and starts for much of the next few days, with Jerry and Sonny the principal envoys, in a war in which direct engagement was contemplated by neither side, and information and disinformation was spread by neutral parties. Elvis heard that Colonel was ill through the hotel staff. Colonel heard that Elvis had put in calls to Tom Hewlett and Ed Hookstraten without ever coming right out and saying what he wanted. It was as if each had taken his best shot and failed to knock the other man out. Now they were just staggering around the ring, groggy and uncertain what to do next. Vernon was sick about the whole business. He didn't know how they were ever going to come up with the money or even be able to proceed without the Colonel. Sonny was exhausted from staying up with Elvis all night every night. The shots the doctor gave Elvis didn't seem able to put him out for more than an hour or two, and Sonny got a summons to come back to the suite almost as soon as he himself lay down. Jerry and Joe, both of whose marriages had just broken up, were scheduled to leave for Europe the following week on a vacation that Elvis was paying for. They offered to put off the trip, but Elvis wouldn't hear of it. There was no question in anyone's mind that there almost had to be a reconciliation, but no one could figure out just how it was ever going to come about. Neither side seemed able to make a move. Meanwhile, Jerry had conflicts and confusions of his own. He had started going out with Kathy Westmoreland on the June tour after watching the romance which had broken up his marriage that spring just drift away for no real reason that he could discern. Then his relationship with Kathy had gone bad, maybe because of the pressures of the engagement, but also because of something that was going on between him and Elvis. He hadn't known what it was until Elvis revealed to him in a moment of remorse what evidently everyone else in the group already knew, that Elvis was the cause of the breakup of his previous relationship, that Elvis had fucked his girl. He couldn't believe it at first, even though he knew about Elvis and his stepbrother Billy Stanley's pretty young wife the previous summer, just before Linda came into the picture. But that was different. That was just Billy, whom no one took very seriously anyway, and when Elvis started telling everybody about it with that self-satisfied little smirk on his face, like he had somehow gotten away with something, Jerry just put it down to the pills. Now he wasn't so sure. "I don't know how it happened," Elvis tried to explain. "It just happened that one time," he said, as if to reassure Jerry that he would not discover any further incidents of treachery, even if he were to investigate. "I never did it with anyone else." Jerry was almost dumbfounded. "But she was the one I loved," he blurted out, before adding, "I'm just glad you're the one who told me and not someone else." Sometimes he felt like he didn't really know Elvis anymore. But he remained a loyal lieutenant, even as he struggled to suppress the sense of betrayal that kept gnawing at him and remember the man he had loved and admired all these years. Linda, too, was at a turning point. She was worn out. Elvis had been, so far as she knew, faithful for much of the first year of their relationship, an all-time record, he told her. And she had, for her part, devoted herself entirely to him, with a seriousness of purpose more suited to a nurse or mother than a girlfriend. Vernon had told her that she was just about the kindest person he had ever known. She reminded him of a favorite aunt, and he wanted her to be aware that her dedication had not gone unrecognized. That meant a lot to her, but she needed a break, and Elvis was ready for one too. So when he suggested that he might run down to Palm Springs by himself for a little while when they finally got out of Vegas, maybe she would like to do a little shopping herself, she seized upon the opportunity, even if she knew what it meant. She was 23 years old. She could imagine a different kind of life. She was still in love with him, but she had learned long ago that sexual love was not the essence of their relationship, and not just because of his physical condition. He was certainly drug-impaired, but in some ways he also transcended the physical. He really did want to get to the heart of another individual. And you know, it really did hurt my feelings, but I loved him so completely. I loved him enough like a mother loves a child that I could really let him go. Jerry and Joe left for Europe on the weekend, 5 days after the blow-up, with the issue still unresolved. In the meantime, Elvis had flown in Congreve from Memphis, while Linda's parents and Dr. Nick remained as his guests, and his limousine driver, Sir Gerald Peters, brought him his blue Mercedes from Los Angeles. He continued to receive acupuncture treatment from his L.A. doctor, Leon Cole, who billed his Vegas visits to his patient, and he decided to sign the quartet he had brought in from Nashville, with whom he had been singing gospel music every day, after things failed to work out for them with Tom Jones. Almost as if to indicate how far removed he was from all the daily strife, he drew up a contract on a piece of scrap paper, guaranteeing the backup group a flat $100,000 a year, essentially to be on call. They would become part of the show, a third vocal group, bringing the total number of voices behind him on stage to 11. They would have their own segment. They would be free to pursue opportunities of their own, but would be subject to his whim should he feel like summoning them to Memphis, Los Angeles, or Palm Springs. And, as if to prove his business acumen to any lingering doubters, he would get the publishing on all their songs. He named them Voice, after the single-issue spiritual journal New Age Voice that Larry Geller had put out and given to him in Vegas when he and Johnny Rivers had recently come to see the show. Vernon was heartsick at this latest evidence of Elvis's profligacy. He didn't know what was going to become of them if Elvis didn't make up with the Colonel. Colonel, when he heard about it, remarked dryly that the group wasn't worth even $50,000 to the show. But for the three singers, their manager, and the bass player who accompanied them, barely able up till now to eke out a living in Nashville, it was not just one more twist in an implausible storybook tale, it was manna from heaven, although they soon learned they were going to have to negotiate for their expenses, too, if they were to be at Elvis's beck and call. It seemed as if things might go on like this forever in the strange new limbo in which they were all living. In some ways, nothing much appeared to have changed. The Colonel made a deal with the International to get everyone's rooms discounted. Business continued to be transacted independently by both parties. Elvis was still acting like Elvis. The only difference was that Elvis and Colonel weren't speaking to one another. Elvis finally had Sonny contact Colonel just before they left Las Vegas. "We've got to call that old son of a bitch," he announced. "He's not going to call us." Sonny left the room after getting the Colonel on the phone, so he didn't hear the actual conversation, but his unmistakable impression was that it was Elvis who apologized. At this point, it wouldn't have much mattered. Everyone was so exhausted by the emotional roller coaster they were just anxious for a resolution. By the following week, Colonel felt sufficiently emboldened to assure RCA that Elvis would finish up his vocal tracks for the new album by the end of the month, so they wouldn't lose their November release date. Note: the Colonel's point of view can be deduced from a memorandum of his telephone conversation with RCA on September 25, 1973. Although this took place 2 days after the session's conclusion, it covers the entire rationale for the way in which the session was conducted and obviously reflects the Colonel's prior thinking. End of note. The 4 instrumental tracks recorded in Memphis would be transferred to RCA publicist Greelan Landon in Los Angeles, who would be the nominal supervisor of a session that would take place not at RCA's Los Angeles studio, but in Elvis's Palm Springs home, which from Colonel's point of view not only meant minimal disruption to Elvis's schedule, but also virtually guaranteed that Felton would have nothing to do with the recording. The very fact that another session was needed was Felton's fault, the Colonel strongly believed. Felton was to blame for the situation they were in. He catered too damned much to Elvis's whims and allowed Elvis to be drowned in a sea of voices and orchestration when all the fans wanted to hear was Elvis's voice. The boy could record with a damned glockenspiel, and it would still sell. Just get him to put his voice on the tracks, the Colonel exhorted RCA. Let him know there was no time for any overdubs, no time for remixing. Just have him get it right the first time. They would know better how to say all these things to Mr. Presley, he told the record company, and of course it was their decision in the end. As they were well aware, he would never presume to tell them their business. The only reason he was getting involved now was because of the unusual circumstances of the session and the concern they all shared about getting the product out on a timely basis. The recording sessions on September 22nd and 23rd did not go altogether as planned. Elvis turned out to have no interest in 3 of the 4 songs they had on tape. In fact, his greatest interest appeared to be in recording a demo tape on Voice, whom he had flown out a few days earlier not for the session, but just to sing with him while he was in Palm Springs. Nor was his enthusiasm for the group limited to their music. Noting that Cheryl Nielsen could use a hair transplant, Elvis arranged for the operation to be performed in his living room the morning of the session, while he himself was undergoing acupuncture treatments for the broken finger he had suffered in a karate workout 3 days before. Note: doctors' bills indicate that both Elias Ghanem and Leon Cole were in attendance on Elvis in Palm Springs, while Dr. Juan J. Tour performed the surgery on Nielsen. End of note. It was not the scene that Greelan Landon had anticipated. Elvis was in his pajamas eating popcorn. Cheryl Nielsen's head was still bleeding underneath the bandages, and the door, propped open by a cable running to the RCA mobile recording truck parked outside, kept banging in the hot, dry desert wind. It wasn't until the end of the evening that Elvis finally got around to overdubbing his vocal on Sweet Angeline, the one track from the Stax session that he deemed worthy of completion, but not before spending more than 4 hours on 2 song demos by his new group. On the second night, the story was no different. except that Elvis started off by cutting one of voice leader Donnie Sumner's songs himself with a makeshift lineup that included Charlie on acoustic guitar, Sumner on piano, bass player Tommy Henley, and James Burton, who was there presumably to overdub his guitar onto the pre-recorded instrumental tracks. After overseeing 3 more voice demos, Elvis started fooling around with Andy Williams's 1958 hit, Are You Sincere? It should never have worked. The song itself was a kind of blandly sentimental doo-wop ballad, and the backing was the same as on the previous number, but somehow the spareness of the arrangement, the incongruity of the instrumentation, the near-parodic swell of the voices seemed to release something in him. He was able to convey unself-conscious emotion as he posed the question that he was as inclined to ask of himself as of anyone else. Honesty, simplicity, the purely instinctual gut-level response, that was what his music was all about. It was what it had always been about. And if he had thought about it, he might almost have agreed with the Colonel that all the rest could be dismissed as just so much excess baggage. The Colonel was practically beside himself when he heard what had happened. Once again, the most carefully worked-out plans had been laid to waste by the boys' thoughtless irresponsibility, and he was furious that RCA had not exerted greater control over the session. In a telephone conversation with Elvis the following day, he countered Elvis's insistence that the new songs be included on the album, with his own even more emphatic insistence that if they were, it would have to be with Elvis's explicit understanding that nothing could be done to them, no voices or instruments could be added. He would do his best to try to get RCA to make the best of the situation, he said, but Elvis had to recognize the time bind. He had put them all in. In subsequent conversations with RCA, Colonel drove home the same point in more explicit language than he had ever used with regard to his client. This did not inhibit him, however, from blowing up at RCA just 1 week later when he learned that his worst fears about the sale of the catalog were about to be realized, and Joan Deary, whom he had taken to be an ally in his struggle with Felton, was planning a November release for an anthology called Elvis, a Legendary Performer. From the publicity material, it was obvious that this was to be the first in a series of historical reissues in direct conflict with the artist's new product. Not only that, Deary had gone ahead and made her plans without even consulting him. With a deluxe booklet containing pictures, old recording pages or session notes, pictures of early sheet music, magazine covers, recording information, and other similar memorabilia, there was no opportunity even to get in on the marketing end. And he was further affronted that Deary's memo, dated September 7th, had taken more than 3 weeks to reach him. Without missing a beat, he fired off a letter to his good friend Rocco Laginestra, the man who had engineered the Masters' buyout, pointing out that it was just this kind of precipitate and uncoordinated action that he had been concerned about when the record company first proposed the deal, that Rocco and Mel Ilberman had assured him he had nothing to fear from RCA, and that if RCA went ahead with such an ill-considered plan, it could cast serious doubt not only on the spirit of the agreement, but on a relationship that had survived on the basis of trust for nearly 30 years now. The album release was quickly postponed till January, and the Colonel was henceforth included not just as an advisor to the series, but as a paid consultant. Note: Joan Deary's cover letter to the Colonel, dated September 27, 1973, included a memorandum on the Legendary Performers series, which had originally been sent to the Colonel's man at RCA, George Parkhill, on September 7th. Perhaps because Parkhill was sick, the Colonel never got this memorandum until he received the September 27th letter, a lapse that he made the most of. End of note. Elvis's divorce decree was finalized on October 9th. It was evident to Sri Dayamata just how much the breakup of his marriage continued to be on his mind when he visited her not long before the decree came through. She had only recently returned from an 8-month pilgrimage to India, and their telephone conversations had not prepared her for the change she now saw in him. She was struck most of all by how miserable he appeared to be. The bright-eyed, sincere, if somewhat undisciplined young man that she had grown used to, the restless and resourceful spirit who could track her down in India just to make sure that she had not been harmed by an earthquake he had heard about on the news, seemed diminished somehow, robbed not just of his hope, but of his beauty, and ashamed almost to be seen by her like this. I think that things were not turning out the way he hoped they would. He didn't have the energy, the enthusiasm, the feeling that he had in his earlier years. He was not at peace. It was not the financial settlement that bothered him. His father was furious at Priscilla, and so was his lawyer Ed Hookstraten for what they considered to be her going back on her word. He didn't care about that. That was only money. What he was concerned about was something of far greater consequence, though he might have had difficulty putting his finger on it. It was the rejection that haunted him, the rejection that had come, as he always feared it would, in full view of the world. Perhaps even more than that, she had disrupted his dream. Hridaya Mata might have said in her kindly way it was his fantasy, and Priscilla would probably have agreed. But he had always imagined a picture of domestic bliss, the perfect lasting union he had promised his mother would someday come to pass. And now it was coming to an end, not by his own election, though he knew at heart that he had chosen it, but by the public decree of the state. Priscilla had reopened the case in May, just before the Tahoe engagement. The settlement on the face of it was clearly one-sided. For a man of such wealth to pay little more than $100,000 in a state where community property was the rule, and for both parties to be represented in essence by the husband's lawyer, was patently unfair. But that was what she had wanted. Then she got involved in redecorating her new Pacific Palisades apartment, which Elvis had gladly agreed to pay for, and with part of the $50,000 that she received as an initial payment toward the settlement, she opened up a designer clothing shop in Beverly Hills called Biz and Beau. Her partner was a friend named Olivia Biz. Beau was from her maiden name. Evidently, the realities of doing business, not to mention the greater experience of her interior decorator and her new partner in the ways of the world, led her to a newfound appreciation for the financial realities of life. At least, that was Ed Hookstraten's interpretation when he heard from her new lawyer that he was introducing a motion to set aside the agreed-upon settlement on the basis of extrinsic fraud. Since Hookstraten was the agent of the presumed fraud, Elvis had to hire a new lawyer, an associate of Ed's, and various depositions were taken over the course of the summer and early fall before the lawyers finally came to a new agreement. Elvis would pay $725,000 in cash, plus $6,000 a month for 10 years, which, together with Priscilla's half of the sale of the Hillcrest house, it had finally sold on August 31st for $450,000, $4,200 a month spousal support for a year, and 5% of the new publishing companies, amounted to close to $2 million. In addition, Elvis would pay $4,000 a month for child support, and they would share joint legal custody of Lisa Marie. On Tuesday, October 9th, they met at the Los Angeles County Superior Courthouse in Santa Monica, in the courtroom of Judge Lawrence J. Rittenband, and after 20 minutes walked out of the courthouse smiling for the horde of photographers and reporters who had gathered on the courthouse steps. Priscilla hadn't seen Elvis in a while, and was both dismayed by his bloated appearance and bewildered at the dramatic physical change. He held hands with her throughout the proceedings in chambers, and she kept running her hands back and forth over his poor swollen fingers. They emerged blinking into the sunlight, still holding hands, with Elvis looking slightly stunned in what appears to be a jogging suit with a flag on the lapel. Priscilla's stylish new look, set off by a three-quarter-length quilted patchwork coat that might well have come from Biz and Beau, seems fixed firmly on the future. She waved as she walked toward the car with her sister Michelle, and was relieved when she saw him wink back. 6 days later, he was admitted to Baptist Memorial Hospital in Memphis in a semi-comatose condition. He had started having trouble breathing in California and chartered a plane to fly home. On the plane, Linda noticed that his breathing was getting worse despite the steady administration of oxygen. Dr. Nick came out to the house and was shocked by what he found. Elvis appeared edematous, so swollen as to be virtually unrecognizable and barely able to breathe. Nick made every attempt to take care of him at home, leaving his office nurse, Tish Henley, on semi-permanent duty at Graceland. But when 3 days later Elvis's condition dramatically worsened and his breathing became noticeably stertorous, the worried physician had no choice but to admit him to the hospital. In the hospital, the first concern was to get him stabilized, and to that end, Dr. Nikopoulos had him seen by a team of physicians who all agreed that his condition was grave. After first satisfying themselves that he was not suffering from congestive heart failure as a result of the obvious buildup of fluids, they settled on the hypothesis that he was experiencing an extreme drug reaction, most likely to steroids of some sort. When he was well enough to talk, Nick questioned him about the medication he had been taking, but there appeared to be nothing in the various prescriptions that would account for his cushion-oid appearance. One of the doctors asked him about the black and blue marks all over his body, and Elvis responded that they came from the acupuncture treatments that he had been receiving for the past 8 or 9 months. No one could understand how acupuncture needles could cause such a dramatic reaction until Elvis explained that the treatment was administered not just with the usual assortment of needles, but with a syringe. When Nick asked Elvis what was in the syringe, he professed not to know. The doctor had told him something about using a local anesthetic to cut down on the pain and maybe a little cortisone to speed the healing process, but he wasn't really sure what exactly was in the mix. Nick pursued the matter in private with Joe Esposito, who now suggested that he thought there was something more to these injections which Elvis had been getting with increasing frequency lately. Nick called the doctor in California, and after informing him angrily that Elvis was a very sick man, finally got out of him what anyone around Elvis could probably have told him. Elvis was getting almost daily injections of Demerol, and far from being ignorant of the nature of the medication, he frequently touted the marvelous healing powers that Demerol possessed, and had even flown the doctor in on a number of occasions to administer the treatment to friends. It was at this point that Dr. Nick realized that his patient would have to be treated as an addict. In the wake of that revelation, he consulted with Drs. David Knott and Robert Fink, 2 specialists in drug addiction, and on the basis of their recommendations, put Elvis on phenobarbital immediately to prevent a severe withdrawal reaction. The next day, he started Elvis on methadone, a treatment frequently used to combat heroin addiction, and called in Dr. Larry Rubel, a gastroenterologist, who ordered x-rays that showed a bowel ileus, or enlargement of the intestine, that was full of fecal material, undoubtedly a result of long-term opiate tranquilizer abuse, and the principal cause of Elvis's distended abdomen. Because one effect of long-term cortisone use can be to aggravate a glaucoma condition, he called in the ophthalmologist, Dr. Meyer, too, who found that Elvis did indeed continue to have a mild case of glaucoma in both eyes, something he knew would concern Elvis when Elvis was alert enough to be concerned, but for the moment, Elvis was too sick to care. Over the course of the next few days, the medical team closely monitored every one of their famous patients' responses, and Elvis was gradually weaned back to health. They noted strong indications of natural hyperactivity, involuntary movement of his limbs, intractable insomnia, and a disinclination to subject himself to hospital discipline. He sent out for crystal burgers when he was supposed to be on a liquid diet, and surreptitiously took a sleeping pill from his own supply after the nurse refused to give him one. After a liver biopsy, they found that organ to be infiltrated with fatty cells, a condition very likely brought on by medication abuse. Nick explained his suspicions to Joe, and together they went out to Graceland to search Elvis's bedroom for evidence of exactly what he was taking. There they found 3 large bottles of pills, 1,000 dexedrine spansul capsules, 1,000 Seconal, and another form of sleeping medication, all of which Dr. Nick subsequently disposed of. As Elvis got better, the methadone dosage was gradually decreased, and Drs. Knott and Fink, who had originally held out for Elvis to be admitted to Dr. Knott's drug treatment center, spoke seriously to their patient about the consequences of iatrogenic and volitional polypharmacy. The patient, they noted, indicated intellectual assent, though there appeared to be considerable doubt on the doctor's part that such assent would translate into resolve. Linda was with him for virtually every minute of his more than 2-week stay. I had a cot beside his bed for the first few nights, and he lowered his bed every night to the height of my cot. I kept sliding down, and he would reach over and grab me around the neck and pull me back up again. We were just trying to stay as close as possible. Finally, they brought in a hospital bed for me. Then they started treating me like a patient. I never got out of my gown, and the nurses would come in and say, "And how are our patients today?" Once I tried to go downstairs and look at the magazine rack. I was going stir-crazy, and I got dressed, and Elvis said, "What are you doing?" "I'm just going downstairs to look at the magazine rack." He said, "Oh, no, honey. If I can't have my clothes on, you can't." He made me put my gown on and get back into bed. He was just like a little kid, and I was his little buddy. Whatever he had to go through, I had to go through. Some of my most precious memories of him are in the hospital. He was cared for. We watched television. We got hooked on the game shows. We liked the match game. Even after we went home, we watched them. Jerry and Sonny alternated staying in the room next to Elvis's. His stepbrother Ricky Stanley started to bring in food from Graceland, meatloaf mainly. And late at night, after all the Memphis stations had gone off the air, Elvis and Linda would watch the closed-circuit images the hospital broadcast from the nursery. The nurses would put high Elvis on the incubators and cribs and come up to the camera and wave because they knew Elvis liked to watch the babies. There was one little fellow who actually waved, and after that Elvis and I waved to each other that way. I found that little guy later. I tracked him down and sent him some shoes. Gradually everything returned more or less to normal, although the hospital continued to have problems dealing with its celebrity patient, as even routine tests created something of a dilemma, and they were forced to schedule them in the middle of the night, so as to avoid creating too much of an uproar among the nurses and other patients. In the midst of his hospital stay, when he was finally beginning to feel a little better, Elvis got a telegram from the colonel, informing him that he had worked out a new deal with the Sahara Tahoe, and eliciting a telegram in return offering congratulations and authorizing the colonel to sign the contract on his behalf. The impersonal life. The idea was simply to get well. The 2.5 months after his hospitalization was the longest period of sustained inactivity since he had returned full-time to live performing 2 years earlier. More to the point, it represented a commitment to the abstract ideas of self-discipline and moderation, absent not just from his life, but from his whole way of thinking for quite some time. His illness had frightened everyone, not least Elvis himself, and he threw himself into the role of the good patient. Dr. Nick came by almost every day for the first 3 weeks after he got out of the hospital, generally straight from work. Elvis would often be getting up around this time, and they would have breakfast together, either in his bedroom or in Lisa Marie's, which Elvis had set up as a kind of sitting room across the hall. Despite all of Dr. Nicopolis's efforts to educate the staff about the importance of diet to Elvis's health, he couldn't keep the cooks from preparing all the food they normally prepared, or the maids from serving it. So, a lot of times I'd go by at meal times just to eat part of his food so he didn't eat too much. Convinced that there was no way to wean his patient entirely off sleeping pills, he placed him on a moderate amount of medication, Valmid, Valium, Placidil, Hycodan, which at first he tried to control by ladling out 1 week's supply at a time. He learned right away, though, that a week could go by very quickly in the Elvis universe, and when he tried to enlist the guys in monitoring Elvis's intake, he soon discovered that they were no less susceptible to Elvis's powers of persuasion than the household staff. At that point, he switched over to small packets of medication, which he or his nurse would deliver and frequently administer daily. Often in the evening, Vernon would stop by, and Nick would observe an intimate colloquy between father and son scarcely dependent upon words. No one had been more worried about Elvis than Vernon. His initial sense of panic, his instinctive fear that somehow his son was going to be taken away from him, were perfectly evident when the doctor told him that Elvis would have to be hospitalized. And now, his sense of relief, his gratitude that his son had been spared, were just as transparent. For Dr. Nick, the entire experience was an education. After spending so much time with his patient in Las Vegas and on the road, he was amazed to discover now both the limitations and the dimensions of Elvis's world. They spent almost all of their time together at first in Elvis's or Lisa's room, with Linda alone for company, and the windows covered with aluminum foil, the 2 television sets in the ceiling, as well as the one at the end of the bed, softly murmuring while candles burned on the television stand. The room was full of books, hundreds of them, and most of what they talked about were the ideas that Elvis got from those books, abstract ideas about life and love, the afterlife and reincarnation. A lot of times he would just stay up in his room and read. He would do a lot of writing in the margins of the books. I would think it would be interesting for someone to go back and put some of those notes together. Of course, he liked to talk about medicine. He asked me to bring him a book on the colon one time so he could understand it. It was really a sincere curiosity. If on occasion he failed to stop by, he found that Elvis's feelings were hurt, and he found that he missed it too. For the most part, he didn't charge for his visits, and it was certainly an unusual doctor-patient relationship, but Nick came to feel a sense of privilege, and he was the kind of physician who prided himself on his ability to relate to his patients irrespective of background. His entire practice was based on an easygoing manner and direct affability that all his patients recognized. He continued to address some of the other abiding health concerns, the hypertension, the enlarged intestine and related colon and bowel problems. He even tried to persuade Elvis to visit a sleep clinic in Arkansas, and when that attempt failed, got his friend and patient Sam Phillips to make a tape of ocean and rain sounds to help screen out some of the distracting noise that Elvis was bound to run into when he went back on the road. Linda was his best ally in all this. She kept up with the medications, looked out for shipments of unmonitored drugs from doctors in Las Vegas and California, and was a positive force in every way, doing her best to cheer Elvis up when he needed cheering, jollying him along when he complained that he was not a child. He didn't understand why Nick didn't trust him to regulate his own intake of medicines. Linda was a really good influence on him. She tried to help him any way she could. She would bring out a different side of Elvis, his humor, his carrying on. For Linda, it offered a respite of sorts, a return to some of the relaxed good feeling with which their relationship had started out. It was nice to see Elvis enjoying himself, hear his bubbling laugh once again, watch him be able to take things a little more in stride. It was like a vacation in a way, with nothing hanging over them. Sometimes they would just get together with a group of friends and sing and fool around. One time at Linda's parents' house, someone turned on a tape recorder as Elvis sang Hank Williams' sad songs and Jimmy Reed blues in a warm, relaxed voice, offering up That's All Right and a falsetto version of Spanish Eyes with a loose confidence that seemed decades removed from the grandiloquence of some of his recent public declamations. He harmonized with Linda, then joined in on her Alpha Delta Pi sorority song, doing one verse with her in Ricky Ticky double time. "Did you ever hear the little poem I wrote?" he asked innocently, then recited with earnest gravity. "As I awoke this morning, when all sweet things are born, a robin perched on my windowsill to greet the coming dawn. He sang his song so sweetly and paused for a moment's lull. I gently raised the window and crushed his fucking skull." You can hear Linda's peals of laughter amid the general hilarity. "Oh, Lord, that's funny," someone says. "When you first told me that," Linda says, still laughing, "I thought how beautiful, it's so pretty, the little bird." It could be a group of friends anywhere, just hanging out and having a good time, not thinking about anything much except maybe that it was getting close to dinner. "Are you getting hungry?" Linda asks, and as if on cue, everyone offers the same West Tennessee version of Shakespeare that Elvis had introduced them to. "He's got that lean and hungry look," they all explode in self-mocking drawls, savoring an old joke that scarcely needs to be repeated to trigger the response. He went back into the studio in December, after a brief sojourn in Palm Springs, during which Linda visited Puerto Rico. Once again it was decided for the sake of convenience to record at Stax, and once again, for all of the shakiness of his position, Felton remained in nominal charge, though he was not permitted to use his own engineer. Instead, at Joan Deary's orders, New York studio manager Larry Schnapp sent down his head engineer and 3 assistants, along with the same 16-track mobile recording unit that had traveled to Palm Springs that fall, thus allowing them to bypass the Stax board altogether. The new Stax session went far better than the last, due in large part to Elvis's attitude. 2 of Elvis's favorite Nashville players, pianist David Briggs and bass player Norbert Putnam, augmented James Burton and Ronnie Tutt to make up the basic rhythm section, and the room was filled with 11 backup singers, including the Stamps, Voice, Kathy Westmoreland, and a female studio trio. The material was a big improvement, too, as Elvis really got untracked on the first selection, a gospel-flavored, revival-styled number from Burning Love author Dennis Lind, entitled I Got a Feeling in My Body, and threw himself into everything from sentimental favorites like Spanish Eyes, to Jerry Reed's hand-clapping Talk About the Good Times, to a rueful cover of Good Time Charlie's Got the Blues. Even on the rockers, though, you miss some of the light-hearted, easygoing sense of play that you hear on the home tape with Linda and that characterized even the most serious ballads of the early 60s, when Elvis seemed to glory simply in the freedom of his voice. It's hard to tell whether he no longer trusts that voice or merely deems it unsuitable for public occasions, but the overall impression is one of greater weight, less sheer fun. The session was as successful as any in the last 3 years, nonetheless, throwing in such refreshing changes of pace as Chuck Berry's Promised Land, and Red West and Johnny Christopher's If You Talk in Your Sleep, Don't Mention My Name, and coming up with a total of 18 finished masters in 7 days. It was the business that remained the problem, with Freddie once again failing to deliver, despite what would appear to be his clear self-interest. Colonel was at a loss to understand why this should be so, unless it was that Mr. Beanstalk had gotten so big he didn't have time for an Elvis Presley session. But the result was publishing chaos and a web of political intrigue that didn't do anybody any good. Red, Felton, Lamar, even Marty Lacker were all competing for cuts, but except for Red's number and one song out of Nashville, the only copyrights that went to Elvis music were 2 songs by members of Voice and a third that the group brought in. Elvis himself leaned toward numbers that he had worked on with Voice, and even incorporated several duets with lead singer Cheryl Nielsen into the session. And the fact that Red always seemed to have the inside track on the single didn't sit well with other members of the group either. None of this contributed to any strong feelings of camaraderie, with Voice bearing the brunt of much, but by no means all, of the resentment, and Lamar at one point exploding, "Who wrote that piece of shit?" only to discover that it was the Donnie Sumner song that Elvis had brought into the session himself. For Norbert Putnam, it was a non-musical moment that stood out. We were having lunch as usual around midnight, and just by accident we were sitting together on a riser that had been pushed over in a corner. I remember I said, "Elvis, I've got to tell you something. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't be here. I mean, thank God Blue Moon of Kentucky only had 3 chords in it." Well, Elvis laughed, but then he started talking about going to England and Australia, and he said, "I really want to go, but Colonel doesn't want to do it. He thinks if we put them off, that will just keep their interest up." I said, "What are you going to do?" He said, "Put, I'm thinking about pulling away from the Colonel." It was as if, Norbert thought, he were trying out an idea he couldn't voice to any of the others, covered by a cloak of anonymity. And when the brief interlude was over, he simply said, "Okay, I guess it's time to go back to being Elvis." The Christmas season continued in this mood, as he kept pretty much to himself, spending time with Linda and her family, getting introduced to racquetball by Dr. Nick, showing little of the boisterous spirit that had characterized Christmases past, but none of the wild mood swings that had proved so disturbing lately either. He was growing increasingly worried about going back to work, he confessed to Dr. Nick, who on several occasions judged his insomnia to have worsened sufficiently that he sent a nurse out to Graceland to administer sleeping medication injections. Rehearsals were scheduled to begin at mid-month, 11 days prior to the January 26th Hilton opening. At Dr. Nick's recommendation, and with Colonel's approval, the engagement had been shortened to 2 weeks, and Elvis was clearly ambivalent about getting back into the race. For the first time in 3 years, he dispensed with the cape as part of his costume, and he was in good shape, reported the Las Vegas Sun. At the top of his form, in good humor, extremely generous time-wise, and a jam-packed Hilton main showroom responded warmly. This is not to say that he was without panache, or without the flashes of anger that had accompanied other recent appearances. "You son of a bitch," he snarled at one girl who yanked at his necklace, and at another show he kicked at another fan. But for the most part, it was a relatively predictable appearance, with a solid, well-rehearsed repertoire and a new bass player, 30-year-old Duke Bardwell, replacing Emery Gordy. Bardwell, who came in on the recommendation of drummer Ronnie Tutt, was such a late addition that he had to fit into Emery's stage clothes, not an easy undertaking, even after he had lost a good deal of weight. A lifelong fan, he was nervous from the start, and it didn't help any when a buzz from his bass amp irritated Elvis on opening night. For all of his adulation, though, he found the music itself a letdown, with little room for the kind of freedom and feeling that had originally drawn him to Elvis Presley as a teenager. Voice, on the other hand, who, like Duke, were making their Vegas debut, had no such scruples about the situation. They were, in fact, excited about almost every aspect of their job, from Cheryl's featured duet with Elvis on Spanish Eyes to hanging out with Elvis in the penthouse late at night. For them, it was all new, sitting alone with Elvis in his bedroom, talking about philosophy and religion, looking out at the Las Vegas skyline lit up at night. He played them Softly As I Leave You, from the Charles Boyer album, over and over, telling them the story that singer John Gary had told him, how the song was really not a standard love song at all. It was about a man who was dying and telling his wife goodbye. Cheryl already knew the song, and one night the two of them sat down at the piano, and Cheryl started singing while Elvis, who had introduced the number in his August engagement, did the Charles Boyer recitation. His dad, Vernon, was there, and he said, "Elvis, that's beautiful. Why don't you do that on stage?" And he said, "Well, I think we will." So he sent for Glenn D. to sketch out an arrangement, and from then on it was a featured part of the act. Carol knew that this only further fueled the resentment of everyone from the colonel to the band members to the guys. Everyone disliked us because we had an in that nobody else had. They were all still upset that he had hired us, but Elvis said, "Don't let it bother you." He said, "If I want to buy an airplane and fly it over this hotel and crash it, it's my goddamn money, and I'll do with it what I want to." Because he knew about the jealousy. With or without voice, there would have continued to be friction, if only because Elvis himself seemed to encourage it. Maybe, as some of the guys speculated, it relieved the boredom, but he never hesitated to set them off against each other in pursuit of his favor. His own behavior certainly did not lend itself to the tranquil life. For all of his reformed ways, Elvis seemed increasingly careless not just of his own safety, but of the safety of those around him. Red and Sonny in particular had even less respect for his judgment with firearms than they did for his karate skills, particularly when he was stoned. Now it seemed he just didn't much care, as he shot out the dining room chandelier one night because he was bored, and shot out television sets on the most casual whim. There was more than one occasion when he pulled a gun on Red, and Red dared him to use it. As Joe said, everyone was always a little tense, not knowing how Elvis was from one day to the next. Linda had as much reason for concern as anyone else. She was not about to forget the incident the previous year when Elvis had shot at a light switch while she was in the bathroom, and the bullet went through the wall, nicking the toilet paper holder and shattering the closet mirror. When she emerged, understandably shaken, all Elvis had to offer by way of apology or explanation was, "Hey now, hon, just don't get excited." Note: there is some disagreement not only about what Elvis was shooting at, but about chronology as well, but the presence of Hamburger James Coughley, who left the entourage in September 1973, seems to place it in this time frame. End of note. No one understood how she could maintain her composure, let alone her sense of humor, but she did. And she seemed able to accept his other whims equally well. If Elvis wanted to be with another girl, Linda just made herself scarce, as she did on one occasion when Ann Pennington, a 23-year-old model with a 3-year-old daughter whom Elvis had met the previous fall, arrived in Vegas. To Joe, in charge of all the travel arrangements, it was like a game of musical chairs, but to Ann, even at the beginning of their relationship, it seemed more a matter of Elvis's trying to keep boredom at bay, as he told her all the familiar stories, impressed her with his knowledge of karate, and showed a tender side of himself that she could respond to with all the freshness that went with hearing and experiencing it all for the first time. She was fond of Elvis, but it was no great romance. She realized early on it was never going to lead anywhere, and she couldn't help but observe that for Elvis, too, the flame was quick to flicker out. I remember the first time I went to Palm Springs, he was like, "Will you come in the bedroom? I just want to kiss you." I said, "I don't know." He said, "I swear I won't do anything, I just want to kiss you." He really did like more than anything just to cuddle and kiss. The other just wasn't very important. He loved to spend time in his room singing to her, and he gave me a Charles Boyer album. There was a song, "Where Does Love Go When It Leaves the Heart?" He would play it over and over and say, "Listen to that, the way he says those lines, it's so romantic." Sometimes he would show off to her by telling the guys a joke and controlling their reaction. He would say, "Ann, watch," and they would all laugh, and then he'd go like this, a snap of the fingers, and they'd just stop. They read books together and talked about what they read, but if she offered any opinion about what she saw as evidence of his increasingly self-destructive behavior, he would just tell her she didn't understand. He said, "You don't know what it's like to live this life. You don't know how hard it can be." One time they smoked pot together and laughed, but she awoke in the middle of the night to discover that he had wet the bed. So I got on the very edge of the bed, and in the morning he said, "God, Annie, I'm so sorry. Why didn't you wake me? You laid in that one little place." So he had the maids come up and carry the mattress out of the room. He didn't seem to be embarrassed. He was laughing, telling the guys, "She lay in this one part, the only dry spot." He was funny. Even in the brief time she was with him, she was aware of other girls because he told her. She had other boyfriends, too, but she found it hard dealing with someone so needy when she had a daughter to look after. It was hard on him, too, he told her. He said he never liked to think that I had been with anybody else. It was during this engagement that he met another girl named Sheila Ryan, to whom he was obviously attracted. Ann didn't meet her at the time, but it probably wouldn't have bothered her all that much if she had. She was never really in it for the long haul. He started touring again 3 weeks after the Vegas close, a southern swing that brought him back to such once familiar places as Monroe, Louisiana, Charlotte, North Carolina, Roanoke, Virginia, and Knoxville, Tennessee. Everything was pretty much as it had always been, though Dr. Nick went out with them this time in an official capacity over the financial objections of both Vernon and the Colonel, and over the objections of his own medical group. They saw his serving the needs of one patient so exclusively not just as a potential loss of income to the partnership, but as a threat to his independent judgment as a physician. Nick worked out an arrangement, though, where the group got paid the equivalent of what he would have been expected to bring in for every day that he was absent, and he went out with 3 suitcases full of what he judged might be necessary to serve the medical requirements of 75 people. He worked out a protocol of medication for his principal patient, too, from the time that he arose in the morning until he went to bed at night. It encompassed everything from multivitamins and appetite suppressants to the throat decongestant and 500 milligrams of Dexamyl prescribed as a pre-show treatment by Elvis's Las Vegas physicians, to the painkillers that were often sought for back and neck strain, to the packets of Amatil, Percodan, and sometimes Dilaudid that he needed to get to sleep after the show. Dr. Nick was constantly seeking to address Elvis's intestinal problems, which frequently led to constipation, and the administration of an assortment of laxatives, along with the shifting array of other depressants, could sometimes lead to incontinence. For the most part, though, he was able to keep Elvis on a pretty good balance of medications, occasionally substituting a placebo when Elvis became too demanding of something he didn't really need, although Nick suspected that with his sophisticated knowledge of the PDR, his patient was aware of the substitution more often than not. The big surprise on the tour was the re-emergence of Jerry Weintraub and Tom Hewlett of Management 3. Banished on Colonel's orders since the November 1972 tour, they had been brought back as promotion partners by RCA Record Tours head Mel Ilberman, who, with a change of administration at RCA and a new president, Ken Glancy, was having second and third thoughts about the appropriateness of a record company being in the tour business. Management 3 was committed to doing the job right this time, Ilberman informed Colonel early in the year, and after spluttering enough to eke every ounce of political advantage that could be gained from either party, Colonel conceded that Ilberman was probably right. With Tom Hewlett, he had always had an effective ally in bargaining for the buildings, and Jerry Weintraub had served sufficient penance and had enough other irons in the fire at this point to leave everything in Hewlett's capable hands. Their addition would merely streamline the Colonel's team, which now included George Parkhill on a full-time basis. He had left RCA in the fall, Pat Kelleher and an RCA support system, and of course the Colonel's own staff, headed up as always by Tom Diskin and augmented by William Morris trainees, in all a formidable army ready to jump at the Colonel's command. Note: the reintroduction of Management 3 into the equation was first announced in a letter from Mel Ilberman to the Colonel on January 7, 1974. The Colonel protested bitterly to Ilberman and RCA President Ken Glancy on February 7th, suggesting that in 33 years of dealing with the company, I have never felt so strongly that I was skating on thin ice and making less than veiled threats. In the end, everything was resolved, probably according to what the Colonel had in mind all along. End of note. Elvis stayed in a separate hotel for the first time on this tour, and there was some grumbling about that, but overall morale was good. Voice was a focal point for whatever resentment did exist, and their general propensity for screwing up, habitual lateness, missing the airport bus, fundamentally unprofessional behavior, did not add to their popularity in any quarter. To Cheryl Nielsen, the ensemble effect of all those voices was stunning. I don't know of any act on the road that had the power when all of us were really with it. For a big ending, it was just awesome. But the constant carping got to him, and there were rifts even within the group, so Nielsen left the tour after the fourth date, replaced as vocalist by the group's Swedish piano accompanist, Herr Pete Holland. One old girlfriend flew in to join him in Monroe, just as Sheila Ryan was leaving, and was shocked to discover the naked need she saw Elvis display for the first time. Dr. Nick was scheduled to come in to give him his sleeping shot, and I said, "Elvis, you don't have to. You can go to sleep without it. Just lay there and let it happen." He had watched from his hotel room as all the people were leaving the arena, and he said, "You don't understand. I can't just shut it off like that." So Dr. Nick came in and set his case down, and then he went out to get something, and Elvis started going through his case. He told me, "He gave me some pills the other night that looked the same, but they're non-addictive, placebos, and I know it, and he doesn't know I know it, but I know more about drugs than he does." I said, "Stay out of there. You don't do that." No, I have to. I have to. Don't you say anything. Don't you tell him." And he took the real ones and put the fake ones back in the case. The next morning I went to see Joe, and I said, "Please don't say anything," but he exchanged the pills. And Dr. Nick came in and said thank you, and went and put the fake ones back. Elvis came in about an hour later and said, "All right, who was in there? Who switched those pills?" And he looked at me and said, "Did you do that?" I was like, "No." And he said, "Someone was in there. I know the pills that were in there. They've been switched." Everyone said, "I don't know." And he ranted and raved and was angry and finally just let it go. The tour ended in Memphis, where the Colonel, no doubt recognizing the problem of getting Elvis back into the studio again without a struggle, had sold RCA on yet another live recording, the occasion being Elvis's first hometown performance in 13 years. Like every other appearance on the 3-week tour, the 5 Memphis shows were sellouts, and in fact the 5th was added almost as an afterthought, prompted by public demand and separated from the first 4 by already scheduled concerts in Richmond, Virginia, and Murfreesboro, Tennessee. It was only the last for which RCA brought in its mobile recording unit, capturing a performance no more worked out or planned than any other stop along the way. The result conveyed more of a sense of tour and relief than the keyed-up exuberance that makes for a great live album, with on-the-scene reviewers noting the gaudiness of Elvis's costume and the dramatic unfurling of the American flag during his performance of An American Trilogy. The Memphis Press-Simeter compared Elvis to Julius Caesar and suggested that his entrance to the strains of 2001 might have been the high point of the show. After almost 2 months off, there was a brief 4-day California tour, which served as warm-up for 11 days in Tahoe. The San Francisco Examiner reviewed the Tahoe opening as listless, uninspired, and downright tired, and Elvis missed 2 shows during the engagement with what was once again described as the flu. Cheryl Nielsen returned more or less on his own terms. He now sang with voice, but was no longer part of the group, and no one else's opinions changed much with respect to Elvis's personal backup singers. The most notable event that occurred in the course of their stay was that Red and David Stanley and several of the other guys beat up a land developer from Grass Valley, California, who showed up drunk and disgruntled outside the suite after paying a security guard to gain admittance for himself and his date. A number of fans witnessed Elvis simply standing there and observing the fight without doing anything to stop it, as 4 guys held the developer down, according to his later complaint, and the rest beat him to a bloody pulp. The Colonel watched balefully from the sidelines. He had thought the hospitalization might throw a scare into Elvis. He had thought the boy might turn around, but things were as bad now as they had ever been, maybe worse if you considered that Elvis appeared to have hit bottom and was still sinking. Record sales were down. Joan Deary's legendary Performer album, drawn exclusively from pre-1973 tapes, from which neither Elvis nor Colonel derived a penny of income, had already outsold the last 3 current albums combined. And while there continued to be talk of a second satellite television show, and the occasional movie offer still came in, Colonel knew better than anyone that he couldn't pitch a product he was not able to deliver. The one plan on which they still seemed able to agree was the road. It was something they were both used to by now, and the payoff was quick and sure. From the last 2 tours alone, between them the equivalent of roughly 1 4-week Vegas run, they had divided more than $1.5 million, $1 million to Elvis, $500,000 to the Colonel, as opposed to the roughly $400,000 they would have to split after completing their 2 1974 2-week engagements at the Hilton. They couldn't go on like this forever, Colonel knew. Sooner or later it would all dry up, especially if the rumors and the effects of the drug use didn't stop. As he had in the past, Colonel made half-hearted attempts to broach the subject with Elvis, but Elvis just blew up at him and told him to mind his own business, leaving Colonel, the master tactician, with little idea of what to do to avoid the appearance that he was losing control. He made a stab at explaining himself when he confided to Joe that they could not even contemplate a European tour with Elvis in this kind of condition. And he blew up at Tom Hewlett when he spoke of continued Japanese interest. Hewlett had just taken the Moody Blues to Japan in January, citing security as well as medical concerns. Neither Joe nor Hewlett altogether believed him, though they might have conceded the appropriateness of his concerns. But then they no longer believed that Elvis really wanted to go to Europe either. It just seemed like something he used from time to time to throw up in the Colonel's face when he really wanted to piss the old man off. Besides, everyone knew the only subject Elvis would take up seriously at this point, unless you wanted to get into a discussion of a spiritual nature, was karate. Not just the practice, but the philosophy and the mystique. He and Ed Parker, back in favor once again after Kong Rhee had spent some of the money Elvis had given him on a new house instead of on expanding his schools, were even talking about making a movie. He was working simultaneously on his 7th degree Kenpo black belt with Ed, his 8th degree in the Pasaru system with Kong Rhee, and over the last year and a half had watched karate explode as Kung Fu, the David Carradine television series, continued to grow in popularity. The Billy Jack movies had found a huge worldwide audience, and Bruce Lee's Enter the Dragon, released posthumously in August 1973, had finally vaulted the sport into the mainstream. Since the beginning of the year, there had been a steady stream of karate films, frequently linked to the blaxploitation genre that had begun with Shaft, and Elvis had seen movies like Cleopatra Jones, Golden Needles, and Black Belt Jones over and over again. He studied the films, pointing out subtleties that none of the guys picked up, running the movies over and over until everyone wished he would get on another kick. With his cousin Bobby Mann, who had married a wealthy Memphis businessman, he got the idea of starting a karate school of his own and, against his father's advice, provided financial backing for the Tennessee Karate Institute in Midtown Memphis, which Bobby and Red West would run, and for which he brought in heavyweight world champion Bill Wallace, formerly affiliated with Kong Rhee, as principal instructor. It was around this time, in the spring of 1974, that he first started getting serious about the movie. "I want to be the baddest motherfucker there is," he said of his own proposed role in the film, which vacillated in conception between the kind of action feature that might give him the chance and the semi-documentary approach that Ed seemed to favor. He and Parker spoke of filming some of Ed's tournaments and sending a karate team around the world when he closed in Tahoe at the end of May. They were still lacking any structure for the movie, though, so Elvis had Jerry Schilling get in touch with Rick Husky. Husky, the former Arkansas State student who had inducted Elvis into his Tau Kappa Epsilon fraternity in the fall of 1960, was now an avatar of action TV. He had gained entree to the Elvis world through his former fraternity brother Jerry Schilling, and for the last 2.5 years had been a frequent visitor in Vegas. A writer-producer on such series as The Mod Squad, Cades County, and the current ABC hit The Rookies, Husky was used to being kidded by Elvis about maybe someday writing a part for him, so he wasn't altogether surprised when he heard from Jerry that Elvis wanted to talk about working up a storyline for the movie. He arrived at the Montevideo house to find Ed Parker already present and everybody watching TV. Elvis indicated that he wanted to talk to Rick and Ed alone in the den, but when they sat down on the heavy leather sofa and padded armchairs, Elvis could barely speak. It was the first time that I'd ever seen him stoned. I remember saying, "Elvis, I would really be excited to write something for you, but let me tell you how I look at this. I don't want to use the word comeback because you've never been gone, but you haven't done anything for a while, and I look at it like Frank Sinatra with From Here to Eternity. There was such focus on his coming back." Parker said, "We don't want to talk about From Here to Eternity and Frank Sinatra." I said, "Look, Ed, can I just say what I'm going to say here?" Because Parker had this demeanor, you know. I said, "Elvis, if you come back in the right vehicle, something that has a dramatic role to give you some dimension..." Elvis said, "Ed's right. I'm not talking an Academy Award." I said, "I'm serious. Let's get something with a part you can really play that's not just a karate movie. The karate will come out of the story and the action." But basically the meeting never went anywhere because Ed kept interrupting, and Elvis got up and did some demonstrations with Ed, stumbled around a little bit, and it was very sad, and I just tried to extricate myself from the meeting with the thought that maybe I'll get back in when Ed's not here, or when Elvis isn't stoned, because I'm just not getting anywhere. He did give it one more try. Recognizing Parker's long-standing involvement in the project, not to mention his financial interest, Rick sought him out at his studio on Santa Monica, but Parker barely gave him the time of day. Pissed off at Parker's attitude, but still motivated by the idea that he could do something that would be good for Elvis, Husky sat down and wrote an unsolicited 30-page treatment revolving around an ex-CIA agent now running a karate school who sets out to avenge the death of a friend set up and killed by a drug dealer. It was the old gunfighter coming reluctantly out of retirement and proving himself one last time, perfect for Elvis, Husky thought, and he took the script to Jerry, who left it in Elvis's bedroom. End of side 15. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 16, Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 532. But I never heard anything about it again, except later I heard that Elvis was going in a different direction with Ed Parker. The direction in which he was going was the same one that Parker had been so insistent on from the first, a straight documentary focusing on karate philosophy and technique, Kenpo technique, with Elvis supplying the narration. Ed brought in a former student and karate associate named George Waite to produce, and Waite in turn brought in filmmaker Bob Hammer as director. Together they planned to film up to half a dozen karate tournaments that Parker would set up around the state, and Ed put together an all-star team, including lightweight champion Benny Urquidez and kicking specialist John Natividad, that Elvis would sponsor and send to Europe to be filmed in competition that fall. At the same time, Elvis got together with Bill Ballou to design a logo and uniforms with some of the same showy glitter that marked Elvis's stage costumes, an element altogether foreign, and some said inappropriate, to the world of karate. To Ed Parker's surprise, for all of Elvis's brave words and all of the alienation that had so clearly grown up between his manager and himself over the last few years, he still sought the Colonel's approval on the project. I told him dump the old bastard, but he wouldn't, which I admired him for. Colonel, for his part, had no admiration whatsoever for Parker and begged Elvis to promise that he wouldn't put up any money until they had at least had a chance to study the matter more closely. Elvis agreed, but eventually he put up the money behind Colonel's back. Vernon might have been a more effective ally in the Colonel's campaign if he had not been going through some personal turmoil of his own. He had met a young divorced nurse named Sandy Miller on tour in Denver and moved her to Memphis with her 2 children earlier that year. Life on the road had affected him pretty much the same as everyone else, and he and Dee had never had an easy marriage. "He treated me like a child," said Dee, a tumultuous woman who now envisioned a career for herself as a professional songwriter. "He kept me in a cage." In June, they finally decided to separate, and Vernon bought a home on Old Hickory Road, just around the corner from the house on Dolan, where he had lived for the last 10 years. Elvis wasn't going to shed any tears over the breakup of his father's marriage, but it didn't leave Vernon in any position to criticize either. As if to make up for lost time, they embarked on yet another 21-day tour in June, the 3rd time they had gone out this year. This time, Elvis and Colonel's 65% share of the gate was almost $2 million, with over $1.5 million for Elvis and the Colonel to divide after expenses. More and more, though, Elvis's erratic behavior was being mentioned in reviews, even if it was not picked up on by fans. The gaudiness of the show, the camp aspect of some of its Vegas glitz, the lush showbiz sentiments and orchestrations of much of the music, the bizarreness of some of the spoken interludes, all these elements led critics to begin comparing Elvis to Liberace or Zsa Zsa Gabor, not unkindly much of the time, and often with the puzzled nostalgia of a fondly recollected 50s childhood, but without any of the respect that you would give to a groundbreaking contemporary artist, or even an historical figure who still mattered. The whole troupe sang Happy Birthday to the Colonel on the airport runway in Louisville as they arrived, and he took off to prepare the way for them in the next city on their route. It was the Colonel's 65th birthday, ordinarily an occasion for sentimental gestures, but there was no sentiment to be detected on the Colonel's part, and certainly none on the part of anyone else. The Vegas engagement in August represented an attempt at a major change of pace. Seemingly as weary as his critics of the predictability of his own show, Elvis had worked up an entirely different repertoire for the August 19th opening, dispensing with 2001 for the first time since it had been adopted more than 2 years before, substituting blues like Big Boss Man, My Baby Left Me, and Down in the Alley for more sentimental numbers, omitting the medley of past hits and introducing recent material and songs that he had never done before to go with old favorites like Polk Salad Annie, Bridge Over Troubled Water, and Can't Help Falling in Love, the perennial closer. Voice had an expanded role, opening the show and providing more of the close background singing, even if their musical shortcomings and unprofessional behavior had by now become obvious to everyone, including Elvis. Listening to a tape of the August 16th rehearsal, or even opening night itself, makes it obvious that the same problems that had plagued the show before were still present, new song lineup or not. The blues, for the most part, were overblown. The maudlin ballads were no less maudlin. Two of the new songs that Elvis was most enthusiastic about, Olivia Newton-John's If You Love Me, Let Me Know and Let Me Be There, were the sugariest of pop confections. They were such happy songs, Elvis said, helplessly trying to explain the attraction. Most of all, he is straining to push out his vocals in a way that seems to have become almost endemic by now, a reflection perhaps of his physical condition or maybe just a choice of style. Whatever the case, it is the same problem that manifests itself in the studio, where once it seemed his voice floated above the music, was capable of subtly suggesting emotion even on the bravura pieces. Now that voice struggles to summon up strength, trembles with a vibrato that seems both mannered and out of control, and substitutes a kind of thick-tongued bellow for the dramatic modulation that characterized showpieces from It's Now or Never to Suspicious Minds. For the moment, these shortcomings were obscured by the praiseworthiness of the effort. But one has only to compare the recorded evidence of this show with the Vegas engagements of 1969 and 1970 to recognize what a falling off there has been. And one needn't travel far in the realm of speculation to imagine how disappointed and fearful Elvis himself at this point must have been. This was not the critical view at the time. Opening night was reviewed more positively than any show since 1971, and even The Hollywood Reporter hailed the best show in at least 3 years. Presley looks great, is singing better than he has in years, and was so comfortable with his show, with almost all new songs, the packed Hilton showroom gave him several standing ovations. Nonetheless, 2001 was back on the following night, along with much of the regular show, and within a few days it was as if the revolution had never occurred. It's hard to imagine what could have led him to abandon so quickly a program perceived in almost every quarter as a daring and creative move, other than a failure of nerve. Perhaps he did not sense that feeling of instant rapport welling up from the audience that he had come to almost need by now. He seemed nervous and was not helped by a very poor audience who reacted very little, wrote Christine Colclough, a loyal British fan and perceptive critic, in a fanzine account of the opening that was in marked contrast to the Hollywood Reporter's take. But additionally, one wonders if he didn't also feel that his famous instinct, the one yardstick by which he had always gone, had not somehow, suddenly and inexplicably, deserted him. Linda, for the first time, was publicly banished during this engagement. She was highly visible at her ringside booth on the first 4 nights, then she was gone, replaced almost flagrantly by Sheila Ryan, whom Elvis referred to at subsequent shows as his new girlfriend. For Sheila, it was not exactly what she had planned. Ever since she had met Elvis in February, it seemed like she had been running away from him, and even after going out on tour with him, she couldn't say that she felt any special closeness. Their first meeting had pretty much set the tone. I went up to the suite between shows, and Elvis came up from the first show, sweating. I was sitting at the little bar in the entranceway all by myself. I looked like I was 13 years old in those days. I had an angelic little face, and really my personality went along with it. I was very young, very naive, very Midwestern, a blank canvas. So anyway, I was sitting there kind of pinching myself, thinking this was just too weird, and he came over and sort of half-hugged me. He was sort of a little boyish. He made some comment about the way I was dressed because I had on a pair of slacks. I don't know what else we talked about, but we went to the second show, and afterwards we went back to the suite, to the bedroom, where he had his dinner. He was just like a little kid, all excited about things, and someone at the show had given him a fire engine hat. Someone else had given him a bib. They threw things at him all the time. And he put on this fire hat, and he put on this bib, and this is our first date. Not very cool at all, is it? Anyway, he just went on about his normal routine, and then, at some point, I guess he kissed me. The way I felt about it, really, was I was doing it, but I wasn't in the situation. I was looking at the situation. I was observing, sort of, from out of my body, thinking, this is just too bizarre. Then he gave me this gold cross that a fan had given him that said EP and had a star on it. I still have it, as a matter of fact. It's the only thing I have from him. And then I guess he fell asleep. I don't know if he gave me pajamas, but we certainly didn't come close to having sex. It wasn't that kind of a thing. It was just getting to know him. But still I was expected to stay the night, which I didn't want to do. So I let him fall asleep and got up and got dressed and went home and got up and went shopping the next day. And when I got home, Joe called. God damn it, where are you? Boss is furious. How come you left? And half of me knew what was going on, and the other half wanted to be independent. I knew, kind of. That was what he expected. He expected me to be there when he woke up. But I was this little rebellious thing. So I don't know. Joe is furious. You better get back here right away. Here, I'd met the man once, and he's already furious at me. But I went back, and he was having his breakfast, and he was irritated, and I was quiet. I was always very quiet, just kind of took it all in. Well, then, we addressed my clothing. I mean, I wasn't appropriate. I always dressed in men's trousers, not terribly feminine. So he had Susie Cream Cheese, the place to go for Vegas fashion, bring over a couple of racks of clothes and shoes, and had this fashion show. I would go in and try something on, and if he liked it, he'd get it, and if he didn't, he wouldn't. So that kind of got me a tentative wardrobe. I was kind of like, what's the matter with my clothes? And he was very gentle in saying, nothing, they're fine, but you're my girl, you got to go into this place, and people will be looking, and I'd like you to look a certain way. Is that okay? And, I guess it was okay, kind of. Then I spent a couple of nights with him, and, the sexual thing was never a big deal to him. You would think it was, but it wasn't. It was very unimportant. I mean, we had sex, but what he liked best was the petting, the kissing. He'd rather, when you're a kid in high school, and neck, and neck, and neck, and grope, and do whatever you're doing, we did a lot more of that than anything else. It was adolescent until all of a sudden you graduated into mother. You were expected to take care of him, and basically that's what the role was. That's what my role very quickly became, to get him things in the middle of the night. He needed water. He needed pills. He needed Jell-O. He needed to be read to. That was what I did. There was still part of the relationship that was romantic, I suppose, for him. He was into the romance, We would go out on the balcony, and he would sing songs to me, but it was really never romantic for me. I had no concept of what love was. I was embarrassed by the gifts and wasn't able to be gracious about it. That was the downfall of our first month together. After the March tour, she didn't hear from him for a while. She moved to Los Angeles and didn't try to stay in touch. Time went by, and one day Sheila called the house, and he got on the phone and sang, "Well, hello there. My, it's been a long, long time," the opening line of Funny How Time Slips Away, and they started getting together again. Then, in August, she more or less officially replaced Linda. Joe coached her this time, because Joe liked me being with Elvis. There were women, I think, that didn't get in because Joe and the boys didn't like them, but Joe was saying, now, Sheila, part of Elvis is giving, and he loves to give, and if you don't show him some sort of reaction, it's hard for him. So I tried to learn that, He gave me a car, and I remember going, oh, God, it's beautiful, I love it, and feeling like such a phony. I mean, it was me, not him. Here I am, 21 years old, and I've never owned anything in my life, and this man is getting me a brand new Corvette, and I'm like, thank you, without emotion. There's something wrong there. So Joe was saying, Sheila, get real, will you? Really, it was just Joe being a parent to me. And gradually I stopped looking at the relationship from the outside and became more relaxed with who he was. I mean, he was a very unusual person. He had unusual circumstances. He was just trying to be comfortable. It wasn't really at anybody's expense. You gave, and you got. Some of it was peculiar, but I've read bits and pieces about his sexual behavior and how perverse and bizarre it was, and it really wasn't. It was innocent. He preferred pumping to actual sex. So how perverse is that? It wasn't whips and chains. Adolescent innocence was what it was all about. On stage in Vegas, though, it seemed something other than adolescent innocence, as his behavior grew more and more eccentric as the engagement wore on. Even to the fans, it was evident that something was wrong. He seemed sleepy, Christine Palclow wrote of the August 22nd supper show, "On August 23rd and 24th, he seemed slightly tired, and on August 26th, it was announced at 10 a.m. that both evening shows were canceled." More disturbing were the increasingly lengthy stream of conscious monologues that would have had to concern even the most uncritical fan. The two things that seemed to obsess him most were the gossip columns and the decoration of the showroom. He did something about the latter in the early morning hours after the August 24th, 25th midnight show. "You know, I've never liked the way this showroom looked," he announced to bemused Hilton patrons in one variation or another from the following night on, right through to the end of the engagement. "It's too wide for a performer. I had this ramp made so I could come out a little closer to the audience." The wall decorations of the showroom in particular had always bothered him, he confided. The angels on the ceiling and the Louis XIV ladies and gentlemen who decorated the walls in cold marble splendor. "Put a spotlight onto the statues on that wall." "Okay, that's nice." "I don't know what it is, but that's nice." Tom Jones was in here the other night, and he's from Wales. I asked Tom who the statue on the wall, was, and he said it was King Edward. King George, sorry, excuse me, Your Majesty. Now, take the spotlight and put it on those angels on the ceiling. Just look at those dudes, boy. Big, fat angels. Put the spotlight onto this wall over here. You will notice a slight difference. Those of the Caucasian race. That's what it is, isn't it? Caucasian? It was on my Army draft card. I thought it meant circumcised. Anyway, the other night I came down here at about 4:40 in the morning with a couple of friends who work for me, Jerry Schilling and Red West. Red is a second-degree black belt in karate. He's got a school in Memphis, and I'm very proud of him. Anyway, he climbed the fence where hotel maintenance keep their supplies, the paint and so forth. He climbed the fence as high as this curtain. He went down and got a little can of black paint. He put it in his belt, came back, climbed over there, and we stacked up 2 tables. I got up with the paint and the brush, and I was Michelangelo, or the guy that painted the ceiling in the Vatican, the Sistine Chapel. I painted that statue. It took 30 minutes to do. The hotel haven't said a word. I just thought I'd share it with you. So far as the gossip columns and movie magazines went, he reassured his public in digressions of equal length and intensity. If half of what they said about him was true, he would probably be dead by now. The magazines made it all up, and what they printed was pure junk. Meanwhile, the Colonel, in a development that can be considered only slightly less bizarre, was hawking copies of an album he had put out on his own newly formed boxcar label to customers exiting the show. The album was called Having Fun with Elvis on Stage, and was nothing less than a compendium of just such moments as the above, not quite as digressive. They derived from shows between 1969 and 1972, and somewhat cleaned up, but the detritus, really, of the on-stage recordings that RCA had been putting out ever since Elvis's return to live performing 5 years earlier. The difference, of course, between the Colonel's collection and regular RCA releases was that Having Fun with Elvis on Stage was nothing more than a collection of such moments. It was, in fact, a spoken-word recording, which was what gave the Colonel license to put it out, at least by his own interpretation of the recording contract, an interpretation that RCA, for some reason, seemed in no hurry to challenge. Boxcar had been set up as a Tennessee corporation earlier in the year, primarily, the Colonel said, to consolidate all of Elvis's non-performance merchandising interests, in other words, to exploit and commercialize Elvis's name, image, picture, and likeness for commercial purposes on posters, photo albums, statues, pictures, buttons, medallions, etc. He was not, the Colonel was always quick to point out, your typical polo lounge manager, but a show business manager, who always set about to enhance Elvis's performances with the color and excitement that fans came to expect in any Elvis activity. It was perhaps not entirely coincidental that the enterprise took its name from the gambling term for double sixes, a lucky throw in the game of craps, though Hawaiian DJ and promoter Ron Jacobs, a longtime associate of the Colonel's, cited Parker's cavalier philosophy of recording as the inspiration for the label. He could make a hit record in a boxcar, the Colonel was accustomed to respond when asked how much the Memphis sound had contributed to Elvis's success. Then people would start talking about the boxcar sound. It appears in any case to have been an attempt to establish merchandising on a more businesslike basis, and in the process perhaps to reward long-standing associates like Tom Diskin and George Parkhill, who with Elvis were listed as minority stockholders, the Colonel retained 56%, in the new corporation. It was also undoubtedly another one of the Colonel's schemes whose ultimate Machiavellian purpose, whether generated by tax concerns, bookkeeping convenience, or simply a compulsion always to add one more layer of obfuscation to the mix, is probably not worth going into here. What is worth noting is that Boxcar would seem to have been the first chink in the Colonel's carefully constructed argument for partnership and joint venture agreements with his sole client, because Boxcar was clearly set up with the idea of diversification in mind. Already the Colonel had indicated to Kathy Westmoreland his interest in signing her to a limited management contract with the idea of recording her beautiful voice alone with only an organ for accompaniment. Within a matter of weeks, he would be talking to RCA about just such a plan and arranging for demos to be made on a previously unrecorded singer named Charlie Smith as well. For the present, RCA would manufacture Having Fun with Elvis on Stage through its Custom Records division. Boxcar would pay Elvis a 50-cent royalty per album for all concert sales, and RCA would undertake to distribute the album worldwide as a regular commercial release at some point in the near future, paying an advance of $100,000 against royalties to be split 50-50 between manager and artist. And while the arrangement with RCA made clear that this novelty album was specifically excluded from the terms of the regular RCA contract, it cannot have escaped the Colonel's attention that it might come to be accepted as Elvis's second contractually required album of 1974, should it prove impossible to lure Elvis back into the recording studio that year. What he chose to ignore was any reaction that Elvis might have had to being made a laughingstock, even at a royalty rate of 50 cents an album, on what amounted to his own label. Even more surprising, given the Colonel's pride in his elephant's memory and mastery of human psychology, was his willful defiance of the lessons of the past. It was only when he set up Jamboree Attractions as a booking agency for other acts in 1953 that Eddie Arnold, his sole client at that time, chose to leave him, creating the necessity for Tom Parker to become the Colonel and begin the painful process of reinventing his life for at least the second time. Perhaps he was merely exasperated with his client. He may have simply come to the fatalistic view that what would be, but he never seems to have asked himself the question whether, at age 65, he was ready to start all over again. Elvis, meanwhile, was focusing more and more on karate in his Vegas act. For several nights running, he donned a special karate outfit and put on an exhibition of his skills with Charlie as his foil during the performance of If You Talk in Your Sleep. Then, at the dinner show on September 1st, with Ed Parker present, he put on a full-scale 15-minute demonstration with Red, which brought down the Colonel's ire and pretty much ended the exhibitions. But it did not stop him from continuing to expound upon the subject or from presenting certificates on stage to everyone in the troupe who had been working out with him in the suite each night. "I teach. We have a class upstairs," he explained to the audience. "I now hold the title Master of the Art. Now that I've reached 8th degree, I can start my own karate organization. We are due to start our own style of karate under the heading of American Karate Institute. We intended to become an Americanization of the art." He even recognized orchestra leader Joe Gershio, an adamant refusenik in what he referred to as all that nonsense, by presenting him with a black belt 10th degree baton. The monologues went on and on, taking on a form or formlessness of their own, sometimes almost crowding out the music. On the last night, he delivered what amounted to a kind of extended peroration, with Priscilla and Lisa Marie sitting with Sheila in the booth. He had just finished singing You Gave Me a Mountain early in the show when he decided to offer a clarification of his domestic situation. "I want to make one thing clear. I've been singing that song for a long time, and a lot of people kind of got it associated with me because they think it's a personal nature. It is not. It's a beautiful song written by Marty Robbins, and I heard Frankie Lane do it, I think it was, and I just loved the song, and it has nothing to do with me personally or my ex-wife Priscilla. She's right here. Honey, stand up." Applause. "Come out, honey. Come out. Come on out. Turn around. Let them see you." More applause. "Boy, she's a beautiful chick, I'll tell you for sure, boy. Boy, I knows 'em when I picks 'em, you know. God damn. Now, my little daughter Lisa, she's 6 years old. Look at her jump up. Pull your dress down, Lisa. You pull your dress down before you jump up like that again, young lady. And then at the same booth is my girlfriend Sheila. Stand up, Sheila." Applause. Turn around, completely around. Sheila, hold it up, hold the ring up. Hold up the ring. The ring! Your right hand. Look at that son of a bitch. No, the thing I'm trying to get across is we're the very best of friends, and we always have been. Our divorce came about not because of another man or another woman, but because of the circumstances involving my career. I was traveling too much, I was gone too much, and it was just an agreement that I didn't think it was fair to her, because I was gone so much and everything. So I, therefore, as decently as you can do that type of thing, we just made an agreement to always be friends and to be close and care, because we have a daughter to raise, and for her to have whatever she wanted as a settlement. After the settlement, it came out at about $2 million. Well, after that, I got her a mink coat. I know it. I'm talking about the mink coat. You hang loose over there. The XKE Jag, after the settlement, just gave it to her. She got me, listen to this, tonight, a $42,000 white Rolls Royce. Cheers and applause. That's the type of relationship that we have. His speech is noticeably slurred. It's not a bad setup, is it, fellas? I mean, I got part of it back anyway. I wasn't hurting too bad, but I did get part of it back, you know. She bought the car just out of a gesture of love, and she likes this Stutz that I have. It's not a car, it's a Stutz. No, Hugh, God help me, no, it's called a stud, a Stutz. And she likes the stud. Elvis laughs. She likes the Stutz. Mike Stone ain't no stud, so forget it. She liked the Stutz, and so I'm going to give her the Stutz, and she can give me the rolls, okay? Puzzled applause. But I wish Mike Stone was a stud, you know. He's a nice guy. I'd like to do a song here, ladies and gentlemen. That is one of the prettiest goddamn love songs I've heard in my life, man, I'll tell you. No, it is. It's one of the prettiest songs I ever heard in my life. I've never sung it. I've never recorded it. I never liked the damn thing till I found out, damn, I got a toothache, till I found out the story behind why it was written, and then I really didn't like it because I don't like that type of stuff. So the next song, no, this is a true story of a song. It's been around for a long time. Charlie, take this belt off. It's going to cut me, castrate me, do something, you know. Really, I can't do that. I got things to do, places to, you know, places to go and other tours and things and cities and chicks and all that jazz, you know. Look, be careful, son. Don't let it get caught in the cord. I'll die out here, electrocute my ass, and, excuse me, folks, I mumble things. Oh, damn, it's so tight you cut off my hair, man. I can't sing. You know, I sing from down in the gut anyway. Shoe soles, it'll never get up here. And he goes on to tell the story of Softly As I Leave You, before reciting the lyrics in hushed and reverential tones over Cheryl Nielsen's soaring tenor voice. Later in the evening, he introduced Ed Parker and John O'Grady, citing O'Grady's help with the paternity suit several years before, which O'Grady had now written about in a just-published memoir. Turned out to be a complete conspiracy and a hoax, man, he announced to a startled audience with reference to the lawsuit. There is just no way. I had a picture made with that chick, and that's all, and she got pregnant by the camera. There is a mixture of nervous laughter and applause. But you know what she did? She named the night. And the night that she named, my wife was with me in L.A., and that's the night she said, ain't no way I'm going to fool around with her out there. Are you kidding me? He laughs insinuatingly. Let me tell you something. If you like things like the French connection, the Chinese connection, the British connection, the knee bone connection to the jawbone is connected to the ham bone. The band picks up the melody and rhythm of Dry Bones. You like that type of stuff, buy this book. It's called O'Grady. John just came back from New York, where he had a meeting of this. I have been a member of this organization for 5 years, International Narcotics Enforcement Officers Association. He reads from an inscription. In recognition of the outstanding loyalty and contributions in support of narcotics law enforcement, this award is a special honor bestowed upon Elvis Presley, and so forth, lifetime member, International Narcotics Enforcement Officers Association. I just got that. Applause. So I don't pay any attention to rumors. I don't pay any attention to movie magazines. I don't read them. Junk. Much applause. I don't mean to put anybody's job down. I'm talking about they got a job to do. They got to write something. So if they don't know anything, they just make it up. In my case, they make it up. I hear rumors flying around. I got sick in the hospital. In this day and time, you can't even get sick. You are, dramatic pause, strung out. By God, I'll tell you something, friend. I have never been strung out in my life, except on music. More applause. When I got sick here in the hotel, I got sick that one night. I had 102 temperature, and they wouldn't let me perform. From 3 different sources, I heard I was strung out on heroin. I swear to God. Hotel employees, Jack, bellboys, freaks that carry your luggage up to the room, people working around, talking, maids. And I was sick. I had the doctor and had the flu and get over it in one day, but all across this town, strung out. I told them earlier, and don't you get offended, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking to someone else. If I find or hear an individual that has said that about me, I'm going to break their goddamn neck, you son of a bitch. Screams and applause. That is dangerous. I will pull your goddamn tongue out by the roots. More cheers. Thank you very much anyway. How many people of you saw the movie Blue Hawaii? Probably the most successful song. Let me get out of this mood. And he goes into Hawaiian wedding song. Priscilla was beside herself. I was in shock, because in the past he would never ever let on to the audience what his emotions were. Singing was always his way of venting his emotions, how he felt about something, and he'd get on stage and sing his heart out. And any song, any given song, he would beat it to death with more emotion and more energy, but he never let it out in public. This was so out of character for someone who had so much pride, Everything that he was against, he was displaying. It was like watching a different person. He stayed in Vegas for a few days, going to shows with Sheila, putting on a brief karate demonstration in the middle of Tom Jones's performance at Caesar's Palace one night, comparing rings on stage with Vicky Carr at the Tropicana the next. Then, after a brief stay in California, he returned home with Linda, where he arranged to have a local crew film him at the Tennessee Karate Institute, the school he had set up for Red and his cousin Bobby, which advertised itself as the place that Red and Elvis, a 7th-degree black belt, work out together when Elvis is in town. He was there, he explained to reporters who had been invited to watch, in preparation for the start of production on his first motion picture, and he took the opportunity not only to congratulate head instructor Bill Wallace on his recent world championship, but to promote Wallace to 4th-degree black belt in his own school. In the film that survives, Wallace is wearing the Stars and Stripes uniform with which he had toured Europe as part of a championship Team America the previous summer, but Elvis more than matches him in trademark tinted glasses, a karate gi with a flag insignia on the left breast, and EP in Japanese-style calligraphy on the back, white bell-bottoms with an inverted pleat, and white Chelsea boots with stacked heels. Even as he is performing various demonstrations and commenting on others, his attitude appears lazily proprietary, almost as if he knows something that his intended audience, including Wallace and Ed Parker associate Dave Hebler, who has been with him as part of his security team for the last year, do not and will never know. He looks a little like the cat who has swallowed the canary, or perhaps several canaries, as he showed he could take it by allowing Red West to punch him 4 times without flinching, the press scimitar reported, and yet at the same time appeared disturbingly unfit, blousy and unfocused, his weight clearly having ballooned again since his closing in Las Vegas 2 weeks before. The following day he started on a 10-day buying spree, in the course of which he purchased well over a dozen vehicles for friends, relatives, and household staff. He also hired a new maid, Maggie Smith, after buying a car that she and her mother were thinking about purchasing for themselves at Sid Carroll Pontiac. He got her one of her own to commute to school several days later, bought a car for his cook's brother and a house for his cook, purchased a boat for Charlie Hodge, and got a double-wide trailer for his cousin Billy Smith, so Billy and his family could live at Graceland and always be close by. In between car purchases, on September 19th, he visited Methodist Hospital with Linda to see her brother Sam and sister-in-law Louise's newborn baby. He had always liked Sam, who was dedicated to a career in law enforcement and worked for the sheriff's department while attending law school at night. It was through Elvis's efforts, in fact, and his connections in the sheriff's department, that Sam had been transferred from jail duty to the juvenile division shortly after they met, and the previous summer he had helped Sam and Louise purchase a new home. Still, even Linda was not fully prepared for the attitude of messianic benevolence he projected, not just toward the new baby, but toward the whole process of giving birth. After checking to make sure that mother and daughter were doing all right, Elvis told Linda he wanted to go into the labor room, where the surgical mask that the nurses gave him could not fully disguise his identity. There was a lady there in labor, and Elvis came up to her and put his hand on her tummy and said, "How you feeling, honey?" She said, "Oh, my God, you look like Elvis Presley." He said, "I am Elvis Presley." But Linda was never sure if the woman realized it was not a hallucination. Many wondered how Linda could slip back into her old role so easily, after what was widely perceived as a sharp public rebuff. It was a question Linda frequently asked herself, and there was no easy answer. Unlike Sheila, she had no trouble either accepting or showing her appreciation for Elvis's generosity, and on the outside she maintained a cheerful attitude at all times. But she was no longer sure what exactly her role was, or what she wanted it to be. She knew he needed someone to look after him when all the other girls were gone, and with Joe out in California full-time now, and the old gang no longer as close-knit as it once had been, she saw herself and Vernon as the last line of protection when everyone came around with their hands out. She knew they all thought that his manic moods came about just because he was stoned, and she felt like half the guys were hanging around because they didn't want to miss out on the gravy, while undoubtedly ascribing the same motivation to her. In the end, she just couldn't walk out on him at a time when she thought he might need her most. In the midst of all these ups and downs, Elvis continued to work out his ideas for the karate movie, writing down his thoughts in childish block letters, sometimes dictating to Linda in a fever of excitement. Over a period of time, the script became almost a summation of the very values by which Elvis would have liked to have been guided, a portrait of a world in which nobility and ideals were personified, and the real meaning of karate came down to helping a person help himself. All the best men and best women in karate would be featured, all of Elvis's teachers and heroes, from Ed Parker and Master Ree to the best samurai swordsman, the best brick-breaking karateka, Bong Su-hong from Billy Jack, David Chow from the Kung Fu series, and Jim Kelly, Joe Louis, Bill Wallace, all national and regional champions. Every style of karate would be represented, so as to put across the idea that it was a philosophical system to which all true martial artists were dedicated. Never to use that which is learned except in extreme emergencies, to protect myself, my friends, my loved ones, and, if seeing a fellow karateka using his skill to harm, to make afraid, to cripple or maim, to do all that is in my power to restrain with whatever force necessary, to report him to a board of regents comprised of 36 high-ranking black belts, where he is subject to immediate dismissal, stripped of all his honors, turned over to the authorities, never to regain status in this association. This is one of the purposes of karate, to protect the weak, helpless, and oppressed of all classes, regardless of color, creed, or religion. It was an idealized world in which right triumphed over wrong, moral values were upheld, and Elvis was a true teacher, explaining and sometimes demonstrating both the technique and the philosophy behind it. At the end of the film, on a remote hill, the camera is on a close-up of Elvis as he stands in fighting stance. The camera zooms back as he does a middle punch with a key yap, and we see what looks like every karateka in the world doing the moves with him. He then does the Lord's Prayer in Indian Sign Language as a soft wind gently blows around him. The picture ends with "The Beginning" written across the screen. By the time that he went out on tour at the end of the month, whatever strides he had made toward moderation and health at the beginning of the year had long since been abandoned, and Tony Brown, the new keyboard player for Voice and a long-standing admirer who had journeyed out with J.D. Sumner at his own expense for the 1969 Las Vegas opening, was horrified to see the changes that had taken place. My first night was College Park, Maryland. I was scared, my hands were sweating, and I'm backstage waiting for Elvis to arrive. He pulls up in the car, and he fell out of the limousine to his knees. People jumped to help, and he pushed them away like, "Don't help me." He walked on stage and held onto the mic for the first 30 minutes like it was a post. Everybody's looking at each other like, is the tour going to happen? Is he sick? Is it going to be canceled? Even Sonny was shocked. He had been out on the road with the Colonel, so he hadn't seen Elvis in a couple of weeks, and according to Dave Hebler, he was so torn up the tears just came to his eyes. The next night, Elvis was fine, though at one point, when there was a feedback problem, he snarled at Felton, "Shut that damn sound off, Felton, or I'll take your kidney away from you." Then in Detroit, the third date on the tour, Red and Ed Parker became aware of a cocaine shipment coming in through a singer in a group that he had with him. According to Red, who had done the drug with him, Elvis had been introduced to cocaine through this singer and a relative by marriage some months before, and Red now went down to the singer's room with Parker and Dick Grobb. I kicked in the door and broke his foot and told him if he ever brought any more drugs around, it was going to be a lot worse. But then Elvis found out about it and called us into his room and said, "I don't like these bully tactics. I need the coke." And I said, "Man, if you need it, I'm not going to say any more about it. You can have it." Everyone knew there was no point in saying anything anyway. Elvis had made his attitude very clear in the past. If you don't like it, he had said at one time or another to every one of them, there's the fucking door. Newspaper accounts tried to puzzle out exactly what was wrong with Elvis. According to reviewers, he was bored to death in St. Paul, hostile and disappointing in Indianapolis, sick with the flu in Dayton, and ill enough in Wichita that many fans expressed regret that he hadn't canceled the concert. They ended up in Tahoe for 4 days at the conclusion of the tour, and by the last night, according to bass player Duke Bardwell, Elvis was just standing there, not really knowing what else to do, because he had just pretty much run out of gas. Elvis took Sheila with him to Las Vegas immediately following the Tahoe engagement, putting himself under the care of Dr. Elias Ghanem, a fiercely ambitious 34-year-old Palestinian refugee, who in Vegas had become part owner of the Sunrise Hospital Emergency Room, owner of a private jet service, and, not coincidentally, doctor to the stars. He had first seen Elvis as a patient in 1972, and with Dr. Newman and the throat specialist Dr. Boyer, had rapidly become one of his primary Las Vegas physicians. Ghanem ordered a series of tests to check on bladder, colon, and intestinal conditions. A non-penetrating ulcer crater was discovered, along with edematous mucosal folds indenting the margin of the stomach, and a follow-up study was recommended in 3 or 4 weeks. Elvis, meanwhile, was staying with Sheila in the private bedroom and bath that Ghanem had added onto his house for celebrity patients undergoing the new sleep diet that the doctor recommended, which consisted for the most part of liquid nourishment, and for which the patient was sedated much of the time in a form of radical appetite suppression. Jerry Schilling came out to see him with a progress report on the karate film about 2 weeks into his stay. Jerry had now been named executive producer on the project, operating as Elvis's eyes and ears in much the same way that he had unofficially on Elvis on Tour. Here, though, since Elvis was putting up the money himself, Jerry got a commensurate promotion, serving in effect as studio supervisor as they entered into the preliminary stages of post-production work. Jerry wanted to set up an office in Hollywood and hire a team of editors to sync up the footage and put together a preliminary cut to assess what had been shot and maybe even to attract a distributor who could be induced to put up the money to finish the film. Jerry found Elvis in good spirits at Dr. Ghanem's, engaged, alert, quick to okay the location that Jerry had picked out on the corner of Hollywood and Vine, and the hiring of the crew that he had selected. He was relieved to see the project finally getting off the ground, after all the squabbling and petty jealousies that he had witnessed at the outset of filming, and the almost haphazard manner in which the Memphis footage in particular had come together. He was worried about Elvis, after all he had heard about the recent tour, but he hoped that this new sleep diet might represent the first step toward getting him into the kind of shape he needed to be in to really focus on the project. They reviewed everything that had been accomplished to date. $50,000 had been spent, and there were projections for at least $75,000 more. No doubt to emphasize his disapproval, without ever actually stating it, Colonel was putting it out among certain members of the inner circle that Elvis was so benighted he had already assigned more than 100% of the film's ownership to Ed, to Colonel, to Vernon, and the boys. Jerry was reassured as they went over the figures that Elvis seemed to know exactly what he was spending his money on and how the profits would be distributed, even if his conception of the profits might be a little exalted. It was a good, realistic discussion, ending on what Jerry felt was a justifiably optimistic note. Note: in interviews with Tom Hewlett and Joe Esposito, among others, both suggested it was their understanding at the time that Elvis had given away 130 to 150% of the film. Elvis's own notes on the final page of the script indicate that this was not true. End of note. It was well past midnight when they finished, and Jerry declared his intention to go back to the hotel, but Elvis asked if he could stick around for a little while. There was something else he wanted to talk to Jerry about. Jerry had been going out with Myrna Smith of the Sweet Inspirations for the last 10 months. He had worried about Elvis's reaction initially. Elvis had always admired Myrna and was close to all of the Sweets, but Jerry hadn't known how he might respond to the interracial aspect of the affair, given the strong political feelings of some of the fans, not to mention some of the guys. Elvis couldn't have been more positive about the relationship, though, and in fact, when Jerry and Myrna decided in the spring to move in together, I told Elvis that I was going to get an apartment, and he said, "What's wrong with your room at the Montevideo house?" where Jerry had been living since the breakup of his marriage. I told him I don't want to cause any problems with the fans. He said, "Look, you're my friend, Myrna's my friend, you're welcome in my house, screw what anybody else thinks." So they had continued to live at Montevideo. But Jerry never made any secret of the fact that he would like a home of his own, and when Rick Husky decided just a few weeks earlier to put his West Hollywood house up for sale, Jerry was able to come up with a down payment, but ran into a brick wall with the banks on the financing. Now Elvis came forward with a plan. He would buy the house for Jerry, he would arrange the whole thing with Rick Husky, and he would do it right away. They called Husky at 3 in the morning, and Elvis quickly negotiated a sale. "I got my checkbook out here, and I'm writing a check. Is that okay?" Elvis told Husky, whom he had just wakened out of a dead sleep. I say, "Well, yeah, sure, Elvis." And he said, "Okay, so we got a deal?" I said, "Yeah, okay, we got a deal." He said, "How soon can you move out? I'll send the guys up there to help you." Jerry was unable to mask his emotions. When Elvis handed him the check, he dropped it, and he could barely come up with words to express his gratitude. Whatever doubts he may have felt in the past year or two, this confirmed all the faith he had placed in Elvis ever since he had first met him as a frightened, insecure 12-year-old filling in for the team that needed an extra player in a touch football game at Guthrie Park in North Memphis in the summer of 1954. "Jerry, you know why I bought you this home?" Elvis said to him at the official housewarming some 3 weeks later. "I know I drove all those other guys crazy buying you this house, but your mother died when you were a year old, and you never had a home, and I wanted to be the one to give it to you." Elvis spent Thanksgiving with Linda in Palm Springs, calling on Voice to fly in at the last minute, but as usual there was little for them to do, and they spent most of the time holed up at their hotel. He tried one more time to get the Colonel's approval for the karate project, and Colonel drew up a basic business plan with a number of simple variants. Elvis retained 50% of the profits in each of the formulations, with 15% going to Vernon and varying amounts to Ed Parker, producer and director George Waite and Bob Hammer, and the boys, Red, Sonny, Joe, Jerry, Charlie, Lamar, Al Strata, and Dave Hebler. 10% was to be retained for overhead, and it was made clear that percentage participants did not draw salaries, and Elvis Presley retained 100% ownership of the film. In addition, Elvis's salary and personal expenses of $300,000 would take first position ahead of profits, and the Colonel would retain all merchandising rights. The addendum that the Colonel tacked on, however, made plain his true feelings and conveyed an unmistakable message to his client. To produce a motion picture of this nature under any other conditions than those heretofore spelled out would be a complete failure and would do irreparable damage to the reputation of the artist and all-star shows, he wrote. Furthermore, should the project go ahead without the Colonel's participation or guidelines, as long as I am the exclusive manager of this artist, to protect the artist and my reputation, it would be necessary to go to the extent of publicizing the fact that I am not personally involved in any of this project, and a letter must be sent to me by the artist and his legal counsel absolving me of any and all responsibility. On November 19th, the National Enquirer, anticipating Elvis's January birthday by a month and a half, ran a headline, "Elvis at 40, paunchy, depressed, and living in fear," along with an artist's rendering of the subject which graphically sought to convey all of those qualities. The story itself quoted newspaper critics, fans, policemen, maids, banquet managers, and other hotel employees who had observed him on the October tour and found him to be rambling, incoherent, paranoid, and almost desperately lonely. It was the kind of tabloid story that could have been laughed off if there had been no correspondence to real life, but coming as it did on the heels of RCA's official release of Having Fun with Elvis on Stage, and in the wake of so much dramatic personal upheaval, it would have been hard to say which was the greater exaggeration, the newspaper piece or the life on which it was based. He had become, as Sheila observed, like the boy in the bubble. I mean, who cares? Who wants to live? He would say, "Who the hell am I anyway? I'm a living legend." Sometimes he lived it, but once in a while he'd just go, "Oh boy, what the fuck is going on? I'm just who I am. I'm just this little person." It's not so complicated as it all seems. He was just this guy who had this wonderful charisma, and things got blown way out of shape. He was just this innocent little guy. He returned to Las Vegas at the beginning of December, to put himself once again in Dr. Ghanem's care. Linda accompanied him this time, and Jerry once again came out to deliver a progress report. Elvis asked him about the new house and how Myrna was doing after spraining her ankle at the housewarming party. Everything seemed fine until the phone rang in Jerry's hotel room in the middle of the night. It was Elvis, but Jerry barely recognized the voice, it was so weak. He said, "Jerry, can you help me?" I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "I'm on the floor, and I can't walk. Nobody's here." By the time he got to the house, Linda was with Elvis, but there was still no sign of Dr. Ghanem, who kept much the same hours as his patient. When he finally got in, Jerry confronted the doctor, expressing angry disbelief when Ghanem insisted that he was unable to understand what could have happened since he was simply treating Elvis with placebos. I said, "God damn it, I'm going to tell you something. This man is a proud man. He's been at your house for weeks, and I have to come pick him up off the floor, and you're telling me you're just doing placebos?" I guess I really blew up at him. Well, I go out there the next day, and Elvis is out of bed, he's on the exercise bike, and he is pissed. It's just me and Charlie there, and he knew I had a temper, not that he was afraid of it, but he just keeps looking at Charlie and saying, "God damn it, when you fucking guys get your medical degree, then you can tell my doctors what to do." And he just went on and on. I knew not to say anything. I was just glad he was out of bed and on the bicycle and not falling on the floor. I knew after he calmed down I could talk to him. So I just acted like he really was talking to Charlie, and a couple of hours later I just said, "Elvis, I'm telling you something. A year ago, when you were with Dr. Nick," and he said, "Oh, that son of a bitch charges too much money." Which, Elvis could care less about the money, but he's still being defensive. I said, "All I know, Elvis, is you've been here, you've been in bed for a month, all told, and you're not doing anything, or having any fun. I mean, it was pretty sad last night." I had to be very careful not to embarrass him. "All I know is, when we were back in Memphis last year, after you got out of the hospital, you were eating right and looking and feeling good, and we were really having fun." Jerry wasn't sure how much, if any of it, sank in, or whether or not he might just get fired on the spot, as Elvis kept pedaling away furiously on his exercise bicycle, and Charlie tried to puzzle out how he had gotten in the middle of it all. It wasn't long afterward, though, that Elvis and Linda returned to Memphis for the holidays. It was a dismal Christmas. Voice flew in and out at every summons, but Elvis rarely felt like singing nowadays. On December 3rd, Red O'Donnell had reported in his column in the Nashville Banner that Elvis was on the blink with a tummy ulcer, and that his next RCA recording session, put off once already from November to December, had now been postponed until sometime in January. The Karate movie was ingloriously shut down on December 24th, the day after Elvis returned home, with no other explanation but health problems. There had been a reasonably successful screening for influential Hollywood rock manager Elliot Roberts just 4 days earlier, but things were closed down in such a hurry that nobody got paid for the last 2 weeks, and a good many bills remained unpaid well into the following year. On December 29th, prompted by reports coming out of Memphis that Elvis was sinking into a deepening depression and was increasingly isolated from nearly everyone around him, the Colonel made a rare telephone call to Elvis and concluded that the reports were true. They had barely spoken since Palm Springs, but Colonel was now forced to recognize that Elvis would not be ready for his scheduled Las Vegas opening in less than 1 month's time. He directed Elvis to telegram him the next day with a message expressing his appreciation for "your signing any papers necessary for me while I am recuperating." He also contacted Henri Lewin at the Hilton, informing him that their mutual friend, Dr. Elias Ghanem, had pronounced Elvis unlikely to be ready for the January 26th opening, and that in his judgment the best thing to do was to postpone right away. You can read the Colonel's discomfiture between the lines, but he put a good face on it, referring Lewin to Dr. Ghanem for the proper wording of the press release, which would not officially be sent out for another 12 days. He did everything he could have been expected to do. He carried out each distasteful task with his customary professionalism, but there is nothing to disguise the fact that for the first time he is being forced to admit that he and his client are unable to meet their obligations. It had been a difficult year, though not one without its compensations. There had been no Aloha from Hawaii, but then you couldn't expect that kind of a once-in-a-lifetime triumph on an annual basis. Record sales were down, it was true, but Vegas attendance had never flagged, and the road show was doing better than ever. This year alone, in 7 weeks of touring, they had earned approximately $4 million after all expenses had been paid, in addition to the $650,000 to $700,000 they had netted in 6 weeks in Las Vegas and Lake Tahoe combined. Recording income added maybe another $750,000 to be split 50-50, a comparatively negligible sum perhaps, but handy disposable income for two such conspicuous consumers. The Colonel had little doubt he could keep the show going if given the opportunity, but one question continued to nag at him, refusing to go away. Was Elvis willing, or even able, to go on? A leaf in the storm. Singer Elvis Presley privately observed his 40th birthday yesterday in self-imposed seclusion at his Graceland mansion on Elvis Presley Boulevard. He slept until about 3 p.m., when his uncle, Vester Presley, phoned in his birthday greetings from the guardhouse at the gate. Vester, who has worked as a security guard at Graceland since 1957 and has not seen his nephew since Christmas, said Elvis talked like he was feeling pretty good. He said he was resting up and trying to get in shape to go on the road again. He doesn't plan to leave the house. The reference to getting in shape came amid growing press reports that Elvis is fat and 40. Memphis Commercial Appeal, January 9, 1975. It was as if a pall had descended upon the house. The bustling kitchen remained ready to cater to his every whim 24 hours a day. The guys all gathered downstairs to pay anniversary tribute and perhaps to share in birthday largesse. But Elvis never came down. Only Linda and his cousin Billy had unrestricted access to his bedroom upstairs, as the world mocked him for failing to uphold the promise of eternal youth. Even Johnny Carson, whom he had long admired, made jokes about being fat and 40, and Elvis told Billy that he could hardly watch the program anymore. Linda, off on a shopping trip to New York just a few days before his birthday, protested the heartless, cruel, vicious rumors about Elvis using drugs, pointing out to People magazine that Elvis is a federal narcotics officer. To Elvis, though, she was beginning to express her true feelings for the first time, telling him tearfully that he was killing himself, no longer willing to be put off by his confident declarations of medical expertise or breezy assurances that he was going to live to see his grandchildren grow up and marry. The Elvis that she saw every day was a man suffering from severe depression, someone who was often barely able to get out of bed. What scared her most of all was that he seemed a willing partner in his self-immolation, a secret conspirator who knew but simply didn't care. Once, not too long before, she had asked him what he thought was his biggest character flaw. "I'm self-destructive," he said to her surprise. "You do recognize that?" she said. "Yeah, I recognize it," he admitted, "but there's not a lot I can do about it." And they never spoke of it again. The Colonel was no less alarmed, and like Linda, he had no one really in whom to confide his fears. Vernon didn't want to hear about it because Vernon couldn't control his son. And Colonel knew that if he refused to book Elvis, somebody else would. Perhaps just as much to the point, if he took Elvis off the road, what would his own recourse be? The Colonel had always prided himself on his ability to survive by his wits, but now he found himself in a box of his own making. By focusing all of his efforts on a single client, he had built an intricate web of relationships, a maze of trust and contractual arrangements that effectively prevented anyone else from getting in. Now, though, he might have wondered, could he get out? Finally, on Thursday, January 9th, the day after Elvis's birthday, an event occurred that served to galvanize the Colonel's thinking. It was much like other turning points in the past, a random item in the newspaper that happened to catch the Colonel's eye. There had been a tornado in Macomb, Mississippi, that had killed 10 people, left hundreds homeless, and caused millions of dollars of property damage. The Colonel called Tom Hewlett immediately, and together with former RCA executive George Parkhill, they flew to Memphis the next day. It was Hewlett's first visit to Graceland, and he was excited about seeing Elvis's home, as well as his involvement in the Colonel's scheme. I had never been this much on the inside before, and here I was all of a sudden part of a unit going to see Elvis about possibly going back to work. Elvis came downstairs in a robe, looking very heavy, and we sat at the big table in the dining room in tall, high-backed chairs. There was some small talk, and then the Colonel said, "Elvis, you been reading about the problems down in Macomb?" And he said, "Yeah, it's really terrible." The Colonel said, "You know, I think we should go down and do a benefit for those people. What do you think?" And Elvis goes, "You know, I don't know," because there was this funny shit going on between them. Like Elvis is saying, "I ain't going to work," and the Colonel is saying, "I ain't going to let you work." And now the Colonel has finally found an outside vehicle to break the ice. And there I am, sitting there, and Elvis is looking at me like, "What are you doing here?" Finally, Elvis said, "Well, I guess." And the colonel said, "If we go down and do the benefit, we might as well add on a few dates." That's when I got the connection. And Elvis goes, "Well, I guess so." Well, what if Mr. Parkhill and Tom and I go to Mississippi and talk to the governor and see how it looks? Meanwhile, the colonel already had the governor in tow, and everything was done. So after about an hour, Elvis says, "Great, call me tomorrow and let me know what's going on," which meant he had agreed to go back to work. As soon as we get in the car, Colonel says to Parkhill, "George, call the governor. I want a meeting tonight." We were at the governor's mansion by 11 o'clock with the governor and all of his cronies. The colonel says, "I want you to get a hold of the Coliseum tomorrow, and I want all the concessions donated, all the stagehands donate their time, Elvis and the band donate their time, everything goes in the benefit." The governor says, "How can anyone make any money then?" And the colonel says, "We ain't making any money here." But then we added on 3 more shows in the same building on the next tour and made those non-benefit. The announcement went out to the papers the next day, and a full 2-week tour was booked by the following Tuesday to start 3 weeks after his rescheduled March engagement in Las Vegas. At almost the same time, Elvis put down a deposit of $75,000 on exiled financier Robert Vesco's impounded Boeing 707, spurred on, no doubt, by Memphis singers Charlie Rich and Jerry Lee Lewis's recent acquisitions of private Learjets, and in pursuit of his own long-time dream to have a plane of his own. This was little more than a momentary diversion, however. To those around him, his continued lassitude was of growing concern. 9 days later, in the early morning hours on January 29th, Linda awoke to discover him struggling for breath. In a panic, she called Vernon, and Dr. Nick had him admitted to the hospital right away. A Presley source cited a liver problem which has nothing to do with alcohol, while Vernon put out a statement that Elvis has been planning for several days about going into the hospital, but everyone knew what the problem was. Dr. Nick was simply hoping to get the medications under control again and make sure that no further systemic damage had been done to the liver or intestine. Under hospital supervision, Elvis quickly lost 10 pounds, though his abdomen remained distended because of the way in which his colon was backed up, due to a combination of a congenitally twisted ganglionic fold and the poor muscle tone to which his overuse of laxatives was thought to have contributed. Once again, there was real reason to be concerned about the liver, but no further deterioration was observed. In almost every respect, this visit was just like the last. The windows were all covered over with aluminum foil. Linda joined him once again in his room, and they watched the newborn babies over the hospital's closed-circuit television system. At least one of the guys stayed with him each night in the suite. It was a kind of vacation from responsibility, but 2 events took place to interrupt the tranquility of his stay. The first was the kind of everyday occurrence that might well have been overlooked under ordinary circumstances. Elvis's Aunt Delta got a package at the house with a Las Vegas postmark and gave it to Jerry and Sonny to take to Elvis at the hospital. Though they had long since given up trying to thwart Elvis in anything he set his mind to do, the idea of simply delivering an unmarked package to his sickbed disturbed both Jerry and Sonny, and when they opened it up, it came as no great surprise to discover a bottle of heavy-duty pain pills. Feeling that he had no alternative, Jerry took the bottle to Dr. Nick. "I thought, I may lose my fucking job, but I don't care." But Nick said, "No, you know what? I think Elvis is in a great place. Just go ahead and deliver it, and we'll see what happens." So I brought Elvis the package, and he asked everybody to leave the room. He told them he had to talk to me privately. He said, "You know, my dad's got a real bad prostate problem, and I got some medicine for him, and I didn't want anybody to know about it." He said, "Just go and put it up in the cabinet." So I did, and he never touched it, and after about 5 days, Nick just said to him, "What is this in here?" And Elvis went, "I don't know, just throw it away. It was probably the person in here before me." Vernon Presley had joined his son in the hospital by now. He had obviously been under a lot of pressure, looking and feeling poorly for some time, before he suffered a heart attack early on the morning of February 5th. Once his father got out of intensive care, Elvis installed him in the room next to his, but he was still sick with worry. Vernon had never been in the hospital before, and the 2 of them found themselves drawn back to old times and frequently painful memories. One time, when Elvis's cousin Billy was in the room, Vernon tried to put the blame on Elvis for his heart attack. He said, "I can thank you for this." And then he blamed him for Aunt Gladys, too. He said, "You worried your mama right to the grave." Elvis broke down and cried. It about killed him. Nick continued to run drug screens, despite his sense that Elvis was in a better frame of mind. All of the tests came up clean until February 13th, the day of Elvis's discharge from the hospital, when traces of unprescribed barbiturates showed up in his urine. Dr. Nicopolis never confronted his patient directly, but in addition to prescribing Elavil for what he was beginning to sense was serious depression, he arranged that either he or his office nurse, Tish Henley, would stop by Graceland every day to administer the various medications. The Colonel had scheduled a recording session for March 10th, 8 days before the Vegas opening, but Elvis was determined to stick around Memphis to gain some strength and lose a little weight, at least until Vernon got out of the hospital. Some days Dr. Nick would drive out to Graceland several times at Elvis's summons, and he continued to find himself drawn into Elvis's world, against the advice of family and friends. He was not blind to its dangers, but clearly he was not blind to its attractions either, or to his patient's almost seductive charm. Even his family priest, Father Viron, urged him to let Elvis go. He told me that he thought I was doing myself an injustice. I was doing my practice an injustice, my patients, my family. But Nick remained steadfast in his purpose. He believed, against all the evidence of his senses and observation, that he could get Elvis straightened out. He did the best he could to get him started on a low-carbohydrate diet and got him playing racquetball again, a sport at which Nick excelled, first at the Y, then at Memphis State late at night. It was not unusual for him to be out with his patient until 3:30 or 4 in the morning, then go to work just 3 hours later. He probably could not have said why he was doing all this, but as with anyone close to Elvis, it was obvious to him that there was a yawning emotional chasm in Elvis's life, and while it might be equally obvious that that chasm could never be filled, there was an almost universal impulse to try. Elvis loved to watch old Monty Python episodes with Linda and Billy. He knew most of the shows by heart, and they would toss lines back and forth till the tears ran down their cheeks, but other times he would dwell on the past or seek out Dr. Nick for more serious discussions of medicine and philosophy. He saw a good deal of longtime RCA promo man Bill Browder, who had just had a #1 country hit under his stage name of T.G. Shepherd during this period. Up until 1974, we had been friends, but our friendship got deeper. If I went out on the road and had a problem, he could relate because he'd been through it 20 years earlier. Sometimes we'd just sit and watch the 10 o'clock news, and I'd catch him saying almost word for word what the newscaster was saying, and I'd say, "How did you know?" And he said, "I saw it at 6. He talked about marriage a lot with my wife and myself. He'd say, "I don't want you two to ever split up." And his voice would crack, and he'd say, "Bill, you don't know what's in store for you." He said he got saved once when he was living in Tupelo, and he was filled with the most wonderful spirit, and he gave all of his comic books away. He was an intensely lonely person, so alone with his fame and his thoughts. He said, "Those people don't love me in a personal way. They don't know what's inside me." The session on March 10th at RCA's recording studios in Los Angeles bore a strangely unacknowledged weight. Elvis had failed to deliver a single studio cut in 1974, and while technically he may have fulfilled his contractual commitments with a haphazard live album and the Colonel's curious, scotched-together construction having fun with Elvis on stage, there was little question of RCA's anxiety about their longtime star. His records were neither selling nor even being taken seriously. The Los Angeles Times' Robert Hilburn had responded to the release of his latest LP, Promised Land, by suggesting that maybe it was time for Elvis to retire. The album was as bland and directionless as all those soundtrack albums Presley cranked out in the 1960s, Hilburn declared. And not one of his recent albums or singles had sold close to 500,000 copies. Still, no more thought or preparation appeared to have gone into this session than any of the last few, and Freddie failed to deliver a single usable cut from the new catalog. Elvis brought Sheila and Lisa to the first day's session, and with little rehearsal embarked upon the Pointer Sisters' aptly titled Fairy Tale, suggested to him by Linda, in too high a key. The next song, Green, Green Grass of Home, was the same mournful country number that Red had urged him to record in the mid-'60s, before it became a hit for Tom Jones, and he sang it with real feeling, then tossed off Billy Swan's #1 hit of the previous fall, I Can Help, in a single take. It was not that any of this material was unsuitable for Elvis, nor even that the results, however ragged in both the first instance and the last, were any great disgrace. It was simply that they were no more than whatever happened to capture Elvis's fancy at the moment, and they were done with no greater concentration and no greater commercial potential, for the most part, than if he had been singing them in his own living room. He concluded the evening with 4 takes of Don McLean's And I Love You So, a top 30 easy-listening hit for Perry Como 2 years before, which he sang directly to Sheila, whom he urged to step up, let me sing to you, baby. The second and third days of the session were neither better nor worse, with a nice quartet version of the Statler Brothers barbershop harmony hit of a few months before, Susan When She Tried, Trouble, a new rocker from Jerry Chestnut that Lamar had brought in, a faithful recreation of Faye Adams's #1 R&B hit from 1953, the strongly gospel-influenced Shake a Hand, yet another number from the Voice catalog, into which Elvis seemed to pour as much pride of discovery as feeling, and Pieces of My Life, a Troy Seals ballad that Red had brought him, in which Elvis seemed to see his own life refracted. In all, he recorded 10 songs in 3 days, barely enough for one very truncated 70s-era pop album, with nothing left over for any of the 3 standalone singles that RCA had wanted from the session. The atmosphere was relaxed enough, but there was little of the sense of fun that had once permeated an Elvis recording session, and while there was a funky family feeling in the rough mix that Felton put together in the studio, with Voice frequently filling the full quartet role that Elvis had always envisioned for his backup singers, there was none of the urgency, none of the tension, none of the sense of joyous release that Felton was always hoping to inspire, and little opportunity to do so. There was no way the people in New York were going to be happy with this session, Felton recognized sadly, although, as he was well aware, it could have been worse. At one point, Elvis had gotten it into his mind to record Cal Smith's 1974 #1 country hit, Country Bumpkin, and Felton had had his wife Mary type out the lyrics. He couldn't for the life of him understand what Elvis saw in the song. As its title suggested, it went against everything Elvis had ever stood for, both privately and publicly. But he had given up remonstrating. It only seemed to make matters worse. When Elvis showed up at the studio that night, Felton handed him the lyrics sheet and asked with some trepidation when Elvis wanted to do the song. Elvis just looked at him as if he were crazy. "Country Bumpkin," he said. "Country Bumpkin? I ain't no fucking Country Bumpkin." Reviews of the March 18th Vegas opening were indulgent on the whole. "He looks healthy and sounds good," Variety reported, while fan reaction was ecstatic. Elvis could joke about his weight. "He should have seen me a month ago. I looked like Mama Cass." But to his fans it made little difference. As Sue Wiegert, a true believer since she had first met him as a teenager in Hawaii in 1965, perceptively observed, what the fans really wanted was just to share an hour or so with him. As overweight as he had ever been, he was unable to fit into any of his old costumes, and there was little of the panoply of the usual Vegas show. There were the usual erratic moments both on and off stage, but the fans simply didn't care. On the final night during the band introductions, a wild water fight erupted, in which Kathy retaliated, and then Duke Bardwell, to whom Elvis had been giving a hard time all through the engagement, really let Elvis have it with his own water gun. "You son of a bitch!" Elvis exclaimed off mic, and it was obvious, even to audience members, that he was not fooling around, but they cheered nonetheless as he picked up a bottle of Gatorade and said, "You got an electric bass, son. What are you going to do now? You're going to drink a lot of Gatorade, that's what you're going to do." Then, as the band played Jingle Bells, he said, "I'd like you to meet my manager," and Colonel Parker walked out on stage dressed as Santa Claus, followed by Lamar in another Santa Claus outfit, leading Elvis's little chow, Get Low. The evening continued with a fan presenting Elvis with a pair of Mickey Mouse ears in exchange for a scarf, and Elvis leading band and audience in the Mickey Mouse Club song, familiar to every television child of the 50s. After several more goofy requests and encores, with Elvis, the band, and the audience all joining in the common hilarity, Elvis declared seriously, "I'd like to say something now, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank everybody on stage with me, really. I've been kidding them now for a couple of weeks, but you've been really fantastic. I'd also like to thank all the people who came to Vegas, with the economy of the country the way it is and everything. It's really nice to see you when I walk out here on this stage." At the end of the performance, as the curtain came down, he stood out on the stage, shaking as many hands as he could, while the audience gave him a standing ovation. The generic apology, if that was what it was, came too late for Duke Bardwell. He had been ready to quit for some time. He was tired of the erratic nature of the show, and he couldn't understand why Elvis was always picking on him on stage. After the last performance was over, he gave away his TCB, said goodbye to everybody, shook hands, and walked out of there. I didn't like seeing what was happening to Elvis, and he actually embarrassed me very, very much a couple of times, where he obviously was just making fun of me to be mean. But I still always tried to remain loyal to the man, because I felt like he was ill. And I don't believe that all those people around him had his best interests at heart at all, only their own. They had nothing else in life than to be one of Elvis's cronies. Elvis received the news of Duke's departure with equanimity. He had never much liked Bardwell's attitude, he told the guys, and Duke had never been the kind of bass player they needed anyway. If Jerry Sheff wasn't ready to come back yet, there were plenty of other good bass players to choose from before they hit the road again in April. His mind was on other things by now anyway. He was thinking about returning to the movies, but this time in a serious dramatic role. Barbra Streisand had attended his performance on the evening of March 28th, and they had met in his dressing room afterward. She was there with her boyfriend, John Peters, until recently her hairdresser, who she said was going to produce and direct her next film, a contemporary adaptation of the classic Hollywood fable about success, A Star is Born, with Streisand in the Judy Garland role. What they had in mind was to cast Elvis as Norman Maine, the male lead, played in the Garland vehicle by James Mason, who drowns his sorrows in drink as he watches his wife's movie stardom eclipse his own. In this version, rock stardom would replace movie stardom, language would be updated to reflect changes in both era and milieu, and the dramatic climax would come at a live concert rather than at the Oscar ceremonies. Elvis was completely turned on by the meeting. He was excited by its subject. He knew the highly emotional 1954 picture well. He was pleased with the idea that Streisand would approach him in this manner, and he was proud of the way he had responded, flattering the Hollywood star just enough, he told Sheila, to inflame her interest, but maintaining a good business-like demeanor as well. He spoke excitedly about it for days to the guys, but he didn't tell the Colonel at first, and when he did, he became furious when Colonel raised objections, that Peters was totally inexperienced in filmmaking, that Streisand and Peters as a team would have a single interest in mind, and that it would not necessarily be Elvis's. That a deal in discussion was very different from the deal that you actually got on paper. Colonel didn't understand, Elvis ranted to anyone and everyone who would listen. This was his chance at last for a serious role. Colonel was no longer in touch. He didn't know what was going on. But he let Colonel handle it, as he had let Colonel handle all of his business affairs almost from the day they met. And gradually he became persuaded of the wisdom of at least some of Colonel's reservations. He could be taken advantage of by a combination of self-interest and movie-making naivete. Streisand and Peters could play upon his excitement just to get a better deal for themselves. It was tricky. He could be made to look like a loser just by taking on a loser's role. Within a week, on April 4th, First Artists, Streisand's production company, and Warner Brothers had made an offer of $500,000 plus 10% of the gross receipts after break-even, with the movie producers retaining all music and record rights, but Elvis and the Colonel free to produce and profit from the 2 live concerts at the heart of the picture. 10 days later, Colonel outlined his terms to Roger Davis at William Morris, who would put it all in legal language and carry on formal negotiations. He wanted $1 million in salary for Elvis, plus $100,000 in expenses, and 50% of the profits from the first dollar, along with approval of any songs that Elvis was to perform, and an unspecified deal to be negotiated separately on soundtrack rights. Mr. Presley had indicated his strong desire to make the picture, Colonel conceded in his letter to Davis, who was by now experienced in reading between the lines, and Parker had been surprised to discover that Miss Streisand had made a personal approach on the matter, but he had made it clear to Mr. Presley that we should hold out for our regular terms and that he should have the best deal possible and not allow his enthusiasm for the project to influence the business end or allow the movie producers to cut a cheap deal. He also wanted to inform Davis that someone was already planting items in the press and that he had advised Presley to be handy in case we need him, as I feel very strongly that in this case he should be very much kept up to date by us on any negotiations. Elvis never had to make himself available for negotiations. By the time that he went out on tour on April 24th, the movie was already a thing of the past. Nearly everyone around him saw it as one more example of the old man interfering, and Elvis did nothing to discourage their thinking. But secretly he seemed almost relieved not to have to deal with a matter that had blown up so quickly from a long-awaited dream into something complicated, unfamiliar, and ambiguous all at the same time. In the end, he decided it was just as the Colonel had told him. He was sorry that Colonel was right, but there it was. Streisand and Peters had thought they could take advantage of him when they were finally confronted with the reality of the situation, that he had access to a strength and business acumen that they had never imagined he would possess. They simply went away. Sheila, too, he could tell, was in the process of leaving. She said she wasn't, but she was, as she put up more and more resistance simply to going out on tour with him for a few days, as she took in, without demurral or any sign of jealousy or possessiveness, all the signs of turmoil in his life. From her point of view, there wasn't much at stake. I was his friend, I was his little pal, I was taking care of him. The physical side was never very much, and it just became less and less. I wasn't ever jealous. You know, Elvis thought I was a hell of a girl. She made no objection when he took a model named Mindy Miller out on the first part of the tour. In fact, she welcomed it, and would have been happy if Mindy had taken to the life better than she herself did. For Sheila, it was almost past trying to explain. She had become little more than a sounding board, but she didn't know how to break the relationship off. The tour itself got generally lackluster reviews. Elvis was pale and overweight. In many of the shows, according to the critics, he showed clear signs of exhaustion. But the fans loved him, and he and Colonel got to split a $700,000 profit for 2 weeks' work. For the band, it was a sadly dispiriting experience. To Jerry Scheff, coming back after an absence of 2 years, it was like returning to a world in which all the landmarks were familiar, but the atmosphere was altogether changed. I was used to this really kick-ass stuff. I mean, the music had always felt nervous to me, because the energy was so high, even the ballads. And if you didn't keep it there, he'd turn around and look and say, "Hey, what's going on?" So, when I went back, there were no rehearsals. They just sent me a tape, and I hopped right into it intensity-wise. And Elvis immediately turned around and looked at me like, "What are you doing?" And I sort of scoped things out and realized that everything had dropped down a couple of notches. Glenn D., too, saw a turnaround that had started with Aloha and gradually reached the point where they were all just going through the motions. Those first 3.5 years, he just loved to sing, but now he'd just go out there and walk through it sometimes, and something made me think that he wasn't going to live to be an old man. Even the Jackson benefit, a great success by any standard, and the original impetus for the tour, was marred by a backstage atmosphere that seemed almost permeated with foreboding. Elvis was photographed with Governor Bill Waller, looking very much at ease, and just as modest, shy, and gracious as he could be, in the words of the governor's wife, as he presented a $108,860 check for the tornado victims. But the governor, an AP wire story reported, was quickly rushed out as Colonel Parker, angered by what he thought were too many crowding into the backstage room, constantly shouted, "Get them back! Get them back!" 3 weeks later, they were back out on the road for yet another whirlwind tour, this one concluding with the pay dates in Jackson to which the Colonel had committed at his original meeting with the Jackson businessman, as well as a final show in Memphis. Once again, the idea seemed to be to get in and out as quickly as possible, and this time they made even more money, $811,000 profit for 12 days' work. Somewhat against his usual practice, Elvis was actively promoting his new single, Trouble, by singing it at every show, and he had lost enough weight that he was wearing nothing but jumpsuits again. The record didn't do anything. It sold little more than 200,000 copies, but there appeared to be a considerably higher level of engagement in Elvis's performance, as he returned to a more rocking repertoire and even retrieved numbers like Burning Love from long disuse. The highlights of the show remained An American Trilogy, its patriotic closer, and How Great Thou Art, so transcendent on occasion that audiences called out for Elvis to repeat the ending after he screamed out the line, "Oh my God, how great thou art," in a transport of near physical emotion. Back home in Memphis, Elvis split his pants bending over to kiss a fan. "Of all times and places," he remarked, but generally seemed in fine fettle, playfully chiding the audience that they could have saved their money and seen him for free in a network broadcast of That's the Way It Is the previous week. He went on to make the introductions in his usual kidding fashion, pointing out that J.D. Sumner and the Stamps had not been with him when he made the movie, nor had Kathy Westmoreland, who after tonight might not be with me ever. The audience laughed good-naturedly at the harmless joke, But Kathy was stung by this latest in what she took to be a string of veiled and not-so-veiled sexual references. She was sure they stemmed from her refusal to take up her previous relationship with him on this latest tour, and from his disapproval of the fact that she was dating one of the members of the band. In Shreveport, he had declared, "Oh, you were with me, but not in the movie," then offered up what she took to be a transparently insincere demurral. No, Kathy's a good Christian girl. On several other occasions, she had watched him turn away from the mic and was certain she had heard him say, "Oh, she's a good lay," under his breath. She wasn't sure who else on stage might have heard him, and there were some in the troupe who felt that she was not above manufacturing drama on her own, but clearly she had reason to be upset, not just by Elvis's cruelty toward her, but by the change in character that permitted such cruelty to be expressed. She couldn't even tell him what she was thinking, though, as the gulf between star and supporting cast now extended well beyond the mere separation of hotel facilities. All of this, in any case, was lost on the public, who remained, as ever, adoring, and on the press, which continued to describe Elvis as if he were a cartoon hero, a fat, sensuous clown, in the words of the Memphis commercial appeal, whose singing seemed to come second to his clowning. The pants-splitting incident was picked up worldwide, and this, as much as anything else, may have been the catalyst that precipitated Elvis to enter Mid-South Hospital the following week for what the newspapers were calling an extensive eye examination, but what was in reality cosmetic surgery to give him a more youthful appearance around the eyes. End of side 16. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette.